one quarterback that it surprised me a little bit when I started looking at the ADP and all the projections that are out there. And I was wondering if you're with it. And I'm talking about Justin Fields. He was going around 9, 10. People obviously think fantasy points wise, okay, they're going to decide to use his legs there in New York. What are you thinking with Fields this season?
He was one of those guys where I'm with you. I wasn't exactly going out of my way for necessarily. I think on Yao, he was closer to, pick 80 or pick 90. But a lot of drafts I was in, he ended up falling into that QB 15, 16 range where, yeah, I think he is worth a dart at that price. And if you find yourself missing on the Josh Allens and the Lamar Jacksons of the world, getting one of Justin Fields and then any of, JJ McCarthy, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love in that QB2 tier, that was more so my strategy versus reaching on someone like a Bo Nix or even, a Baker Mayfield, who were still going in areas of the draft where we had some pretty awesome running backs and wide receivers. So I know it could be very ugly with Justin Fields, but guys, we've been doing this for a while. I remember when Taysom Hill was getting 4-week spot starts at quarterback and putting up big time fantasy numbers. Tim Tebow, the freaking biggest joke of a professional passer we can come up with, was a great fantasy quarterback because, as you said, he ran the ball. We just don't have much experience seeing quarterbacks who run as much as Fields overly bust in fantasy land. Specifically, guys, last 10 years, 31 quarterbacks have at least 100 rush attempts in a season. 28 of them wound up posting top 12 numbers in fantasy points per game, not even doing the thing where you can say overall numbers for who stayed healthy. So again, not going to be pretty. I would not recommend people tuning into too many Jets games this year, but I think when everything's said and done and we look up, Fields will be a top 12 fantasy quarterback.
Now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Hey, welcome in Back to the Futures. Back again here for the last time on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, Brandon Sprague, with my great co-host, Will the Thrill Ortner, just plowing down the stepmommies out in Dallas, Texas, living his best life, having a nice little weekend. Yeehaw, buckaroo. How was the weekend, Warner? How'd it treat you?
Dude, it was good. Ran around. I'm figuring out the barbecue scene down here, getting some wrecks, trying to find the right spots. And then, I did what every good, hard, cold-blooded American is doing, and that's sat on my couch, and I watched college football until I literally fell asleep on my couch. I started 11 watching the Ohio State and Texas game, and I ended about third quarter of the UW Colorado State game. Absolutely passed out right where I needed to be.
Yeah, I'll say this, and my alma mater is one of two in the entire old Power 5 conferences. One of two programs of all the teams that got absolutely ditched and left out for dead, and it's destroyed the program. Like, for me, it's never going to be anything special or magical unless NVIDIA nerd wants to step in and help us and support his alma mater that way. And so, like, if that's not going to happen, and it doesn't appear that it's going to, and oh, by the way, Zach's right, that Cal freshman quarterback, my God, my team's not good, but dear Lord, that kid looked good. I'll just say Pac-12 after dark, it did not hit. It did not hit. Yes, he is a transfer, a true freshman transfer. That's the world we live in now, but Pac-12 after dark just, it didn't hit the same way. You had Wazoo struggling against an Idaho team that nobody knows. Washington struggling forever with Colorado State. Oregon State getting mollywopped by Cal. Like, the Pac-12 after dark stuff kind of officially died in my mind. I'll be happy to stay up and watch my team probably play again as the season goes on. But week one college football is kicked off, my man. And there's a lot. There's a lot to get into. I want to ask you very quickly a programming question. This is our last show, by the way, on BetMGM. This is it. Back to the Futures will sunset after today. It has been a great honor and pleasure. I thank Kenny and Zach tremendously for all of the help and notes and corrections they've given us in our chats privately. And Will, you've been a great co-host. Did you watch all of Corso, some of Corso, or the end of Corso? And then I have a follow-up question to what you watched of Corso.
So I watched highlights of Corso. I used my newfound extra 2 hours in the morning. I'm used to the West Coast where college football starts at 9 a.m. It starts out at 11 a.m. over here. I used that time to get a nice lift in. And then because of a, let's call it a mailing kerfuffle, I had to go to a couple of UPSs and USPSs to go and try and track down a package. But I did end up right next to, and I found out that there's a nice USPS right next to the Cotton Bowl. So that is about the extent of what I watched at Corso. I watched the highlights of his whole spiel on my couch about, 13 minutes into the Texas-Ohio State game. So I missed a good chunk of it, unfortunately.
Okay. I missed a lot of it too for other reasons, but I caught the end, obviously saw the headgear pick. I could not have more respect for somebody in media than what he helped create with college football and cultivate and make popular. I found that not teary-eyed. I found it really hard to watch that. He was already pretty old, and I thought they should have sunsetted him, a couple years ago. And it felt like mean that they kept putting him out there. And then I watched that final headgear pick, and it was great. The crowd loved it. He picks the home team. He ends on a high. Every team he played and coached for won. Florida State, he called the upset. Like, it was Lee Corso day in college football, and he certainly deserves it. Like, I don't want this to come off as like I'm not a fan. I'm a huge Lee Corso guy. But, man, that was tough to watch because it just felt like he kind of was struggling to even talk. But I watched that. Did you watch any of Portnoy? Did Portnoy get you to watch, or do you not consume Portnoy content?
I consume Portnoy content, but I'm not a fan of Portnoy. My long-held belief on this is that they actually have the wrong guy from Barstool. I think it should be Big Cat. I think Big Cat watches more football. I think he's more appealing to the masses. Now, he might not have the same reach that Portnoy does. I think Portnoy is a name that people are going to hear. And, I do the whole, would my grandma know who he is? Would my mom know who he is? They definitely have a better shot of knowing who Dave Portnoy is than Dan Katz or Barstool Big Cat. But I think for the product as a whole, the better person and personality from Barstool would have been Big Cat. Big Cat doing it would have gotten me to tune in. I don't need to hear Dave do his spiel about how Michigan is better than Ohio State. I'm just kind of over it at this point. And when I want to hear that, I'll tune in when Ohio State loses or Michigan loses or when it's the big game week, when it's Ohio State versus Michigan. Otherwise, I don't really care. Corso got a little bit high. Like I said, I went back and I found the highlights, but that's really it. I don't care about either.
Yeah. That's fair. I'm with you. I didn't consume a second of Portnoy. I saw clips, and I'm like, I don't know. Look, I teach their own, but I don't understand it. I don't get it. But it's not for me. I'm not the demo audience. Let's start with Ohio State, the quote-unquote number 3 versus number 1, even though the rankings don't matter until the committee gives them out. But then we have to give rankings because people need numbers next to names to feel a certain way about it. But we know Ohio State and Texas are big players. Whether they're finished in the top 3 ranking, we have no clue. But it was the debut of Arch Manning, who I was told all offseason was, what did Feinbaum describe him as? The greatest quarterback since Tim Tebow, despite never really seeing him start a full season, and said he's one of the most skilled players of all time. He went 17 of 30 for $170, a touchdown, and a pick. They tried to run him 10 carries, 38 yards. I would also argue those stats are very misleading. It felt like he had about 40 yards until about 8 minutes to go in the game. Arch and Texas fall, can't convert on 4th downs, gets stuffed at the goal line. Ohio State wins kind of an ugly football game, defensive heavy, 14-7. What say you of the Arch Manning debut and the Buckeyes, defending champions, coming out knocking off Texas?
I think a couple things can be, said here. And just because I say one doesn't mean the other thing isn't as important. Like, I thought that Arch Manning was a disappointment, but I also don't necessarily think that that's all his fault. Like, when have the Mannings come out? When has Arch come out and been like, I am this superhero, I am this god, I am, it's been other people that are claiming greatness for him. And I do think that there were a couple throws that you saw where, hey, okay, I get it. I get some of the hype around him. There were some plays where he ran the football where it's like, okay, I get some of the hype around him. But if Arch was as good as, some of the other people in media were saying, he would have beat out Quinn Ewers last year. And so I do think that Quinn Ewers needs an apology. Quinn Ewers was fine last year, but he wasn't great by any stretch of the means. And Arch didn't beat him out. And I think you kind of saw why. At the same time, I also think that Matt Patricia was in his bag. Like, I thought Ohio State losing Knowles as their DC would have been a much bigger deal than it actually was, because how was Matt Patricia going to look? Like, for the most part, to my knowledge, he's really only been an NFL defensive coordinator. It's a different style. It's a different type of athlete that you're coaching. Can you get an 18-year-old to buy in is a lot different than can you get a 28-year-old with, a family to feed to buy in. And I felt like Matt Patricia went out, and the looks that he were giving that Texas offensive line, it was very difficult for them to move the football. I felt like Sark got out coached, and that doesn't happen very often. And it was because of what Patricia was doing. To have stunts where you're stunting a linebacker and a defensive lineman and they're on the same page, that's very difficult, because as a linebacker, that's like the 8th thing that they do. And like, most linebackers aren't practicing how to run the proper bingo twist or bingo stunt with a defensive lineman, yet they ran it to perfection. And you saw that Texas offensive line be really kerfuffled by it, and Arch be kerfuffled by it. So while Arch was disappointing, I also think we need to give more flowers to Matt Patricia and that defense. They gave up a lot of yards. When you go back and you look at the stats, it's like, hey, Texas gained the ball pretty well. The issue is Texas gained the ball between the 20s. They didn't finish drives the way they needed to be. And I agree with you. It was a little bit too late with some of their yardage and stuff like that. So I think that as much as Arch was disappointing, Matt Patricia was very, very good.
On the other side, I think a lot of people that were hesitant to pick Texas coming in, or maybe they're just not believers in Texas for the Sark reason. Sark, once upon a time, running joke out here is Sark used to be Latin for 7 and 5 because he went to UW. And look, I do think changing UW from a winless, heartless, nothing of culture program to 7 and 5, 8 and 4, that takes hard work, man. And I don't think we ever give that enough credit. And then the USC thing fell on his face, and he had to rehabilitate his image. And I think he's a great coach. I do. I do think he's battling a little bit of red zone goal line demons. That goal line call on 4th down was just horrific. Mm-hmm. You're going to quick sneak past an Ohio State defensive line that's just riddled with 5 stars. I don't buy it. So I think he needs to figure out those, but those are the reasons that people don't buy Steve Sarkisian. And so I think for that reason, I'm willing to buy Texas stock. I still think Texas can lose another game and find themselves in an SEC title game. It's a long season. They're still uber talented. I'm not out on Arch in any way. Underwhelming debut, sure, but first debut, we'll see how it goes from here. I don't know about you. I had no idea. I was not even remotely aware he's a sidearm thrower, or am I like, did he just? The thing with quarterbacks is like Rodgers' throwing motion in college at Cal versus Green Bay, it changed where he held the ball, he held it up by his helmet at Cal, and then he became more of a down in the chest area pocket passer. I don't know if it's just bad mechanics that he was falling into, but like he looked like Uncle Rico throwing a steak over those mountains. Like he was slanging and flinging it sidearm, and like at some angles that's okay, but it felt like he kind of like relied on it. And I just admittedly, I had no idea he was such a sidearm thrower of the football, which if that's going to be the case, man, I might be out on Texas if that's the case, because you're not going to be able to get away with that, man. Like that's just like, it's a very hard throw and angle to be able to get away with and continue to win games.
Agreed. And in my eyes, I don't remember that being through. Like, I don't remember people saying anything like that. So I wonder if, like, did he mess with his mechanics? in the offseason. Or again, sometimes when you get a bunch of pressure in your face, you'll see a lot of quarterbacks throwing off their back foot or trying to throw sidearm, trying to throw into different windows. I wonder if, that defense got to him. They got to him early in this game. And I wonder if mentally, not to do the same Darnold thing, but maybe he was seeing ghosts out there. And so instead of stepping into throws and throwing the ball the right way and the correct way, he was throwing off his back foot and he's throwing sidearm. Frankly, I think early on in this game, you could see how nervous he was. That very first drive, the very first pass he had a guy wide open for a nice, easy 15-yard gain. It was the tight end. All you got to do is put it on the guy, and he skipped it 5 yards in front of him. I wonder, too, to a degree, if, hey, maybe the moment was a little bit too big. Like, that's a big-time game for a fifth-year senior to be going into and to perform at a high level. Now you're asking a guy let's be real. It's his first real start. He had a couple starts last year. He played, the school for the poor, and then he played the school for just slightly better than poor. Like, I think you get to this point with him where there's a rush to judgment. And if Texas would have won the game and he comes back and he looks good at the end of the game, we're going to start crowning him as a god. And because they lost and he looked like he had some struggles, it's instant that he's horrible. I just don't know where it falls.
A couple minutes left in this segment with some college football. Bama falls to Florida State, and they didn't just fall. They got destroyed. They couldn't block anybody. Their D-line and their front seven got pushed around. 250 yards on the ground for Florida State with Tommy Castellanos, who came from Boston College and talked a lot of S, and he certainly backed it up. Oregon stomped Montana State. Georgia had no problem. LSU gets a great win in the Clemson Death Valley on the road. Penn State has no problems. Here's your updated title odds at BetMGM. Ohio State plus 500, Penn State 6-1, Texas still 7-1 with Georgia, Oregon 9-1, and LSU 11-1. Yesterday changed your feelings of title odd teams?
No, I think Ohio State last year showed us that you can go into the tournament and the playoffs as, this reeling team that's, I don't want to say that they're lucky to get in there, but that Ohio State team had no business losing to Michigan. And yet not only do they lose to Michigan, but then they go on a run and they dominate. Even the games that were close, like the Texas and Notre Dame game, I never really felt like Ohio State wasn't going to win those games. And it's game one of the year. Like, Arch can get better. Julian Saint, honestly, I didn't think he played all that well. Like, that Ohio State team can get better. Jeremiah Smith had a couple of drops, Who's to say that Alabama doesn't figure it out? Remember a couple years ago when they had to bench Jalen Milroe and they were looking for other players? Look, I get what you're saying. I can see it in your face. But how often do we look at the end of September and go, this team is a title contending team? And then by the time it's November, they have 3 losses and they're completely out. So I wouldn't say it changes anything for me, but I definitely have some new, I guess I need my eye on certain things, and they need to improve more than what you showed in week 1.
Give just a couple quick carryover thoughts on college, and then we'll pivot. We'll get into some NFL pretty hardcore. It starts this coming week on Thursday. One of the teams playing traded a big player, so we'll talk about that. We got a loaded show, our final Back to the Futures here on the BetMGM Network. We're back with a little more college football and some NFL chatter as week 1 NFL season is upon us. It's here. It's finally here. Brandon Sprague, Will Ortner, Back to the Futures, back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. And let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we got a lot to get to. It's time to zero in on every snap. Activate your odds boost token on any college football bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. BetMGM, the BetMGM Network, back to the futures here. Miami, Notre Dame still 0-0. Miami had a botched snap, though, on a field goal attempt. They turned the ball over. Notre Dame has done next to nothing so far. And I would say just watching the game, it's early. It's very early. Miami looks like the better team. But, again, still early, and there's no score. So maybe Miami will end up being the better team who doesn't win. That'd be very Mario Cristobal-esque of them to do that down at Hard Rock. We have a lot to get into in the National Football League, Will, because we have week one. We had massive trade. But I want to carry over just one more college football thought. I don't have a lot. I understand a lot of our audience It's NFL and nothing else for you. I totally get it. When I look at the odds at BetMGM, and some of these teams played patsies, so I think it's easier said than done. But I watched, my eyes, you watched a lot of college football when you're passing out on the couch with 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter and your eyes hurt. Like, that's when you watched a lot. That was me yesterday out here on the West Coast. And so having watched a ton of it, quad boxing, watching the big games by themselves on the big screen, I just think people need to go forward with, when you bet in college football, take odds. This is a year that no person will know 100% who's going to win it. It could be Ohio State, could be Texas, could be, Georgia. But don't let any person on television or radio try to act like they know. They don't know. They have zero clue. Paul Feinbaum is the king of the SEC, and he proclaimed Arch the best quarterback since Manning, despite seeing Joe Burrow and Cam Newton play football, despite seeing, countless others come in and have success. That dude said that, and he went and laid an absolute egg. So nobody knows. So I would look at Georgia. I would look at Oregon. I would look at LSU. I would say, like, when you're getting 7 to 9 to 11 to 1 odds, I'd be in on that. That's my only other takeaway. It's early. We don't know who's going to end up being great. To your point earlier, like, we always look back. Let's see how the dust settles by the end of this coming month, September, and then reevaluate. But right now, if I was betting futures, I'm betting futures with slightly longer odds and not jumping into the favorites category. So Georgia, Oregon, LSU, 7-1, 9-1, 11-1. Those are odds. I'd even put Clemson still in that. I didn't think they played great, but they were right there. I'd put those kinds of teams. I'd bet those ones.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think the shotgun approach is always going to be the best when you're betting futures anyways, quarter unit on 4 or 5 different things, so that way you're guaranteeing some money back. When I look at this year, I couldn't agree with you more. Like, if I told you that LSU beat Clemson a week ago, you would be like, oh, well, then Garrett Nussmeier played out of his mind. No, actually, you know who played out of his mind? Harold Perkins and that defense. They were flying all over the place. Hey, if I told you that the Ohio State defense was the ones that came in and absolutely shut down Texas, that might not entirely surprise you, but maybe the way that it looked would have. And with some of the other teams, like, we know what Penn State really is. Like, they always dominate the weak teams. Do we really know what Oregon is? Don't get me wrong. I'm out here telling you that DeCorian Moore is the next great wide receiver in college football, and I do believe that. But I also saw him play against Montana State. UW struggled a little bit with Colorado State. That's a team that people are talking about as a long shot for the playoff, but a fair shot for the playoff, right? Like, is this just, hey, it's first week jitters and this is what it looks like right now? Or is this something that's going to, take the entire year to figure out? And at this point now, with the extended playoff, it really is 2 seasons. So who's going to be the healthiest and whose best players are going to be the healthiest at the end of the year? Because Ohio State showed us last year, it doesn't matter how you get in. Get in and then figure it out from there.
Yeah, I think the portal's just changed the game so much. I think some coaches are suffering from it and other coaches are taking advantage of it, and some coaches are up and down because of it. And so, like, you see Alabama lose, and look, I'll be the first to tell you, big Kalen DeBoer fan, thought that was a slam dunk hire, and it's been a disaster. According to their standards, it's been a disaster, and I just don't know if he's going to be able to rally that team. That team just looked, and I know they're dealing with some injuries and some flu, but that team they did not look anywhere close to the Alabama toughness. But then I also remember Saban's last year. He's gift wrapped a playoff appearance when he shouldn't have been. It should have been Florida State. And so, like, what are we saying about Alabama if Saban retires and they don't make the playoff his last year? And so I just think there's a process here where he's not going to get fired. It's $69 million at the end of the year to buy that dude out, plus whatever you have to pay to go get the next big coach. You kind of have to just figure this stuff out. And so I think a lot of programs are sitting in the same situation of, it costs too much. It's already a big money league, big money game. It's really just going to depend on matchups and who can get right. And we'll have to wait and see on that one. But I think I just look around the landscape of stuff and I say, man, legitimately pretty wide open. again, we'll have to wait and see, but I think it's pretty wide open. Let's get to the NFL. We got a week 1 starting this Thursday, and then we have a YouTube game Friday. Remember, that's a YouTube-only game, which should be a little concerning because the YouTube stream of Travis Kelce, Jason Kelce, and Taylor Swift crashed when there was like 6 million people, 10 million people. The NFL game is probably going to register close to 20. Like, do they have the infrastructure to support that? I am legitimately concerned of Chargers Chiefs. And then we've got 7 hours of commercial-free football on Sunday, followed by Monday. Micah Parsons traded. You're in Dallas. I didn't think he would trade him. I thought it was just a tactic to get people to watch his documentary on Netflix, and he was going to pay him late like everybody else, and they traded him. So, like, 1, what do you do with Green Bay? And 2, just what was the reaction like? You're in Dallas, Texas, so, like, what was it like in the city?
I'm not going to lie. I was worried for people's health and safety. As soon as it came across, I was still in the office. There was a big, loud, like, scream. For a second, I thought, like, someone had died or maybe there was some injury. And then it came across all of our desks that Micah Parsons had been traded. When you have a city that already is hurt because a different superstar in a different sport that was kind of the face of your franchise, and to be honest, I think it's fair to say Micah Parsons was the face of the Cowboys just as much as Luka was the face of the Mavericks. There were a lot of hurt feelings that came up and came back in a passion. I'm surprised too. I thought it was one of those things where Jerry's doing his thing, riling everybody up, and then he was going to do the same thing that he did with Dak, right? Where he gets everyone all fired up, and then on Monday or Tuesday of game week, he announces that there's a new contract and he paid him more than anybody else, and everything went the way that it was supposed to. But I think in my eyes, that means that this is more so on Micah than anybody else. He was just done with it. It sounds like what Jerry tried to do is basically just bring Micah in and say, Micah, this is the contract we're going to offer, and we're going to work together. And Micah's like, no, man. I do this a certain way, and I do it with my representatives. And if you're not going to do that, then I don't want any part of this, and I want to get out of here. And so good for him. But at the end of the day, and I had a piece on this with the new company that I'm with, does this trade really make the Packers a Super Bowl champion or a Super Bowl contender in your eyes? Like, does Micah Parsons going to Green Bay drastically change how you view that team? And does it drastically change how you view the Dallas Cowboys? Because I honestly don't really think it changes how I view either team. Green Bay's going to be a playoff team. Cowboys probably not. I don't think Green Bay makes it to the Super Bowl, whether they have Micah Parsons or whether they don't have him.
Okay. Couple things there. They paid Deron Bland today, their DB. They gave him a 4-year, $92 million deal. So I love that they're like, we're not going to pay that guy. We're going to pay the other guy. 47 on average is pretty high, but he's also like historically elite and great. And there's a lot of metrics out there. It's basically like when he plays, they're one of the best defenses. When he's off the field, they're terrible. They're like dead last. So you can pin their defensive woes on him the way Jerry did, or you can have context and say, no, the numbers actually bear out that he's great. Did it elevate Green Bay for me? Look, the NFL is about health. So, like, if he's not healthy, that's obvious. All this is going to age terribly, right? If he's healthy and he's playing and they're largely unscathed, yeah. Like, why? Why would it not? Him and Rashawn Gary, I think they got good DB play in Nixon and Kenny. Like, they've got weapons now, right? They've got a running back. They've got tight end play. They've got wide receivers. Jordan Love, like when he plays, he's good. I don't know if he's great, but he's pretty good. And their coach is known or regarded as one of the better offensive minds in the sport. Never mind the fact he's never been to a Super Bowl, and some coaches get held to that standard. Kyle Shanahan. And other coaches just like, oh, you lost in a wild card round. No big deal, man. You'll be back next year. I just love the standard we have in that sport. But yeah, like how is that team not supposed to be in the NFC title game? At a minimum, like you lay out right now, we can talk about odds. I don't even care about the odds. You lay out to me who, when you look at rosters, you think has better roster than Green Bay. Philly, obviously. Yeah. And then Detroit. But maybe. Detroit lost to coordinators, and people want to be like, I don't know, man. Okay, so I'll give you even Detroit. Then who? Because that's why I think you should bet them. Is you look at the NFC, and if everybody stays healthy, which they won't, it's like they're not even the favorite to win their division. I'll take that. But also, the NFC to me is not overly strong. So, yeah, I think that move elevates them. And at a minimum, they should be the NFC title game if everybody's healthy. So, yeah, I do. I thought that was a big move. Dallas is whatever. Like, I don't trust teams with ownership like that. But Green Bay, for me, I thought, yeah, I'd throw a flyer on their Super Bowl odds.
I don't hate that they made the move. I want that part clear. Like, if you're going to take a swing, coming from a Portland Trailblazer fan for a team that was very comfortable just getting into the playoffs and making it a round or two, like, I'd rather have a team take a swing like Green Bay. But in my eyes, like, getting Micah Parsons didn't make you the number one team to come out of the NFC. They may have made you the second best team to come out of the NFC, maybe. But I just look at this sport, and I feel like we've done this song and dance before with a big name trade or a big name free agent for every position but the quarterback one. Now, if you wanted to tell me that, there was a big swing and you got in a quarterback, well, then it's a different conversation, right? We've seen it work in free agency with Tom Brady going to Tampa Bay, and then that leads to them winning a Super Bowl. We saw it in a trade market where, LA, they make the trade for Matt Stafford. It leads to them going and winning a Super Bowl. And honestly, you can make the argument that it was the best thing for Detroit as well, because now they have a new QB who's taken them to new heights, hasn't gotten them to the Super Bowl, but has done well for them. I look at this edge rusher position, and don't get me wrong, he can create a lot of havoc, and he is clearly a defensive player. I'm not saying that that's not what he is. I just don't know if there's one position room that has as much of an effect that you should make a big swing like this. Now, this isn't to say that if Micah Parsons stays healthy through the whole year, maybe this team in Green Bay, like, they do end up going on and winning the Super Bowl, and I look like a gigantic moron. But in my eyes, there's just a lot more that could go wrong, and I think Vegas backs this up with me. Like, when you looked at Green Bay's odds, I'd be interested to know how much it jumped, because I guarantee it jumped more than 2.5 games. So if he's only worth one extra win, was this team one win away from being a Super Bowl champion in your eyes before him?
His Super Bowl odds, or their Super Bowl odds, were 13-1 after the trade. And I want to say, I was actually, shout out our well, going to be former co-host, but our coworker, Nick Costos, who I'm a big fan of. He's on a radio show out here whenever we can on You Better You Bet. Like, I saw a clip of him, and the poor guy, like, we've all been in the situation where he's like, there's no way they're trading him. No way. And maybe 20 minutes later, it was announced that he got traded. And I was like, ooh. So I turned on the show, because Costos does a great job. That wasn't meant as shade. And it's basically him, and he had a guy on, and the guy was like, their odds barely moved. So, like, to your point, the overall metrics of this are like, well, it adds one game more. I totally get that. But I also, I like good football players. So would I prefer to have Rashawn Gary and Micah Parsons in a playoff game with Baker Mayfield? Yeah, I would. I think it would help a lot. And so, you got to look at Philly, and Philly's different. Their roster's a little more elite and filled out. But if you have elite edge rushing and your defensive line is unblockable, man, it's a wrap. So I moved Green Bay in that. I thought they were a wild card team before the trade, and I look at the rosters now and I say, if Parsons is healthy and playing, how many teams clearly have better stuff than that? And it's hard to come up with a lot in the NFC. It's what makes the NFC special and fun is it could be wide open, or it could be dominance yet again by the Philadelphia Eagles. Overall, I don't mind them taking a swing. Salary cap percentage spending, when you spend it on like 3 players, we'll see how that goes for Green Bay. But the history is not great in that regard, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's talk some more week 1 and NFL futures. We wrap it up next. We got Back to the Futures, Will Ortner, Brandon Sprague. We wrap it up next on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Well, this is going to do it for us, man. Like, sad, but also excited. I'll get my Sundays back. I remember when we started this show, I had no idea I was going to get a show. I did a demo thing, and somebody called and was like, hey, we have this slot. You want to do it? And I was like, sure, that sounds great. And so, like, when I started this show with Travis Thomas, I was doing the show underneath a staircase. It was like literally a Harry Potter bedroom. I was under a staircase because it was a perfect area. Oh, my camera's moving now. A perfect area for like doing content because it was a closed room, small, perfectly fit. And now I'm in my bedroom. And since obviously I've moved a couple times, and it's just like, it's weird to think that it's gone or that it's done. But this is our final segment of the show. Back to the Futures. It'll be sunset here. I don't know what's going to be like playing in this time slot per se, but whether it's just replay or old content or streaming games, I don't know. But this is going to be it for us. And so I want to do a quick shout out to Andrew and Zach and Kenny and everybody at BetMGM. Obviously used to be the BetQL. And so we've morphed and we've grown, and the BetMGM partnership has been fantastic and great. And the network's going to continue to thrive. And so it's just been an honor to do this for 4+ years. And our final segment is right now. Miami scored a touchdown. They're up 7-0 on Notre Dame. Notre Dame's quarterback looks awful. By the way, it's Lloyd Carr's grandson, formerly of Michigan. That's a fun fact about CJ Carr. But 7-0 first half, Miami, Notre Dame, the Catholics versus the Convicts rivalry game that we have down in Florida. Let's do this. Let's go through week one. Let's just pick games. YOLO. Last segment of the year, Ortner. Let's just pick games, okay? So let's start Thursday Night Football. I can't believe, Zach, you need to double check this because I got this line at 7.5, and I still comfortably bet it. It says on my show sheet, Philly is only a 7-point favorite against Dallas at home. Super Bowl champs, banner-raising night. No Micah Parsons. Dak is back. Where are you going? Week one, Thursday night, season opener. Eagles hosting Cowboys, 7-point favorites.
Yeah, I think it's Eagles. I mean, yeah, they might have a little bit of a Super Bowl hangover, but in my eyes, there hasn't been a bigger dumpster fire this offseason than the Dallas Cowboys, and the Cleveland Browns certainly tried to be. I think they were in the running and they fought really hard, but Jerry and the rest of that crew over there in Dallas, or the rest of the crew over here in Dallas, I should say, have taken up that mantle and taken over that spot. I don't know how you bet anyone other than Philadelphia. In fact, I'm going to go into my phone as soon as we're done and make sure that I put that bet in.
7.5, by the way. It did move a half point. I got it at 7.5. I'll take the Eagles as well, 7.5 all day. Friday night, YouTube-only game in Brazil. So watch out for Vin Diesel and company stealing a safe from a bank. Chiefs against the Chargers. 3.5-point favorites. No Rashawn Slater in this one. Where are you at on the opening week Friday YouTube game, Ortner? Chiefs and Chargers.
I think that in this spot with it that close, if I'm going to bet anything, I think I bet KC. I think they're upset. I don't think that they love how last year went. I think I'm banking on you get a pissed off Kansas City team and you get a team that kind of knows you've got one real shot at this in this current iteration. I think you're starting to see that changeover really click for Mahomes now, like it did in New England with Tom Brady when he went on to his second crew after he won his first 3 Super Bowls. I think they go in, and I do think they take care of business in a game that's going to be really sloppy. Maybe the under is the play as well in that one. I think it's around 46, 45.
45
that might be the play. That might be the play. Betting the under and just, I remember last year how that Brazil game looked. It was atrocious. You're playing on a soccer field, not a football field. It is for men that are that big, that strong, that fast, that physical. Maybe the under is the better play.
This feels like a game where I take the Chargers because it's the hook and Kansas City scores a touchdown. They go up 5 and Justin Herbert has a pass tipped and it's picked and that's the game. And I go, Of course, when I bet against the Chiefs, they always cover the line because that would be the history of things. I tend to like that underplay because I remember that turf stuff. Remember that injured Jordan Love. That was a big debatable moment between Green Bay and Philadelphia last year. I'm going to do it. I'll kick myself when I'm watching it, but I'll take the hook. I'll bite. I don't care what I just said. I'll take the Chargers plus the 3.5. Let's go barking. Let's get to this one. Bucks at Falcons, the debut of Michael Penix Jr. Will the Falcons be reloaded or will he be a dud? Bucks on the road, 2-point favorites.
I'm buying Falcons, and maybe it's just because I've been doing a lot of research on them. Now, they do have their right tackle, Caleb McGarry. He's out for the year. I still like James Pierce Jr.
I remember that's the blind side because Penix is a lefty.
Exactly. And that is an issue. That being said, that is a stronger than people give them credit for offensive line. I thought Michael Penix, I understand that he only played in a couple games. I thought he looked pretty well. I like James Pierce Jr. Sounds like he's flying around all training camp. I like the Walker kid out of Georgia. And when I look at this team, like, I think Tampa Bay is very good. I just think that this might finally be the year that Atlanta jumps over them. I mentioned all these people, and I didn't even mention Atlanta's best offensive weapon, and that's Bijan Robinson. The amount of different things he can do out of that backfield, like, watch out. And maybe I'm going to be kicking myself. But I think I'm taking the plus 2.5.
I like it. It's I don't think there's a hook there, but I like that you're still taking the Falcons as a home dog. Is Bijan their best offensive player? He's better than Drake London?
If there's a debate for that, I feel even better because I like Drake London a lot. I think what you can do out of Bijan and with Bijan, we haven't really seen the full extent that he can be, because I think he's just as talented catching the ball as Jahmyr Gibbs. And look at what Jahmyr Gibbs has done for Detroit. Now we get Bijan to actually have that opportunity.
Don't worry, man. Kyle Pitts is finally going to hit. Hey, quickly, let me ask you on this. I kind of lean the over, but do you think week 1 in the NFL is going to be like college football where the offenses come out the gate sluggish and slow, or are the overs going to hit automatically? I think this is a high-scoring game, but I'm also remembering I think it was a Thursday night game where somehow the Falcons came back. Kirk Cousins did like the dirty bird, and then he was benched a couple weeks later. This feels like a good rivalry in that division. I kind of also lean the Falcons at home in this one, getting points. Do you think the overs or the unders are going to come out week 1 victorious?
I think the unders will, but that's also just my natural inclination. Like, if I have a game that I want to watch, like if I know, like, hey, Miami, Notre Dame, it's going to be on the main TV, I'm going to watch it. It's very rare that I don't responsibly bet on a game like that. If I don't have a true bet where I'm like, okay, I feel real good about Notre Dame or feel real good about Miami, I usually slam the under early on in the football season.
Revenge Rodgers game, Steelers at Jets. Steelers 3-point favorites in New Jersey. I felt great about the Jets in the offseason, and then I watched Justin Fields play. My God, I don't know what they're going to do. They don't have a quarterback, but I also saw Aaron Rodgers be terrible. Where are you at? Steelers -3 at the Jets.
I don't like any of this. I think if I'm going to bet anything, again, I think I'm betting the total. I hate where the total's at, 38.5. Doesn't this just feel like a stinky, gross game? Doesn't this feel like a 14-10 type of game? It feels like, it's going to be won by the defense, not because the Steelers have like this unbelievable offense that the Jets are going to be able to shut down defensively. It's just like the Jets aren't incompetent when it comes to defense. Aaron Glenn, I think, is a good defensive mind. Steelers are always going to be good defensively. I think I lean towards the under, but I don't love watching this game.
Yeah, this one's going to be a tough one to call. I understand people that are going to want to take the Jets as a home dog. I kind of lean with you. I think I bet the under in this one. I'll watch because I'm curious, but I don't know. I don't feel great about it. Dolphins at Colts. I cocky bet this one a couple weeks ago. I said, give me an alternate line. Dolphins -5. I think they're going into this game as an underdog. 1.5 is what I'm seeing on show sheet. Colts -1.5. I thought it was the other way, but that's fine. Where are we at?
The Colts are -1.5?
That's what my show sheet says. I've had Zach confirm that, but he usually does a pretty good job at putting the favorite next to the team, and it says Colts -1.5. Daniel Jones.
Let me slam the Dolphins. Responsibly, of course. I am going to slam the Dolphins. I will never bet on the Colts this year.
Don't blame you for that. Here's the reason I'm high on the Dolphins. Early season, controlled environment weather-wise. That is when the Dolphins thrive. They usually fall apart after that. I'll also take the Dolphins. Panthers at Jags, -3. Jacksonville at home, 3-point favorites.
Give me Carolina. I don't believe in Jacksonville. I think that Trevor Lawrence's arm has fallen off. When you have 2 shoulder injuries on your throwing arm, I don't think you magically get better.
Yeah, I'll also take the points, but I would also lean the under 45.5. I think these defenses are going to get after each other. I like it. I think I can see Jacksonville making life miserable for Bryce Young a little bit. I'm going to take the under of 45.5. Giants at the Commanders, the debut, year 2, Jaden Daniels and company. Commanders 6.5-point favorites.
On that one, I think I'm going to lean towards the under again, and not necessarily for any other reason other than I think that the Commanders' defense is going to be much improved. And I don't know that I buy the Giants' offense. Again, Russell Wilson was great 5 years ago. I don't know that he's even halfway decent now. If the Commanders get out to a halfway decent lead, I think that this game stays under. I also think that if the Giants are able to keep it close, this game is going to go under. I don't see a world where it turns into a shootout. So in my eyes, either the Commanders blow them out and it stays under, or the Giants keep it close and it's, again, a low-scoring affair. I like the under.
Not going to get to all the games because we're out of time, but very, very quickly, Will. Rivalry game for the show, Niners at Seahawks. Niners 2.5-point favorites, week 1. Where are we at?
I like my Seahawks, man. I think they're going to keep this game close. I think you're going to see an offense that runs the ball, and when they're throwing it, it looks like a lot of their run plays. I like the defense that they have built out there in Seattle, and I think San Francisco has to be worried about their wide receiver room again. There's just so many injuries.
Feels like the right time for Seattle to get San Francisco, but I'm going to bet my team. Very quickly, where can people find you, Will, the company you work for? Come on, say it now. It's over.
Yeah, I'll put the hat on. I'm over at Chat Sports. You can head on over to Seahawks Today and tune into videos. I got Seahawks content coming out every day.
There we go. Good stuff. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Zach, so much. Thank you to BetMGM for allowing me to do a show. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. And, enjoy the football season, guys. I'll talk to you never. Just kidding. Have a good night. Bet responsibly and have a lot of fun. This is Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise of their ballin' edition of BetMGM tonight, and a happy opening night to you and yours in the National Football League. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Hashtag Tequila Thursday, which demands what? Bartender, pour us about a dozen shots right now. It's time to party. The long off season is officially over, and of course, we got a locked and loaded program for you tonight. Bets, and more bets, and of course, going to be working in some fantasy spins as well. Of course, we're going to be breaking down our cards all Thursday night football all the time here momentarily between the Dallas Cowboys and Philadelphia Eagles. Chris Franklin, who I think is going to be at the game in the city of Brotherly Shove, is going to be joining us, breaking everything down. Fly, Eagles, fly. What wide receiver might have a maximized matchup tonight? How does he feel about Saquon Barkley? Will we get a little Will Shipley this evening? And there are props available out on him on BetMGM right now. We're going to break it all down with Chris Franklin coming up here in Seg 2. Then Parlay Pete is going to strut on over, get his parlay of the day on the board. We're going to say hello to our little friend. Roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice, and working some bonus time wagers as well. Then we're going to go to college football, another batch of week 2 games, and we're going to ask a question as we've been doing all week long to Ryan Horvat. You got to fade or you got to follow, and we got some marquee matchups to dive into, so you don't want to miss that if you want some action on the junior circuit, followed by Fantasy Flames at running back, followed by Fantasy Flames at wide receiver and tight end. Then we're getting down with our dude Rob Brown, talking all things college football and also the NFL, followed by tequila shots, all plus money all the time. Coming up in Seagate, could be college football related, could be in the NFL, and I got some delectable, delicious, oh so tasty player props available, plus money I'm going to share in that segment. And two, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to share your favorite Thursday night football bet, Don't be shy. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this. Pick a pass catcher who logs 100-plus receiving yards in the Thursday night football season opener between Dallas and Philadelphia. These odds, of course, pulled from BetMGM. Your choices are CeeDee Lamb at plus 210, A.J. Brown at plus 230, George Pickens at plus 425, or Devontae Smith at plus 475. So far, exactly 200 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise. We'll read them a little bit later on the show. On X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Of course, we've had a ton of news that unloaded earlier today in the NFL, so it's time for Choose Your Own Adventure. We're bringing my esteemed colleague right now, Ryan Horvath. And Horvy, here are your options tonight. Option number 1, Jim Harbaugh on the Rich Eisen Show reveals Omarion Hampton is going to be his week 1 starter down in Brazil. The over-under right now at BetMGM rush yards is 47.5, just to keep that in mind. Option number 2, Juwan Jennings signed a contract extension with $3 million in playing time incentives included. He is on track to play despite the tender calf. Week 1 in Seattle. His over-under right now at BetMGM is at 49.5 receiving yards. And last, and maybe certainly least, Christian Kirk is not going to be in uniform this week. He's nursing a tender hamstring. That news came out about an hour and a half ago. He will miss the week 1 matchup against the LA Rams. So out of Omarion Hampton, the starter on Friday night, down the south of the equator, Juwan Jennings being a man who just got paid and is going to be in uniform in week 1, or Christian Kirk, who will not be in uniform, so that means somebody else will have to rise the occasion. Which of those 3 do you want to dig on? Choose your own adventure.
This one's tough. So I did kind of figure that Omarion Hampton was going to be the guy. I would only play the over at 47.5 rush yards, even against a tough Chiefs defense. Juwan Jennings, we talked about this. This happened in the final hour last night. You know, originally I thought maybe I would take the over because the reports are maybe Ricky Pearsall isn't ready to be wide receiver number 1 entering year 2, especially against this tough Seattle secondary. But I don't know, man. Juwan Jennings now, I know he just got paid, but trying to ramp back up, get back out there week 1 against a really good secondary. I don't know if I would touch the receiving yards. Christian Kirk, though. I want to hit on this one really quick because it's Christian Kirk. He's hurt, water wet, right? A tender hammy. I actually played Jaden Higgins today. The over on his receiving yards, 28.5, minus 114. Ooh. Not the best matchup, but Nico Collins is probably going to get bracket coverage, see a lot of double teams, you would figure. So I kind of like that number, man. I thought that would be, in the mid-30s now with this Kirk news, and you could still get it, 28.5. I think that's where you could still get it at right now. So even though he's a rookie, I like that one quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent call there on Jaden Higgins. Guy can get dirt cheap because there's no guarantee that Christian Kirk is going to return in week 2. And we know what? Soft tissue issues for the win. They nag, they linger, they are bothersome. So this is an injury that could flare out really throughout the entire year. Remember, Christian Kirk was brought in to primarily work out of the slot for the Texans and be that safety valve to alleviate some of the pressure, the heat, and the constant duress that C.J. Stroud usually felt last year. And, of course, you still have question marks about the offensive line, but he got Noel. He can obviously work out the slot. Higgins can work outside in the slot also, but with that long and lanky frame, he is somebody that is sure to benefit. Might be a surprise sensation, if you will, week 1 against the L.A. Rams. Good stuff there. And, yeah, nobody should be remotely at all shocked about Omarion Hampton. We just discussed all of that in all of its gory detail last night right here on BetMGM tonight. It was all smoke and mirrors. It was a misleading headline by ESPN, pure clickbait that, Najee Harris is going to be the starter. Oh, yeah, sure, pal. I really, Jan, did you get that right? No, they didn't, because that was not straight from the horse's mouth. We heard it today on the Rich Eisen show that Omarion Hampton is going to be the main man. Have no worries. I think he's going to get at least 15 grips on the ground against KC, though KC rather formidable in the trenches. So we'll see how he plays, and hopefully he shows up and shows out. And by the way, too, I also love the over on 47.5 rush yards there at BetMGM. All right, let's get after it on this opening night of the NFL regular season with our cards. These are our top 3 plays of the evening. Of course, we're always tracking our work. So, Harvey, serve me up a winner. What do you got at numero uno?
Hopefully this is a winner. We had a good start to the college football season. You always want to start 1-0 in the NFL, but I don't know, man. This one might be tough. So right now you can get Dallas 8.5 minus 110. I'll take the dog. They're going to have to protect Dak. They're going to have to make sure he does not get decapitated like Pat Mahomes almost was in that Super Bowl against this Eagles front. The Eagles do lose a little bit on the defensive line. I think they're actually going to be better. I do worry a little bit about their safeties. More on that later. But you got Cooper DeJean. You have Quinyon Mitchell, who was an absolute stud as a rookie. You would figure he's only going to be better year 2 in the Vic Fangio defense. But, I don't really worry about Dallas on the offensive side of the ball, except for protecting Dak in their run game. But you have Pickens, who gives CeeDee Lamb and Dak a much-needed vertical threat. Jake Ferguson didn't catch a touchdown last year. I think he has a bounce-back year. And it's just more of a number play, right? I'm not the biggest trends guy, but if you look at the last 9 years, Road Dogs have covered at a 59% rate week 1. It's a divisional matchup. Nobody wants to buy Dallas right now after Jerry Jones lost his damn mind and traded away Micah Parsons. They might be better against the run with Kenny Clark, but I don't know, man, because you got to hold up against Jalen Hurts and Saquon. I'll take the 8.5 with the Cowboys, and hopefully in 4 hours I'm not regretting this decision.
The line's already moved right now at BetMGM. Maybe you're moving it, my man. It's down to 8. I wouldn't be surprised if it winds up like minus 7.5 come kickoff. Maybe the ultra rock bottom could be minus 7. I feel that Dallas will find a way to score the cover because the back door is always wide open in the fourth quarter, and they could come out somehow like a rose there in garbage time. Numero uno on my card tonight. This is a bet I've shared earlier this week, and I'm going to quadruple down on it. Give me the Saquads. They're going to flex Mr. Barkley out of the gate. 20-plus rush yards in the first quarter. Grab that at a minus 120 juice there at BetMGM. Again, last year, Saquon Barkley averaged 5.5 yards per carry in the first quarter, along with 24.6 rush yards per game. He had 31 carries for $167 last time he faced Dallas a season ago, and he crushed the over in the first quarter on the necessary 20 yards prop. You look at Dallas, they are projected to be a bottom half rush defense. They were number 31 in rush EPAD last year. They just traded away, of course, one of the best defensive ends in the NFL in Micah Parsons. You throw in two that Barkley was number 17 yank per attempt last year, number 7 in total missed tackles force. Again, he's going to come storming out of the gate. I say he goes for at least 20 rush yards in the first quarter at a minus 120 juice. Numero dos on your card. Harvey, serve it up.
All right, hopefully this correlates with Dallas covering the 8.5. Maybe it is a backdoor score, and maybe it's a Dak Prescott touchdown pass. I'll go over 1.5 passing touchdowns. BetMGM has this right now, plus 110. Saw it earlier at plus 115, but just bet it late. Obviously the Eagles are, like you said, Dallas has a little bit of money, so they're down to 8, but Dallas is going to be trailing most likely in this game without Micah Parsons. And as good as Philadelphia's defense is going to be, they do have a couple new starters. Defensive back, they got Ringo coming in, and then Sidney Brown is going to start at safety. Neither had a coverage grade last year over 70. Again, I really like the Eagles this year, but I think Dak could throw 2 touchdown passes. 2 years ago when he was actually healthy, led the league in touchdown passes, took a stab with that bet at 16-1. So let's get 2 tonight, plus 110 against this Philly secondary.
Yeah, excellent call, and I think it's going to come probably late in the game, so you're going to be pulling up in all the wrong places, but eventually you're going to be wiping that brow because you're going to be celebrating a victory. And shout out to the ILL there in Sydney Brown. Numero dos on my card, or the bet I shared earlier in the week. I'm going to grab it again. Jahan Dotson. I took on the over 5.5 receiving yards. Right now, that line's at 7.5 receiving yards at a minus 110 juice at BetMGM, and I would still play the over. Dotson averaged 23.4 routes per game over his last 8 games a season ago, including the playoffs. So a guy that saw a lot of action in 3 wide receiver sets. Yeah, he's getting scraps off the table from A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, to a certain extent, Dallas Goedert as well, but probably going to get a lot of Trayvon Diggs when he is on the field in coverage, who only ranked number 82 in coverage grade last season, according to Pro Football Focus, and also has been battling through a tender knee issue this week. So Dotson, all I need is just one stinking catch, and I feel we're going to cash on the over 5.5 or 7.5 receiving yards. Hopefully that one will hit without a sweat early on. Otherwise, I'll be crying tears, not my beer, naturally, of course, my tequila. It is a hashtag Tequila Thursday after all. Numero tres on your card, Mr. Horvat. Bring it home.
I like that bet quite a bit. He made me some money in the Super Bowl. Let's go with one. I feel like everybody has this prop, but I don't care. I'm going to go with George Pickens over 55.5 receiving yards. Last night, I gave out the anytime touchdown, which is plus 220. Also like that bet. We know Dak is going to look to push the ball down the field as long as they're able to protect him. Played 8 games last year. Almost 12% of his attempts went for 20-plus yards down the field. 4 touchdown passes, 4 drops. He just really hasn't had the vertical threat. That's not really CeeDee Lamb's game. 11.6 of his targets only went 20-plus yards downfield last year, only 15% the year before. Pickens was at 29% last year, 21% the year before. That's why you make a deal and you bring him in. You need a vertical threat to take the top off the defense, take some attention away from CeeDee Lamb on the opposite side. Let's go Pickens. Anything under 60, man, I like the over on his receiving yards tonight. And I like the longest reception that you gave out the other night as well.
Oh, and I'm giving it out again right now. Number trace on my card is the echo chamber. That is George Pickens. I'm on the over 22.5 yards on the longest catch at a minus 110 juice. He did this in a lucky number 13 times last year, averaging 15.3 yards per catch. That was top 15 in the league, top 15 in total air yards. And he was number 4 in deep ball targets, of course, with inferior quarterback and Russell Wilson and company in Pittsburgh. Dak is an upgrade. Going to see some of Dory Jackson, who's number 52 in pass coverage grade, according to PFF last year. George Pickens catches at least a bomb tonight. Love the over 22.5 yards on the longest catch. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Chris Franklin's talking Fly, Eagles, fly with us. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move, take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I think this game could be a slog. I think it could be the first to 20. And Simmons, yes, super talented, but first career road start, maybe a little bit of a sleepy spot going against one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in the SEC. I think this is a low-scoring, ugly game. I like the plus 125 for Simmons to only score 1 touchdown. I think Kentucky's going to keep everything in front like they did last year when these teams play. They didn't really let any of those explosive plays that Ole Miss usually has beat them. They made the Rebels work their way down the field. I think they do the same thing again on Saturday. And if they do, hopefully Ole Miss, if they do find the end zone, run it in instead of throwing it in. So I'll go under 1.5 passing touchdowns for Austin Simmons at plus 125. Let's go with DJ Lagway to have 300 or more passing yards against South Florida on Saturday at plus 180. So we're taking an alt on DJ Lagway's pass yards. Look, USF looked awesome against Boise last Thursday, right? Dominant performance. Especially in that second half, just completely blew away from them. USF wants to go fast, though, and I think that tempo at times could get them into trouble. Keep in mind, too, with Florida, their schedule is the hardest in the country. Their next two opponents after USF are LSU and Miami, and they still have to play Texas and Georgia and Florida State and Tennessee and a whole bunch more really good teams. So how many more games is Florida really going to be able to save DJ Lagway from some hits and make sure he's not taking any of those extra beating? I think this is one of those games. They really focus on Lagway in the pocket, and USF also wants to make Lagway beat them from the pocket. So I think Florida airs it out. I would look at DJ Lagway, 300 or more passing yards at plus 180. Justice Haynes, the running back for Michigan, who was terrific in their season opener against New Mexico, had nearly 160 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns for the Wolverines. His anytime touchdown price is plus 130 against Oklahoma. Now, I think Michigan is going to have a difficult time scoring in that game, but I also think Bryce Underwood's going to have a difficult time through the air. I think the times that Michigan does get it inside the red zone or inside the 10-yard line, they're looking for Haynes. I would expect 20 to 25 carries out of him. So Justice Haynes plus 130 to find the end zone. I think that's a good price in that Oklahoma-Michigan game.
Any other teams that stand out, whether it's win total, Super Bowl, where they can't stop betting them?
Yeah, definitely Denver. You know, Denver's a team that I bet over 5.5 wins last season. They started 0-2. There was a lot of trouble in paradise there, but they righted the ship. They actually ended up making the playoffs. And now everybody seems to be picking them again this season. More money came in on their win total yesterday at the book. They're a very popular week 1 play. I'm guessing they will be the number 1 play in Survivor this week, guys. We talked about Survivor. Denver is a team getting a lot of publicity, a lot of play in the futures market, but that is a really tough division. We think the Raiders are going to be better this year, and we know that the Chargers are going to be good, and obviously Kansas City is going to be in the mix for the Super Bowl again. So I would say Denver's a team. It's already, in my opinion, they're overpriced a little bit. I think there's probably a better place to go for your futures bets, but they're a very popular team. And then one team getting a lot of sharp play in the last, call it 10 days, is the New York Giants. The New York Giants over their win total. They got a lot of good players on defense. We'll see what happens at quarterback there. The Cowboys maybe taking a step back this season without Micah Parsons, but Washington and Philadelphia do look very good in that division. Giants do have a tough schedule, but there is a lot of talent there, and they were a massive underachiever last season. So it does make sense people will be looking to bet them over this year.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight on this opening night of the 2025 NFL regular season. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Hashtag Tequila Thursday. Bartender, keep the beverages flowing, baby. We're celebrating NFL officially being back, and it is glorious. We're certainly catching a buzz right now, and I'm not just talking about the tequila. I'm talking about the buzz of all the bets, the fantasy implications already at stake. We're going to be talking to Chris Franklin, getting some inside info on everything Fly Eagles Fly ahead of their opening season matchup against the interdivisional rival Dallas Cowboys. Before we bring Chris on, a friendly reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, if you want to share your favorite bets in Thursday Night Football as well, you absolutely can. All you got to do to contact the show is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also bring your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let's go out to the phone lines right now and bring on our guy, Chris Franklin. He's an NFL writer covering the Eagles, Giants, and Jets for NJ.com. A busy individual, to say the least. Make sure you give him a follow on X, where he's always giving it to you there. At C Franklin News, all one word, at C Franklin News on X. Chris, welcome to BetMGM tonight. Straight out of the gate from me, the pomp and circumstance the first NFL game is ever present this time each year. Philadelphia returns most of last year's Super Bowl team with almost the entire starting offense intact. Do you feel the offensive approach is going to be more of the same? The Eagles were the most run-heavy team in the league last year. Do you think Sirianni is going to experiment with anything different? If so, what is it?
Well, first off, thanks for having me on. The first thing I think they may do is you might see an uptick in passing just a bit, even with new offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo, the former passing game coordinator. I think, especially with teams, I think the one thing they're going to go into, we saw it a lot late last year, was teams starting to load the box even more, trying to stop Saquon Barkley. You saw the Chiefs do that, and look what happened. The Eagles started to bring things up and took the stop for A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith down the field. I wouldn't be surprised if they try a little bit now. It rained a little bit, but it looks like it's clearing up now. So I think you still see some aspects of the passing game a little bit more than maybe they do. And who knows, maybe we see Saquon Barkley utilized a little bit more in that aspect, try to free him up and get the ball in his hand.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the weather because I got it on the screen right now and it says thunderstorm. So as you said, it looks like it's going to clear up. Is there a matchup for Philadelphia? What's the most exploitable matchup in this game, either for Philadelphia on the offensive side of the ball or even Dallas? You know, if it's the two new players in the secondary, what do you think is the most exploitable matchup in this game, though?
I definitely think the one to watch tonight is going to be whether CeeDee Lamb or George Pickens against Adoree Jackson on the outside. You know, I say that with a thing you play a lot of zone. You see it look like a cover 3, well, cover 6 look, but Adoree Jackson's going to be on that field a lot, and he's going to have to be tested. He's going to be tested. We don't have Darius Slay anymore. You know, with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and with him now on the outside. One thing you got to watch as well, too, Pickens is in contract here. We all know about players in contract years with something to prove, and especially with this being opening night, you might be a little amped up. Adoree Jackson, when he was playing, especially that first preseason game, was trying to get that taste out of the mouth where he gave up a lot of stuff underneath, and it was a lot of vanilla looks, but it wasn't that great for the fact that he went out and got to Corey Bennett right after that. So that's the one matchup I'm really looking forward to picking one of Adoree Jackson. The Eagles, I wouldn't be surprised if they shoot a safety over that. They'll keep a close eye on them just in case they just start to get the Cowboys break things over.
Yeah, the reason I bet Philadelphia to win the Super Bowl last year, Chris, was the defense, man, especially that defensive line. I know they lost a couple players, and they have some new pieces, like I said, in that secondary. Do you think that defense is good enough, again, to finish top 10, top 5, and shut down Dak Prescott tonight?
Yeah, I don't foresee it being like number one as of right now, but I think look, last year they had issues going on. I mean, we all remember that Tampa Bay Buccaneers game where the Bucs had their way with that defense. So it's a lot of this, if they continue to build as a steady progression. It's going to take some time because it takes a lot of chemistry, especially when you mentioned as a secondary. It's going to take some chemistry getting out of communication to what each of these guys like as well too. So it's the one thing I think the extension is top 5 for sure. You also have questions in regards to the edge rushers. You know, Josh Sweating there. Even though you don't have Milton Williams, you do have Mauro Jones to take over that defensive tackle spot. And even look at this. I mean, Ian Akers and Vito Delari, one of the primary guys that would come to, they wanted to get some pressure off the edge. Ian Akers tonight. So you're going on guys like Josh Uche. You're hoping he finds spark like he did beforehand. You're hoping Alex Hunt and Nolan Smith duplicate their strong second half of the season. So right now, I say they can, but I think you're looking more to it. Like Eagles hot bench, maybe defense right now.
We're talking to Chris Franklin, NFL writer, covering the Eagles, Giants, and Jets for NJ.com. Covering, of course, Fly Eagles Fly tonight in the city of brotherly love. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at C Franklin News. Again, on X, at C Franklin News. Chris, some fantasy managers have expressed doubts about Saquon Barkley coming off a laborious 388 total touches last year. Do you believe the coaching staff will curtail some of those touches touches this season, possibly getting Will Shipley involved in the process. What are your thoughts on Barkley's 96.5 rush yards prop tonight? Are you leaning over or are you taking the under?
I'm still taking the over, especially against this Cowboys interior defensive line. I know they got Kenny Clark and the Micah Parsons trade, but the way that this Eagles offensive line has performed in the past against the Cowboys defensive line, even that, I still take the over. I still think you'll see Will Shipley get a decent amount of touches too. I think when you look at the running back, I talked to some people, they think they have something a little bit more Will Shipley than he did with Gainwell. And we've seen the explosiveness those explosive plays that Will Shipley's had in a very limited time that he's been there. So I really would not be shocked if you see Shipley get a little bit more touches than what he would have last year. But I still think behind this offensive line, behind explosive ability with Saquon Barkley as well, too, I wouldn't be shocked if he goes for like 100, 110.
Ooh, outstanding stuff there. Will Shipley could be getting a little bit more work than some people believe. Chris, we'll get you out of here on this one, my man. Outside the obvious names, and I'm talking about Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Saquon Barkley, which Eagle on the offensive end could be a sneaky, productive player in the opener?
Jahan Dotson. I think that's a guy I'm keeping my eye on a lot because when you look at you got to worry about the outside. Then all of a sudden you got to worry about the outside or the inside. It just kind of lost him there. And one thing I think that benefited him this year, contract year, but he's another guy who has a full year now in the system. Remember last year he was rushed in there after the trade right before the first game of the season. So he's got a full year to work with Jalen Hurts. And I asked Devontae Smith this summer who's one guy he's seen that is really improving, really coming into a big year. First game, without hesitation, said Jahan Dotson. So I wouldn't be surprised. You saw in the playoffs what happens when you start looking around and you get him matched up against the safety. I wouldn't be surprised if you to take a shot, at least one shot. Perhaps maybe he accept that and break out those safeties as well too. But I think he's a guy not only just for this game but for the rest of the season. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a lot better numbers than he did this year.
Oh, music to my ears, my man. I was hoping you were going to say Jahan Dotson. I'm on the over on his receiving yards prop. I grabbed it at 5.5 earlier this week. It's at 7.5 right now. And a guy that could be, again, sneaky productive tonight against the Dallas Cowboys. Chris Franklin, thanks for joining us. NFL writer, covering the Eagles, Giants, and Jets. Read his awesome stuff on NJ.com. And give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at C. Franklin News. Again, on X, at C. Franklin News. Chris, stay dry and enjoy the opener tonight. Should be a good one, unless you're a Cowboys fan.
I'm neutral. I will say this. I'm from a family I grew up in Philadelphia. Was not allowed. So yeah, don't have for that. And also have a drink for me. I heard that pour, man. Have one for me, please.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll have at least a half a bottle for you. Don't worry about that, man. It's Hashtag Tequila Thursday. Awesome stuff from Chris Franklin. And some very interesting and pertinent news as well. Let me recap. I think the two biggest nuggets that Chris just shared with us, he drilled right on down to it. I asked about Will Shipley. And I'm going to get your opinion on his rush attempts prop because it's moved. It was a 2.5, and it was just way on the over. It was like minus 180. It is now shifted in the last about hour at BetMGM. It's now 3.5 on the over-under, but plus 125 on the over. So based on the information you just gathered from our buddy Chris Franklin, who said that Will Shipley may be more involved than some people anticipated, try to alleviate some of that volume and workload on the shoulders of Saquon Barkley, would you be willing to bet the over on the 3.5 rush attempts tonight at plus 125? Candidly and transparently, I just grabbed it.
Yeah, and especially if you like Philadelphia in the game, if you think they're going to cover, I would grab it because there's going to be garbage time. There's no reason to get Saquon hurt. Last year, he averaged over 21 touches per game. But, they rested him week 18 when he could have broke the record, and they did go on to win a Super Bowl. They have, hopes to do that again. I saw they're not even actually going to come out for the ceremony. They're going to be in the locker room for the Super Bowl ceremony tonight. So, obviously, they're looking to repeat, man. So I would go over on Will Shipley. Even if it's a close game, I could see him with 4 to 5 carries. And I also, for a couple people talk about this, kind of like that last touchdown for Will Shipley, right? Especially if this game does get ugly. I got to hedge my Dallas bet. He could break one. I was a big fan of Shipley at Clemson. They could use him, man. I mean, they couldn't run the ball the other day. They're missing him and Phil Maffa, but I do like him a little bit. And I love your Dotson call, especially if you could still get those receiving yards around 7.5. That's why I played his props in the Super Bowl. All I needed was over a half of a catch, and it was juice, but came home right away. And over the final 8 games of last season, if you include the playoffs, when he started to learn the offense a little bit, he was running routes. He just wasn't getting any targets because you have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, but he was running over 23 routes per game. So I kind of like him, man. I think I'm going to join you on that one.
Yeah, and that was the other big takeaway. And the third one that Chris brought up as well when he was discussing George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb as well, that's going to be a key factor. And he said that could be a very highly exploitable matchup. Whoever gets Adoree Jackson in coverage. Again, he was number 52 in pass coverage grade last season, track at Pro Football Focus. So rather ho-hum, had his shortcomings at times, the New York Giants. So if Pickens lines up against them and it's mano-a-mano coverage, don't be surprised if Dak takes his shot down the field. And maybe that will be our opportunity. Not only cash the overall receiving yards to you, but the over on my longest yards prop for George Pickens at 22.5. By the way, the weather, I got the pregame on NBC right now. A-okay. The weather is cleared up. There's no rain battering Philadelphia anymore. It was raining like cats and dogs about an hour ago. That weather is pushed out. There might be a couple of spotty showers during the course of the game, but nothing that's going to really drag down the efforts of either squad to be all that impactful. These guys aren't witches. They're not going to melt. So, of course, you're going to be starting your guys with supreme confidence. Wind's not playing a factor at all tonight. We already have people getting hot and bothered about the weather, and it's the first stinking game of the year. You're in the right place, folks, because we're going to be talking about the weather a lot throughout the entire course of the season right here on BetMGM tonight. Why? I have an advanced degree in geoscience with an emphasis in meteorology from Mississippi State University, a very acclaimed meteorological program. So I kind of know what I'm talking about. And I was reading some of the meteorological speak and the forecast discussions on the National Weather Service website. And they're like, the chances of rain are going to fall off precipitously as the course of the game unwinds and unfolds. So, again, don't worry about Mother Nature. I don't think there's going to be hardly any impacts whatsoever with the game. And the field looks A-okay right now. It's certainly absorbed all that moisture without any difficulty whatsoever, Horvey.
Yeah, as soon as I saw this pop up, right, and I started to monitor the weather a little bit, I was waiting to see if this was going to hold on because the total went from 40.5. I'm sorry, 40.5. I would definitely be on the over at 40.5, Brad. It went from 48.5 to 47.5 right now, which is a pretty significant move. At 48.5, I kind of like the under, but at 47.5, I'm not going to touch it, especially with the weather starting to clear up. And then I got a little nervous for my Dak props and my Pickens props, man, because if we got a wet ball going against this Philadelphia secondary and pass rush, could end badly and lose a lot of money opening night. But like you said, the weather looks like it's going to hold up. Looks perfect out there right now. So feeling pretty good about that. And I just can't wait to get this game started, man.
Yeah, I can't wait to get it started either. I am up to, let me go ahead and bring up the old spreadsheet. Always transparent, always free, always public. You can follow it there on thegamingjuice.com, my website. I'm up to 9 tickets officially for this game. So it could be a tremendous start, or it could be one that's going to have me double fisting Mas Tequila after the show.
Yeah, it's one of those nights, man, where I'm looking to add a couple maybe. I was considering Jake Ferguson. Not the best matchup, but I really do think they're going to look to get him going. It was a down year for him last year. 2 years ago, remember that playoff game against Green Bay? Granted, they were chasing points, but he had 4 touchdowns. Last year, didn't score a single touchdowns. I was looking at his receptions. You could find it right now, 3.5, juice to the over, -140. So that's a stay away, but that was a guy that I was considering. And then I did add a anytime touchdown. I can't wait to get your thoughts on this. It's greater than 8-1. So pizza money bet, but I like it.
All right, sexy. You want to stick around for that play and more bets, and more bets right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
let's go back to the close game thing. Do you think that is a reason for concern going into this year? Or do you say, hey, Jaden Daniels is really clutch, and there is a reason they won all those games, and they were close games? Because the thing that stands out to me as well is that, like, some of these games are not against good teams. Like, they barely got past, like, the Saints, and, like, the Bears at the time were not a great team either. So when you're talking about winning a division, it's not just going head-to-head with, like, the Eagles. You still have to win other games. And that's, I think, my question for the Commanders is that can they live like a little bit more to the point where they're beating teams soundly as opposed to just scraping by in the last 2 minutes of a game?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I think that, I've kind of gone back and forth with people online because the Commanders had all the breaks go their way, and the natural response is, well, didn't that happen because of Jaden Daniels? And the answer is yes. And so at the end of games, do you want Jaden Daniels with the football in his hands? Yes. Is he going to win more games than he loses? Absolutely. At the same time, they had a Hail Mary workout for them last year. Do you know what I mean? So, like when I say everything went right, I mean everything went right. That is a play in franchise history that will be replayed again and again and again and again because it's just so incredibly rare. So it's not that the Commanders can't continue to win games late. It's just that when I say everything went kind of right, everything did go right. So it wouldn't surprise me, honestly, if the Commanders didn't win as many games during the regular season, but still were forced in the playoffs. I kind of think that's how it's going to go.
Coach of the year. I looked further down the board. So Cohen and Carroll, I'm interested at those numbers, 14 and 16. But the favorite usually does not win. It's usually laughable at the end of the year when you go back and say, hey, remember who the coach of the year favorite was? Yeah, it was the Eberflus last year. Like, they usually come out of nowhere. And these markets move quickly. But down the board, I was looking at the NFC. What if the Giants sneak into the playoffs? Can Daboll do it again? New York bump. If you do it with Dart, it's going to be viewed that he identified Dart as the quarterback of the future. They've got star talent both sides of the ball. That's why I like them going over 5.5 wins. I was considering Daboll at 30 and a very similar case for Morris at 30. He isn't viewed as a great coach. But if they surprise Atlanta and they win the NFC South and Penix is good, the credit is going to go somewhere, and it might be Morris.
Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Daddy is still thirsty. Daddy want. Daddy need. Daddy gotta have it. Let's go, bartender. Pour us another round. We're celebrating opening night here of the 2025 NFL regular season as Philadelphia is about to possibly unload on the Dallas Cowboys. So the spread has come down by a half a point. So the shiver me timbers hook is out of play. Right now, Philadelphia laying 8 in the contest. And we had Chris Franklin on in the last segment. He had some really interesting information saying Jahan Dotson could be sneaky good in this game. He felt that Will Shipley might get a little bit more run than some people anticipate. I already bet the over on 3.5 rush attempts at plus 125. And he says he's fearful on the Philadelphia side of the matchup of Adoree Jackson against whoever he gets, whether it's going to be CeeDee Lamb when Lamb does line up outside or our guy who we're heavily invested in, and that being George Pickens, who is a colossus down the field and a guy that's really difficult to try to corral on some of those long bomb shots. So we're going to be sweating it out live here in a matter of minutes, which means we had to get more bets on the board. We're going to do that here in this segment. Parlay Pete's going to come over and give us his parlay of the day. We're going to say hello to little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time action as well. Before we dive into that, a friendly reminder, a winning football Sunday starts with the BetMGM Network. Wake up with BetMGM Game Day. Joe O, Kay Constable, and Jason La Canfora set the stage from 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Apparently, I'm going to be making an appearance on the show talking some fantasy football as well. Then it's You Better You Bet countdown to kick off with my guy, Nick Costos and Sammy P from 11 to 1 p.m. Eastern, getting you ready for every game. Line movement, props to fantasy. We have you covered right here every single Sunday morning during the NFL season on the BetMGM Network. And folks, phone line still wide open, 833-732-3875. Those are the magic numbers to dial if you have any fantasy football questions for us. We got our pole dancing poll question today still live right now, and it was asking you this: pick a pass catcher who logs 100-plus receiving yards tonight between Dallas and Philadelphia. Your options are CeeDee Lamb at plus 210, A.J. Brown at plus 230, George Pickens at plus 425, or Devontae Smith at plus 475. So far, just over 200 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming, and we're going to share the results coming up here in the next segment. So that door is about to slam shut. So make your voice heard, America, on our pole dancing poll question of the day. And pardon me for a second, I got to yell at this moron at the bar. Hey, buddy with the sword! Get your booty butt over here! Yeah! Shiver me timbers! I'm here to make some booty! Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house, and naturally, he's getting some action on this hashtag Tequila Thursday on an SGP. Leg numero uno, it hurts so good. Come on, Jalen, make it hurt so good. Anytime touchdown is the first leg for Parlay Pete, followed by George Pickens, 25 or more receiving yards. That's one catch. And the third leg of the Dak attack, Mr. Prescott at 200-plus pass yards. I'll reserve the juice, but straight from the cold, dead hand, one Parlay Pete. I got the reasonings right here. Again, leg numero uno, Hurts to get an anytime touchdown. Folks, he had 14 ground scores last year. He led all NFL quarterbacks in rush attempts inside the red zone, averaging 3.1 per game. And he only faced Dallas one time last year. He not only scored once, but he also scored twice. He's got to pick up where he left off against Little D to start this season. Parlay Pete believes he's going to cross the chalk tonight. Leg numero dos, George Pickens, 25 or more receiving yards. Again, he was top 15 air yards per catch last year. We talked to Chris Franklin or Adoree Jackson. Could stand to be a beneficial matchup for one Pickens in this game. Again, Jackson was just number 52 in coverage grade according to Pro Football Focus last year. And according to Pro Football Focus as well, Dallas projected to have the second worst secondary of any team in the National Football League this season. And leg numero 3, Dak Prescott, 200+ pass yards. It's going to be, minimum of 40 attempts tonight? I love Dak Prescott on his pass attempts prop. I think he's going to be chucking the ball early and often. He's averaged 254.6 pass yards per game in 12 career contests against Eagles Fly. Philadelphia, yeah, they may have a top 10 overall pass defense, but Dak could clean up in garbage time. 200+ pass yards should be a cinch. So to recap, yar, shiver me timbers. Parlay Pete on the SGP rolling with Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown. George Pickens, 25+ receiving yards. Dak Prescott, 200+ pass yards. That works out to a cool plus 130 at BetMGM. By the way, Parlay Pete won again last night, now up 13.17 units lifetime in his parlay plays. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvath. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brando. There we go. Now, this one opened -110. It's been all the way, bet all the way up to -140. I still like it. Saquon Barkley, over 18.5 rushing attempts. Maybe we do get Will Shipley for a couple carries. Maybe they do look to drop Jalen back a little bit more, throw the ball around a little bit more, but still, he averaged 21.6 rushing attempts last season, won Offensive Player of the Year. There were 10 games where he had 20 or more attempts. Going against this Dallas front, I know they add Kenny Clark. I think he gets a minimum of 20 touches. I saw Mike Clay had him projected for 21 carries, 105 yards, and 1 touchdown. That's 2 more carries than we need. So I'll go with Saquon, over 18.5 rush attempts, -140 for the sledgehammer.
All right, squat the entire beer truck tonight, Saquon, and hopefully you're going to get to at least 19 rush attempts. Of course, I'm going to go with a Thursday Night Football special. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go! Oh, baby! Yeah, kicking things off. I'm going to do a little same-game parlay, sip a little two-legger. Again, I'm not trying to get rich. I'm just trying to win bank. Give me Dak Prescott, leg numero uno, over 1.5 rush attempts. Ooh, that's going to be sweaty. And numero dos, Philadelphia -2.5 on the alt line. You put those hands together, plus 122. Yeah, a little seducing juice there on the same gamer. I look at Dak Prescott, over 1.5 rush attempts. He did this in 4 of 8 contests last year. A guy in his career in 12 games against the Philadelphia Eagles has averaged 3.8 rush attempts per game. Now, kneel downs do count. I don't think that's going to play a factor at all because I don't think Dallas is going to win this thing. But maybe there's a snowball's chance in hell that they somehow have the lead at halftime and maybe, takes a knee and bleeds out the clock and they go in and recalibrate. At a minimum, I think he's going to run opportunistically at least one time. I wouldn't be surprised if he does that twice. All I need is 2 rush attempts from Dak and we cash. And I think Philadelphia is going to cover the -2.5. Our buddy Rachel Dory, now Rachel Kryshak, congratulations on the nuptials, Rachel, from Betalytics. She's got this at -7.6. So on the full spread, her algorithm there at Betalytics, she likes the Dallas Cowboys plus a points, but all I need is for them to win by a field goal, and I cover. So again, my sledgehammer special, same game parlay styled. Dak Prescott over 1.5 rush attempts and Philadelphia -2.5 on the old spread, plus 122 at BetMGM. Let's get more plus money on the board. It's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, bartender, you hit me in all the right spots, and so does Ryan Horvath when he chucks out some plus money. So, Horvey, serve me up.
Yeah, I got 2 anytime touchdowns that are both plus money. Let's start with one that I feel a little bit safer with. Dallas Goedert. You could actually get this 3-1 plus 300 right now. Only played 10 games last year, but averaged 4.2 receptions for over 49 yards per game. Dallas last season, kind of middle of the road against tight ends. They did give up 7 receiving touchdowns, though, which was bottom half of the league. And even in the limited opportunities and time missed for Goddard, second in yards per route, 2.20, his best season since 2021. If they're going to throw the ball around a little bit more, hopefully that's in the red zone. So let's go with Dallas Goedert, anytime touchdown, plus 300.
All right, liking that one quite a bit. I'm going to go with C.D. Lamb. 7+ receptions at a plus 110 juice. Guys only averaged 5 receptions per game in 7 career contests against Philadelphia. He went over this number 8 times last year, averaged a hefty 10.1 targets per game, but only posted an 86.9 passer rating when targeted. That was number 73 in the NFL. Whether he gets Cooper DeJean, which would be a difficult matchup, or Mitchell, was also no slouch in coverage. I think CeeDee Lamb's got to find a way to get at least 7 receptions in the game, maybe cleaning up there in garbage time, playing from behind. So like those chances, that one cash in at a baby seduced by the juice at plus 110. All right, bonus time, bonus time. What else do you like in the opener night in the National Football League?
All right, this is a pizza bet. Devontae Turpin, anytime touchdown, plus 830. So, obviously, this Philly secondary is going to look to shut down CeeDee Lamb, one of the better receivers in the league. And new addition, Candy Girl, George Pickens. And, with Turpin, man, so they're also trying to figure out the running back situation. Maybe it's a gadget play. Maybe, it's a 50-yard deep ball from Dak. Maybe it's a chunk play. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of targets. Probably not a whole lot of opportunity. But he's also the kick and punt returner as well. So let's go with Turpin, anytime touchdown, plus 830.
I like that one quite a bit, and kickers are people too, America. Give me Jake Elliott to the Philadelphia Eagles over 7.5 kicking points at a lighter juice there at minus 105. He did this 10 times the regular season last year, had 10 kicking points in his own matchup against the boys back in week 10 of last season. He hit 77.8% of his attempted field goals, and he has money in the bank in that 30 to 39-yard range where he knocked 10 of 11 through the uprights last season. So again, like Elliott, over 7.5 kicking points at minus 105. Oh, this just in. Christian McCaffrey popped up on the 49ers practice report, limited with a calf issue. Just breaking right now. We'll break all that down when we come back. And more. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Generally, it's not the best idea to bet on the teams that you cheer for. I think a lot of people would tell you that. As far as last week, I really believed Texas was going to win, and a lot of people did. But you know what? That's betting. Ohio State was a better team last week, so full credit. But generally, it's something I stay away from. Like once in a blue moon. Also, I think the beginning of the season had a lot to do with that, right? Like it's the first week. You get caught up in the excitement. You want to maybe have a little something on the game, whatever it is. But I normally would not do that. So I understand the temptation, but it's generally better if you kind of veer away, at least in my view.
Yeah, but you also feel like a traitor if you pimp the other side and you say, oh, the Titans are going to be terrible. And then if the Titans win outright, you look like a terrible Titans fan, right? Like then you feel like you have shifted allegiances. So I don't know how I'm going to play the Titans, but I think I am going to go against them in Survivor.
I mean, you can't win. That's the problem. You cannot win no matter what. Like even if your team is good, you can't win. What was it last year? I was saying this yesterday where I think the Commanders were taking on whoever it was, might have been the Eagles, and I said, I don't know. This is going to be a tough game. I don't know if they can win this game. And so it's like, how dare you bet against a team? I'm like, because it's the National Football League. That's why. Like, you never know. I'm like, do you watch football? Like, tell me you don't watch the NFL without telling me you don't watch the NFL. Like, when do teams just, roll through everyone on their schedule? Every single team this year very, very likely will have a bad loss in the schedule. It's just too tough. So when it comes to the Titans, okay, if you pick for them, it's like, yeah, you're a good fan, but people will say, why the hell are you picking the Titans? They stink this year. You get crushed. And then, if you if you don't pick them and they pull off an upset, it's like, oh, you're a terrible fan. You're a terrible fan. Like, no matter what, a side is going to have an argument against you.
One quarterback that just it surprised me a little bit when I started looking at the ADP and all the projections that are out there, and I was wondering if you're with it. And I'm talking about Justin Fields. He was going around 9, 10. People obviously think fantasy points wise, okay, they're going to decide to use his legs there in New York. What are you thinking with Fields this season?
He was one of those guys where I'm with you. I wasn't exactly going out of my way for necessarily. I think on Yao, he was closer to, pick 80 or pick 90. But a lot of drafts I was in, he ended up falling into that QB 15, 16 range where, yeah, I think he is worth a dart at that price. And if you find yourself missing on the Josh Allens and the Lamar Jacksons of the world, getting one of Justin Fields and then any of, J.J. McCarthy, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love in that QB2 tier, that was more so my strategy versus reaching on someone like a Bo Nix or even, a Baker Mayfield, who were still going in areas of the draft where we had some pretty awesome running backs and wide receivers. So I know it could be very ugly with Justin Fields, but guys, we've been doing this for a while. I remember when Taysom Hill was getting 4-week spot starts at quarterback and putting up big time fantasy numbers. Tim Tebow, the freaking biggest joke of a professional passer we can come up with, was a great fantasy quarterback because, as you said, he ran the ball. We just don't have much experience seeing quarterbacks who run as much as Fields overly bust in fantasy land. Specifically, guys, last 10 years, 31 quarterbacks have at least 100 rush attempts in a season. 28 of them wound up posting top 12 numbers in fantasy points per game, not even doing the thing where you can say overall numbers for who stayed healthy. So again, not going to be pretty. I would not recommend people tuning into too many Jets games this year, but I think when everything's said and done and we look up, Fields will be a top 12 fantasy quarterback.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight here on the BetMGM network. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this opening night of the NFL season. Also on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Bartender, let's get slobber knocker tonight because we're partying. Game 1 of the NFL regular season. We already got some breaking news. We're going to get to that here in a minute about a colossal fantasy commodity that could frustrate a lot of people like he did this time last year. We're going to share that here in a second. Friendly reminder, a couple things. One, phone line still wide open. You got any fantasy football questions? You want to share your top bets tonight in Thursday Night Football? Don't be shy. Pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions, comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. We're pole dancing, poll question of the day. I'm going to go ahead and shut that down because I've got to get to the results at a kickoff. Pick a pass catcher who logs 100-plus receiving yards in the Thursday Night Football season opener between Dallas and Philly. Your options are CeeDee Lamb at plus 210, A.J. Brown at plus 230, George Pickens at plus 425, or Devontae Smith, the Slim Reaper, at plus 475. Officially 202 votes cast. Harvey, who led the way?
I'll go with CeeDee Lamb.
Ding, 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 ding. Correct. quarterback to 42.1% of the voters said CeeDee Lamb, followed by George Pickens at 26.7%. Then Devontae Smith at 15.8%, and A.J. Brown bringing up the rear at 15.3%. Our old Brandon Combs, EP, and also working the board here on BetMGM tonight, chimed in as he always does, said Dak is going to have to get the ball to CD early and often if they want to stay in this game with Philly. I expect a big night from Mr. Lamb. So he's rolling with the majority as well. My pick would be Pickens. You and I are very high on him. I'm all in, pushing the entire stack of chips. We're going to chase the river and hopefully hit a flush. And I'm hoping he's going to catch a bomb to start things off. All right, the big breaking news, we gave it right before break. Cam Inman, who is an NFL reporter in the Bay Area, works at the Bay Area News Group, so he covers the 49ers, tweeted this out about 12 minutes ago. Christian McCaffrey just surfaced on the 49ers practice report as limited by a calf issue. Then he followed up with another tweet, and he showed some video of practice today of him warming up. I mean, McCaffrey looked normal. He said he initially warmed up today as normal, but we thought a year ago he was fine for week one, then missed 2 months with Achilles tendonitis. So, yeah, I mean, obviously there's some reluctance, some hesitancy there based on what happened last year, but there's been no indications that McCaffrey was, suffering any kind of repercussions from the bilateral Achilles tendonitis that he, had to resolve last year. Of course, he made a cameo late in the season after getting the treatment, the experimental treatment over in Germany. I mean, what's your level of worry here on a scale of 1 to 5? A 1 like, not that big of a deal, and 5 like, holy bleep, it's happening again. I got to back up the truck for Brian Robinson. Oh my God, I can't believe I spent a first-round pick on Christian McCaffrey. Where are you at on that scale?
Yeah, I'm a 4 out of 5, man, just because this is the same situation. It reminds me too much of last year where we were doing the show at National Harbor, and all of a sudden, Christian McCaffrey pops up on the injury report, and he's out. And then we don't really see him all season long. He was never really Christian McCaffrey. So a little bit worried, just because a small injury could turn into a major injury, especially with a guy that's trying to get himself back right after an injury-filled season. I'm worried because I bet him pretty big to win Offensive Player of the Year, and I got a good number, 20-1. It's down to 16-1. I also bet him over 7.5 rushing touchdowns. I also bet him to score 10 touchdowns. I don't have him in any fantasy leagues, luckily, but if I did, yeah, maybe I'd look at some Brian Robinson right now if available. But, yeah, I'm pretty worried, man. 4 out of 5 for me just because I am heavily invested in McCaffrey, and this reminds me a little bit too much of last season.
Yeah, it does, but I'm not going to push the panic button right now. Tomorrow's practice report is going to be everything, right? If he's a limited participant, I think he's going to be A-OK, pal, to go in that week 1 matchup up in Seattle. But if he is out, then obviously he's highly questionable, probably leaning more toward the doubtful side. So TBD, we'll find out tomorrow what the official status essentially is of one at Christian McCaffrey. So I wouldn't hold your breath. I will say that based on the recent history and the ordeal that transpired last year around the very popular number 1 overall pick in fantasy football drafts. All right, we got to talk some college football here in this segment. Before we get to that, though, we had one of our loyal listeners and viewers, Addison, chimed in. I want to get your thoughts. He offered up his favorite play tonight in the Thursday Night Football game. He said, "Hola, amigos." And please pass the tequila. Here you go, mi amigo. Give me Javonte Williams over 11.5 receiving yards at a -108. Also have Saquon Barkley to get at least 1 first quarter reception at +125. That is a muy interesante bet. He says, enjoy the game. Addison, enjoy the game. Jaden Blue, a healthy scratch. Kind of surprising. I mean, he was kind of the bee's knees, getting a lot of buzz in training camp. I was waking up every day, and I'm like, man, that guy's showing some pop, some sizzle on some of these highlight runs. But he's not going to be active tonight. It's going to be Miles Sanders, Javonte Williams. That might be playing a factor in why Addison loves Williams on the over 11.5 receiving yards at a -108. Would you fade or follow that bet, mi amigo?
You know, I actually went under on the rush yards for Javonte when it opened at 38.5, and then we got down to 34.5. That's why I took it off the card tonight. But I do like the receiving yards, right? Especially now that Blue is inactive. Probably looking at like a 60-40, maybe 70-30 backfield, and he's more of the pass catcher out of the backfield. So 11.5, I think that's a little short. I think it should be closer to 14.5, 15.5. So over on the receiving yards, I still like the under on the rushing yards, but now don't like it as much because he is going to get the majority of the workload, probably like 12 to 13 carries. So I do like the over on the receiving yards quite a bit, though, for Javonte. I don't know about the Saquon one, though. I'm probably going to avoid that one.
Yeah, I ain't touching it. I'm not touching anything Javonte Williams. If anything, I had to lean on the under on rush yards, which was in the 30s, like high 30s, I think it got up to. But yeah, this one, no thanks. I will firmly pass. I already have 9 tickets, for love of God. And I've got a lot of action locked and loaded. I don't want anything for the artist formerly known as Juggernaut Javonte. Put up some sick advanced analytics during his collegiate days at North Carolina, but then never transferred to the pro level. All right, from the pro game to the junior game, let's talk a little college football, your specialty, mi amigo. I got another 4-pack of games got to break down, and I tell you what, teeing this thing up, we got a sounder that properly got to throw out there. So let me reset. It's time for another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, let's start over the game. I already know the answer to this, and I'm not going to be pleased. Illinois, lane 3 against the Duke Blue Devils on the road there in Durham. I'm going to have family members in attendance that are making the trip to watch that game live and in living color. Hopefully they're not going to be let down wearing their orange and blue. It's a -110 on my ILL. We were talking Cindy Brown. We're going to see some action tonight, obviously, with the Philadelphia Eagles, a product, and the twin brother of one Chase Brown. But Illinois -3 at Duke at a -110. Numbers there, it says this. Football Power Index is the Illini at number 38. Duke at number 46 right now at ESPN. The offensive rating is tracked so far, just a 1-game sample size at Pro Football Focus. Illinois clobbered Western Illinois. Your Leathernecks. They have the 4th best offensive rating so far this season. Duke at number 6 in that category. Defensive rating, Illinois number 23, and Duke at number 71. And that could be the key in this game. Illinois' got a lot of talented guys, especially on the back end of that defense. So with all that information, maybe I've swayed you, but I don't think I have it. Illinois -3 in Durham taking on the Blue Devils at a -110. Horvat, fade or follow?
I really hate to do it, but I got to fade Illinois. I think, hey, they could win 23-21, and then we all win at the end of the day. But I'm a Darian Mensah truther. I like him, man. He can make all the throws. Everybody keeps bringing up Duke's run game against the Illinois run D, but what I like in this matchup is Mensah going against 3-3-5 looks, from the Illinois defense. And last week, granted, it was against Elon. They started slow, but he ends up throwing for 389 yards, 3 tutties, no picks. Illinois, it's kind of a surprise to see them only as a 3-point favorite. I think that's what a lot of people are thinking when they look at this spread because they went 10-3 last year. But Manny Diaz in his first year at Duke won 9 games, and they had the 10th best defense in the country in a lot of the metrics. Adjusted EPA per play allowed. They were 7th in yards per play allowed. They were a really good defense, and they only gave up 3.7 yards per carry last season. So I just don't know if Illinois is going to be able to average 5-6 yards per pop here. And I like Altmaier a lot, but he's just getting to know his new receivers. And Duke has one of the better corners in all of college football in Chandler Rivers. So give me Duke, 5-0 straight up, 4-0-1 against the spread in games 3 points or less under Diaz last year. So I'll take the Blue Devils to at least cover, but hopefully not win for your sake.
All right, striking it off the Christmas card list with that wager on the Duke Blue Devils. Let's move on. Ole Miss laying now 10.5 against the Kentucky Wildcats, also at a -110 juice. The numbers nerd says this, ESPN's Football Power Index has Ole Miss at number 4 in the country, Kentucky at number 43. The offensive rating is tracked at Pro Football Focus after 1 game. Ole Miss number 32, Kentucky number 97. Yikes. Defensive rating, Ole Miss at number 41, but at number 19 for Big Blue Nation. So Ole Miss laying double digits, -10.5 against the Wildcats of Kentucky. Again, -110 juice. Horvat, fade or follow?
I decided I'm actually going to fade Ole Miss. I get it. It's a revenge game.
Really?
They probably make the playoff last year if it isn't for Kentucky. I'm all the way out on Kentucky. I bet the win total under. But, I think they're going to be able to shorten this game. Their passing game is a huge liability. They can't throw the ball. But they can run the ball a little bit, and they have Deion Walker still, their defensive tackle. Ole Miss does, that is. And so I think, Kentucky, they're probably not going to be able to get anything going on the ground, but they're probably going to run the ball 3-4 yards per carry, shorten this thing up. Obviously, Ole Miss has the talent advantage. Simmons looked really good, but this is his first road start. He hasn't made one start on the road. Last week against Georgia State, they had 700 yards of total offense, but this is a little bit of a step up in class. So I like the under a lot. I bet the under 52.5. So I think that kind of correlates with Kentucky. Maybe it's a backdoor. Maybe this is like a 24-14 type game. But I actually like Kentucky with the points here.
Wow. Okay. That one's a bit of a shocker special. Also, I'm just now glancing at the Super Bowl ring the Philadelphia Eagles owner is wearing. I think that's the entire diamond mine in Africa they pulled to make that thing. It is ridiculous. That is enormous. That's bigger than my damn head. That's the biggest Super Bowl ring I've ever seen. All right, we're moving on. Missouri -6.5 against the Kansas Jayhawks at a -110 in a border war here. Football Power Index has Mizzou at number 19, KU at number 26. The offensive rating there at Pro Football Focus. Missouri number 7 in the country. Kansas at number 5. Defensive rating. Missouri at number 5, so top 10 in both categories, with Kansas at number 45. Again, with that background information, Missouri -6.5, taking on the Jayhawks at a -115 juice. Horvat, fade or follow?
I'm going to follow Missouri, hopefully, to the window here. I laid the 6.5. We had Joe DeLeon last night on the show, and he liked Missouri and talked about the advantage they have in the trenches, and I completely agree, man. Now, Kansas has looked good, but this is a huge step up in class. So far, they've beat Wagner and Fresno. Jalen Daniels has looked really good. Helps that he's healthy. But I really like what Missouri showed last week. Bo Prabula, who is the former Penn State backup, went 23 for 28 passing, 243 yards, also had 65 rushing yards. Granted, it was against Central Arkansas. Why I like Missouri is the advantage in the trenches. And Kansas's linebacker room right now is dealing with a ton of injuries. They're already all banged up. So I think Bo is going to be able to torch them with his legs on third downs in this game. I think that's going to be the difference. I think Missouri wins this one probably, let's go 28-21, and they just cover. So I'll go with Missouri here.
All right, the game of the week, Oklahoma laying 5.5 against the Michigan Wolverines at a -110 juice. Football Power Index says is at number 23 versus number 21, Oklahoma versus Michigan. Offensive rating number 33 for Oklahoma, 42 for Michigan. Defensive rating 28 for Oklahoma, 48 for Michigan. With all that information, again, coursing through the cerebral cortex, Oklahoma -5.5 against Michigan. Fade or follow quickly. Go.
I am going to follow Oklahoma. I like John Mateer. I don't think he's going to be able to throw for 350 against this Michigan defense, but I worry about Bryce Underwood, who looked great. True freshman, 21 of 31 passing, 251 yards against New Mexico. But now he's on the road against a Brent Venables defense. Give me Oklahoma to cover.
All right, we're going to have opening thoughts on the kickoff and football, flames, lames, and shocker specials and fantasy running back coming up next right here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with more bets, more sweats, and more fantasy right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I think this game could be a slog. I think it could be the first to 20. And Simmons, yes, super talented, but first career road start. maybe a little bit of a sleepy spot going against one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in the SEC. I think this is a low-scoring, ugly game. I like the plus 125 for Simmons to only score one touchdown. I think Kentucky's going to keep everything in front like they did last year when these teams play. They didn't really let any of those explosive plays that Ole Miss usually has beat them. They made the Rebels work their way down the field. I think they do the same thing again on Saturday, and if they do, hopefully Ole Miss, if they do find the end zone, run it in instead of throwing it in. So I'll go under 1.5 passing touchdowns for Austin Simmons at plus 125. Let's go with DJ Lagway to have 300 or more passing yards against South Florida on Saturday at plus 180. So we're taking an alt on DJ Lagway's pass yards. Look, USF looked awesome against Boise last Thursday, right? Dominant performance. Especially in that second half, just completely blew away from them. USF wants to go fast, though, and I think that tempo at times could get them into trouble. Keep in mind, too, with Florida, their schedule is the hardest in the country. Their next two opponents after USF are LSU and Miami, and they still have to play Texas and Georgia and Florida State and Tennessee and a whole bunch more really good teams. So how many more games is Florida really going to be able to save DJ Lagway from some hits and make sure he's not taking any of those extra beating? I think this is one of those games. They really focus on Lagway in the pocket, and USF also wants to make Lagway beat them from the pocket. So I think Florida airs it out. I would look at DJ Lagway, 300 or more passing yards at plus 180. Justice Haynes, the running back for Michigan, who was terrific in their season opener against New Mexico, had nearly 160 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns for the Wolverines. His anytime touchdown price is plus 130 against Oklahoma. Now, I think Michigan is going to have a difficult time scoring in that game, but I also think Bryce Underwood's going to have a difficult time through the air. I think the times that Michigan does get it inside the red zone or inside the 10-yard line, they're looking for Haynes. I would expect 20 to 25 carries out of him. So Justice Haynes plus 130 to find the end zone. I think that's a good price in that Oklahoma-Michigan game.
Any other teams that stand out, whether it's win total, Super Bowl, where they can't stop betting them?
Yeah, definitely Denver. Denver's a team that I bet over 5.5 wins last season. They started 0-2. There was a lot of trouble in paradise there, but they righted the ship. They actually ended up making the playoffs. And now everybody seems to be picking them again this season. More money came in on their win total yesterday at the book. They're a very popular week 1 play. I'm guessing they will be the number 1 play in Survivor this week, guys. We talked about Survivor. Denver is a team getting a lot of publicity, a lot of play in the futures market, but that is a really tough division. We think the Raiders are going to be better this year, and we know that the Chargers are going to be good, and obviously Kansas City is going to be in the mix for the Super Bowl again. So I would say Denver's a team. It's already, in my opinion, they're overpriced a little bit. I think there's probably a better place to go for your futures bets, but they're a very popular team. And then one team getting a lot of sharp play in the last, call it 10 days, is the New York Giants. The New York Giants over their win total. They got a lot of good players on defense. We'll see what happens at quarterback there. The Cowboys maybe taking a step back this season without Micah Parsons, but Washington and Philadelphia do look very good in that division. Giants do have a tough schedule, but there is a lot of talent there, and they were a massive underachiever last season. So it does make sense people will be looking to bet them over this
year. It's time for fantasy football advice from the pros on BetMGM Tonight. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday and opening night of the 2025 NFL regular season. Watch it, boys to men, absolutely crush it with the national anthem right now. And there's an eagle appropriately flying as well. So a lot of pomp, circumstance, the per usual first game theatrics that always go on every single year in the National Football League. But hopefully, I said I thought this game was going to start on time. I was wrong. It is now 7:21. It was originally scheduled for 7:20. But I think I just cashed the over on the Boys to Men length of the national anthem. I don't have the sound on here in the studio at Casa de Evans. But it felt like they held that last note for a very, very long time and absolutely destroyed that over. Horvat, can you corroborate?
I also have it on mute. I didn't know if they were doing the national anthem or if they were doing a little maybe End of the Road, maybe a little On Bended Knee, maybe a little Water Runs Dry, maybe a little Mama, which, man, great movie, by the way, Soul Food. I love Boys to Men. I actually saw them. I've seen them a couple times, but I saw them recently about a year ago at MGM, National Harbor. I went and checked out Boys to Men. Weirdly, not with my wife, just by myself. My wife was back in Chicago. It was a summer night, and I went by myself, but it was a great time. Shout out to Boys to Men. They can still get it done, even in the year 2025.
Yes, I am an elderly man at this point. My very first concert ever that I saw, Boys to Men, with Brandy.
Wow.
At the Assembly Hall in Champaign, Illinois.
Wow.
But I was like, I don't know how old I was. I think it was like 13. I was young.
That's crazy.
But that was kind of a banger. It was a good show.
Yeah.
And then I think my second show I saw was Pearl Jam. Also at the Assembly Hall in Champaign, where they're actually playing like college tours and stuff still. So, and that was a killer show. So, yeah, I mean, hey, I've seen my fair share of quality shows making it through the corn, soybeans, and swine here of Central Illinois. We got to wind you a road to a win in Fantasy Football Week 1 and get you started off the season on the right foot. So what we're going to do in this segment, of course, we'll break in if there's anything going on, and we may even do a live dive. That's how the show rolls here on BetMGM tonight when there is a live sports action on. Of course, we got Thursday Night Football. The kickoff's about to commence. Jake Elliott's about to boot it. I have a ticket on him over 7.5 kicking points. Too bad he can't split the uprights and accounts for something here on this kickoff. But we're going to do fantasy flames, lames, and shocker specials at the running back position to get you prepared with your lineups and getting them set for the main slate, the bulk of the action, of course, coming up on Sunday in Week 1. And we got a game tomorrow night. We're going to be ultra sweaty on numerous bets down in Sao Paulo, Brazil, between Kansas City and the LA Chargers. So here's a requirement to be a fantasy flame. Under 60% started in Yahoo League. So who at the running back position do you feel is going to overachieve?
All right, this is well under 60%, man, because this is 3% started this week, and it's Jordan Mason against the Bears. Here comes my hero. I'm rolling with him over J.K. Dobbins, I decided this Sunday, so hopefully he doesn't let me down, or I should say Monday. I love Aaron Jones, but I think the Vikings are going to want to take some work off him. He's 30 years old. He did have a career-high 306 touches last year, and until Jordan Mason suffered that injury, filling in for Christian McCaffrey in San Francisco the first 7 games, he was averaging 95 rushing yards, 3 touchdowns, and now, he's playing in this Minnesota offense with Kevin O'Connell calling plays. Week 1, we don't really know what we're going to get from this Bears defense yet with Dennis Allen taking over as defensive coordinator. So I think Jordan Mason could get in once, maybe twice. I like Jordan Mason quite a bit against the Bears.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent call. I'm probably going to bet on him anytime touchdown market. If it's at minus money, I think is it at minus money? I haven't checked on BetMGM lately, but I may have to find another leg to parlay it. So reduce the juice, get seduced by the juice. But I do believe he's going to cross the chalk as well. And a guy that's kind of built similarly to Jordan Mason, and I think it's going to be utilized in almost identical capacity. I'm popping off and hoping to make some bank on Tank Bigsby of the Jacksonville Jaguars taking on the Carolina Panthers. He's only 6% started right now in Yahoo leagues, and certainly he's got some flexy, sexy appeal. You look at Betalytics, Rachel Krychek, our buddy there, has got it projected for 46.3 yards and a 39.9% chance of splashing 6. I think the end zone is going to happen. I really feel confident about that. Why? Carolina was terrible. They were rubbish defending the run last season. season, dead last in historic fashion in rush EPAD. They enter the NFL regular season with the fourth worst defensive line as forecasted by Pro Football Focus. Again, more specific, Carolina gave up 148.2 rush yards per game, 5.2 yards per carry to the running back position, and 21 touchdowns combined last year. And Bigsby was ultra efficient. Number 3 in yak per attempt, number 11 in missed tackles forced. And what makes that missed tackles forced number all the more impressive, he only had 168 rush attempts. So I know he's a co-starter with Travis Etienne, but I think he's going to get at least 11 to 13 carries, and I think one of them is going to find the end zone. Put me down for like 50 and a touch at a minimum for Tank Bigsby. He's got to pop off in week 1. All right, flip side of the coin, the fantasy lames. Guys starting over 50% of Yahoo leagues you feel are going to disappoint. Who was that?
I was a little surprised to see DeAndre Swift, 60% started in my league in ESPN. And I saw an article pop up that he was a must start. I got to disagree here, man, going against this Vikings defense. I'm not sold that he's going to be the guy. Everybody keeps bringing up the relationship and him being familiar with the Ben Johnson offense. Let's not forget back in 2022 when Ben took over as play caller, he only had 99 rush attempts in 14 games. The next year, they shipped him off. Last year, Caleb Williams against the Vikings had maybe the best game, of his career, of his rookie season, completed 32 of 47 passes for 340 yards, 2 touchdowns. The Vikings won the game in overtime, but the Bears fought. They lost 30-27, and it's because nobody's blitzed more the last 2 years than the Vikings. And that's what I think Brian Flores is going to look to do again here. And last year, Chicago had the 25th ranked rushing offense in the league. They only averaged 4 yards per carry. The only change is a couple starters on the offensive line and Ben Johnson as play caller. I'm going to pass on DeAndre Swift against this Vikings run defense that gave up the fewest carries per game, rushing yards allowed per game, rushing first downs allowed per game, and EPA per run. I'm going to pass on DeAndre Swift this week.
By the way, I'm going to interject here. We already had some fireworks explode in Philadelphia. Jalen Carter got kicked out of the game for running his mouth and talking smack to Dak Prescott. There was a little bit of an altercation. He got tossed. He gone. So already on defense, Philadelphia losing a key component as Carter went bye-bye. And they already had an injury on the kickoff. One of their special teamers got carted off. So, wow, already a wild start and great field position for Dallas. Javonte Williams, I think about a 5-yard gain on the first carry, and then Cavante Turpin gets the ball to get a first down. It's 1st and 10. They're already in enemy territory at the 42-yard line of Philadelphia, and we got a completion. Dak to, who is that? Oh, Pickens, our guy,
Pickens.
For about a 4-yard gain. So, again, Dallas already in business right now. And, of course, they have the monster leg of Brandon Aubrey. So, very much within field goal distance as well. All right, my fantasy lane this week is Breece Hall. All we've heard this entire summer is Braylon Allen this, Braylon Allen that, Braylon Allen this other instance. I think he's going to eat significantly into the RBBC share. This could be close to a 50-50 split, and it could come at the expense of Breece Hall on the ground. Now, Breece Hall had a monster receiving game last year against the Pittsburgh Steelers, over 100 receiving yards on 6 catches. I think that's where he could do some damage possibly in this game. Though 2 games are never really the same in the NFL, I don't think he's going to do a whole lot on the ground. BetAlytics only has him projected for 9.7 fantasy points. That's not really moving the meter. Pittsburgh, according to PFF, has the best defensive line because of Watt. Entering the regular season, they, though, were middling number 17 rush EPAD last year, and Hall was lackluster. And it's several advanced analytics. Number 24 in yak per attempt last season, 21 missed tackles for us. I think he's going to have a down week, and he's 85% started right now in Yahoo League. So there's no guarantee he's going to put up big numbers.
Wow.
CeeDee Lamb down to the 1-yard line. Dak is already dealing. 1st and goal, Dallas Cowboys. I said off air, I was telling Brando, our producer, I'm like, man, I got a gut feeling Dallas is going to show up in this game. And again, with that wild start, Carter getting kicked out, they had the injury. they're in business, and they're taking advantage as Zach tries to throw it up. That's got to be defensive pass interference. And CeeDee Lamb was being draped. Jackson was holding him. So that was a little bit of a fade there in the corner of the end zone. I doubt they're going to go to that again. My guess here is this could actually be, wouldn't it be great if it's a tush push by Dallas to score the first touchdown in Philly against the Eagles? Wouldn't that be poetic?
It would be great. Give it back to Turpin. Reward the man for the early gadget stuff. A lot of pre-snap motion with him. He's gotten one touch. Give it to the man. Give me my plus 830 anytime, and I'll be a happy man. Although it looks like they're going to go single back formation here, Dak under center. We're going to go with the fullback in motion, and is that Javonte? Damn it.
Javonte Williams in. First touchdown of the season goes to Javonte Williams of the Dallas Cowboys. A guy that I crapped on. You did too repeatedly. And there's our Super Tecmo Bowl sounder denoting the end zone splash. But Javonte Williams already paying dividends for those fantasy managers out there that didn't have to spend a whole lot of draft capital to acquire his services. Cowboys about to go up 7-0 on the Philadelphia Eagles. Just a comedy, really, of errors by Philadelphia in the first couple of minutes of this game on special teams, on defense. With that ejection from Carter and putting Dallas instantly in business, and they took advantage and punching it in. 7-0, shocker. Dallas Cowboys over the Philadelphia Eagles. So Philadelphia is going to get the ball back with a chance to answer. All right, quickly, shocker special here. Under 10% starting Yahoo leagues. Who's your running back pick?
I want to go real deep because I had a dream that Keaton Mitchell scored a touchdown. He's only rostered in 1.8% of leagues. I know right now he's technically running back 3 on the Ravens depth chart, and they do have a absolute stud, obviously, in Derrick Henry. But Derrick Henry's 31 years old, man. More than 2,500 career rush attempts. And when he came back from his knee injury at the end of last season, he wasn't fully back in form. But he looked really good in the preseason. 9 carries only, but for 68 yards and a touchdown. His first 2 years, man, 2023, before the knee injury, 8.4 yards per carry. Even if it's just a couple touches, he could take one to the house. I stashed him in a dynasty league. I like Mitchell quite a bit.
Yeah, man, guy's got some wheels. There's no doubt about it. I was religiously, a couple of years ago, betting on Keaton Mitchell over on longest rush in a game because usually he's around like 7.5, 8.5, and dude would break off a 10, 15, 20-yarder. Consistently. And that's a market I'm not going to have my eye on yet again. And I agree, in a deeper, challenging format, he's a guy that could show up, show out if he gets the opportunity this year. And it's all going to be tied to the football Frankenstein's health. I love Chris Rodriguez. He's actually less than 1% started right now at Yahoo Leagues. Again, people are asleep at the wheel. They're all about Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt because they spent exorbitant amount of draft capital to acquire his services. Rodriguez is going to be the short yardage and goal line guy. That's coming from Dan Quinn's mouth, not mine. He was ultra efficient. I know it was unlimited touches, 35 rush attempts last year. He was number 5 in yak per attempt. He forced a missed tackle 40% of the time. And a guy who is trimmed down. He's reportedly much faster. Remember, he hit over 20 miles an hour on that touchdown run that he had in preseason week 2. Yeah, the Giants, who he's facing this week, have the 3rd best defensive line as projected by Pro Football Focus entering the regular season. They, though, were a modest number 19 in rush EPAD last year. I think Chris Rodriguez gets around 10 to 12 touches in this one. I think he's got a good shot at 50 combined rushing and receiving yards, and I think he finds the end zone as well. I also bet the over, and I grabbed it earlier in the week at 26.5 rush yards, and that thing has been moving all about. It's been up as high as 31.5. Again, it was as low as 25.5, and I think right now it's exactly in the middle, like 28.5 at BetMGM. Anybody's best guess what Dan Quinn's going to do in his offensive backfield, but I think Rodriguez is going to set the pace week 1 in total fantasy scoring. Do you agree or disagree with that? And I don't think you're a big fan of JCM.
No, I would go with Rodriguez, man. I like the anytime touchdown look, and, if you have to go with any Commanders running back this week for fantasy purposes, for me it would be Chris Rodriguez. Knows the offense. I think he's going to get the goal line, the short yardage work, because he's got about 10, 15 pounds of muscle on Bill. And, like with Jaden Blue, man, had a great camp. I'm not comparing him to Krosky Merritt, but everybody was hyping up Jaden Blue a couple weeks ago as well, and he's not even active tonight. Takes these rookies a little bit of time, so I would roll with Chris Rodriguez. I think he's very underrated.
Yep, I totally agree with that viewpoint. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, Flames, Lame, Shocker specials, a wide receiver and tight end, and we'll give you an update in Philadelphia with the Cowboys up 7-0. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's go back to the close game thing. Do you think that is a reason for concern going into this year? Or do you say, hey, Jaden Daniels is really clutch, and there is a reason they won all those games, and they were close games? Because the thing that stands out to me as well is that, like, some of these games are not against good teams. Like, they barely got past, like, the Saints. And, like, the Bears at the time were not a great team either. So when you're talking about winning a division, it's not just going head-to-head with, like, the Eagles. You still have to win other games. And that's, I think, my question for the Commanders is that can they live like a little bit more to the point where they're beating teams soundly as opposed to just scraping by in the last 2 minutes of a game?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I think that, you know, I've kind of gone back and forth with people online because the Commanders had all the breaks go their way, and the natural response is, well, didn't that happen because of Jaden Daniels? And the answer is yes. And so at the end of games, do you want Jaden Daniels with the football in his hands? Yes. Is he going to win more games than he loses? Absolutely. At the same time, they had a Hail Mary workout for them last year. Do you know what I mean? So,
yeah,
like when I say everything went right, I mean everything went right. That is a play in franchise history that will be replayed again and again and again and again because it's just so incredibly rare. So it's not that the Commanders can't continue to win games late. It's just that when I say everything went kind of right, everything did go right. So it wouldn't surprise me, honestly, if the Commanders didn't win as many games during the regular season, but still were forced in the playoffs. I kind of think that's how it's going to go.
Coach of the year. I looked further down the board. So Cohen and Carroll, I'm interested at those numbers, 14 and 16. But the favorite usually does not win. It's usually laughable at the end of the year when you go back and say, hey, remember who the coach of the year favorite was? Yeah, it was the Eberflus last year. Like, they usually come out of nowhere. And these markets move quickly. But down the board, I was looking at the NFC. What if the Giants sneak into the playoffs? Can Daboll do it again? New York bump. If you do it with Dart, it's going to be viewed that he identified Dart as the quarterback of the future. They've got star talent both sides of the ball. That's why I like them going over 5.5 wins. I was considering Daboll at 30 and a very similar case for Morris at 30. He isn't viewed as a great coach. But if they surprise Atlanta and they win the NFC South and Penix is good, the credit is going to go somewhere, and it might be Morris.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Gives to Williams, left side, into the end zone for the season's first touchdown.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. That's a call from NBC with Javonte Williams punching in for 6 in Philadelphia right now, knocking the door. Just over 6 minutes remaining here in the first quarter. It is 3rd and goal, about the 4-yard line for the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm a little bit behind. The hike is into the hands of Jalen Hurts, and apparently there was a touchdown because I'm hearing the sounder, and it's Jalen stinking Hurts. Yeah! It hurts so good. Come on, Jalen, make it hurt so good. Heck yeah, baby. The answer for the Philadelphia Eagles is Hurts calls his own number. Again, he scored 14 times last year. Parlay Pete loved him tonight. I loved him tonight on the ground. That's why he was a parlay leg. If you bet individually, I think the juice was like minus 110-ish at BetMGM at close to the anytime score, and it comes in with some cold, hard cash. Jalen Hurts on the board, and JKLA, let's see if he gets a kick up because I have the over on 7.5 kicking points. It's up. It's right down the middle, 7-7. Very entertaining first quarter between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys. The other key development that we saw, oh, by the way, I totally forgot Horvat. I had Saquon Barkley 20-plus rush yards in the first quarter. Dude's got 21. We cash. Heck yeah, let's go. Woo! Show me the money.
I like the cash.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
excellent. Okay,
bet.
so that came through, unless he somehow gets a negative carry. He actually had a negative carry in the last one. And I didn't even pay attention to the box score. That would have been a monster sweat. So thankfully it didn't come through. But Will Shipley instantly comes in and gets like 3 snaps. He got a carry. Again, I need 3 more carries, and I cash handsomely the over at plus 125. But he had a critical catch that went for 19 yards. Again, we had Chris Franklin from NJ.com on and say to the show, and he said, hey, man, Shipley's going to get some run in this game. He's going to get some time, and he wasn't lying. That, to me, is the kind of the most surprising development that we've seen so far in this game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. That's how you earn yourself more reps. Sure, it's going to be hard to overtake Saquon Barkley. He's not going to do that, but Saquon Barkley's going to need a breather, especially after what he did last year. He's not going to be able to tote the rock 25 to 30 times per game, and if Shipley is going to come in, catch a pass for 19 yards, and also give you a 5-yard carry for a first down, he's going to get more and more opportunity, man. Again, I loved his skill set in college, so no big surprise for me that he's starting to kind of carve out a little role in that backfield, and I think it could be a big year for him, along with Saquon.
All right, let me get your live dive opinion right now. You were talking about this off air. So the standard line right now is Eagles minus 7.5. Again, we're not up at 7. Under 6 minutes ago here in the first quarter. The total, though, is at 55.5, and it's minus 115 either direction. Are you going to go over, or are you going to take the under on the total right now after that first quarter, so far at least anyway, has been gangbusters?
Yeah, man. I mean, I said during the break I might have to do something really gross if both scripted drives go for 6, which they do, and we're knotted up at 7. If we get into the mid-50s, I might have to come around on an under. We're back, and you know what? I've changed my mind on that. That would be the only bet. I definitely wouldn't bet an over at 54.5, right? Because you could have had a better number before the game pre-flop. But, I figured the scripted stuff would go good. I do think the Eagles defense is going to settle down, but I watched that drive right there from Philly, and the coverage was actually pretty decent on the back end, but Jalen just had a wide open lane to run into the end zone, man. He could have jogged that thing into the end zone. So I'm going to stay away, but if I had to bet the total, I'd come in on an under right now at 54.5.
All right, we'll keep you updated on the action in the game. Right now, though, we got to get to our fantasy flames, lames, and shocker specials of wide receiver and tight end. Also, a friendly reminder, listen to this show, BetMGM Tonight, live anywhere. You got no stinking excuses. Odyssey, iHeart, or TuneIn apps. And we got a fracas. Holy mackerel. Fisticuffs. The flags are coming out. Dudes' heads are rolling. Helmets are flown off. I mean, we got these two teams, some bad blood. It's an intra-divisional rivalry, and it's living up to it right now. It's going to take a little bit to sort out that fisticuffs, the fracas that just transpired in this game. Again, 5:48 remaining in the first quarter. Probably going to be more people are going to exit stage left here in short order, but the referees are going to have to clean this thing up. And we'll take some time. We'll let you know what the verdict is after fists were flying just a second ago on the kickoff. All right, we got to get to Flames Lame Shocker Specials, a wide receiver and tight end. Again, as they're trying to figure out who is going to stay in the game, who gets kicked out. As I'm watching the replay and dudes' heads get ripped off. It's kind of crazy. Fantasy Flames, under 60% started. Wide receiver or tight end, whatever pick is your pleasure. Who do you got?
I'm going to go Keon Coleman. Only 5% started against the Baltimore Ravens. I took him over 4.5 touchdowns this season. I took his yardage on the over. And, last year, his rookie season was a disaster. He came out and called it trash. He said my rookie season was trash, right? And you look at the numbers, he only had 29 receptions, 556 yards, but he did miss 4 games with a hand and wrist injury. He just never was healthy to get involved in the offense. But I think he's going to be that red zone threat. He's a big former basketball player. Khalil Shakir is good, but he was dinged in the preseason. He's going to be healthy for week 1. Josh Palmer has just never really lived up to expectations. I know this is a matchup against a really good Ravens defense, but it's one of the higher totals of the week, man, right in the mid-40s. Yeah. So I'm going to go Keon Coleman. I think he catches a touchdown, and I think he has 4 to 5 receptions for about 50 to 60 yards in this game, even against a really good Baltimore secondary.
All right, nobody kicked out, just a 15-yard penalty, half the distance to the goal. Dallas gets it first play, goes to Javonte Williams for a gain of 2. I'm going to go with Jacoby Myers, the slot machine for Viva Las Vegas in a revenge game scenario. Taking on the New England Patriots. We got the news today. Amari Cooper just doesn't have the motivation anymore. He's going to hang up the cleats, call it a career. But it wasn't really going to impact Myers anyway. A guy that was wide receiver 20 in fantasy points per game last season in PPR leagues. He was number 18 in contested catch rate, number 2 in total route wins, number 21 in EPA as well. It's going to get some Marcus Jones in coverage. Marcus Jones outside the top 50. Oh, wow, what a grab by CeeDee Lamb. Holy mother of the football gods. Did he come back and just snatch that out of the air for another big game? Like, Dallas, man, they're just dealing right now. And I think Myers will do the same. I got him projected for 5 catches, 66 yards, and a touchdown. Wrote about him on my Fantasy Flames column on thegamingjuice.com, which you go and read for free right now. So, again, Myers my pick. He's going with Keon Coleman. Flip side, Fantasy Lames, over 50% started. What supposed star flops this week?
Yeah, this is the last time I'll rip this guy because he's probably going to torch me this week. But Tyreek Hill started in 92% of leagues against the Indianapolis Colts. I'm actually really high on Jalen Waddle, not only this week, but the entire season. He's been limited all week at practice again with an oblique injury. He's been beat up all summer long, man. I've seen him on a bunch of podcasts, but I've barely seen him on the practice field. And we talked about this the other night. Tua, the first presser or time he took the podium at camp, he said Tyreek needs to earn the trust of his teammates. So I'm going to pass on him against the Colts. I like Waddle a little bit more.
All right, I'm going to say scary Terry McLaurin, who's going to put a fright on his fantasy managers. Long layoff. That could play a factor for him, taking on the Giants. 90% started. And here's what's kind of crazy about McLaurin. Now, 9 career games against the G-Men. A really awesome line. 5.4 receptions per game, 72.1 yards per game with 4 total touchdowns. Going to face a lot of Deontay Banks in coverage. And Banks kind of had his number last year. He only went 6 catches for 22, no touchdown in the first game. The second game, yes, he had the 2 touchdowns, but only 2 catches for 19 yards. I know Banks gave up a 124.1 passer rating last year, but I think McLaurin kind of has a dud in week 1. It could be one of his worst games of the season, so I think he's fantasy lame material. Dak, oh my God, just throws another frozen rope to CeeDee Lamb for another monster gain. CeeDee already up 3 catches, 76 yards. Our pole dancing poll question of the day, who was going to be the 100-yard receiver? Public said it was going to be CeeDee Lamb at better than 2-1 odds. We should have tailed the public because that is going to come through. Philly has absolutely no answer for CeeDee Lamb. I mean, he's wide-ass open on a simple post route across the middle of the field, and nobody is within like 6 or 7 yards of him. He turns it up and gets another 10 on that gain. Could we get the same coverage for my guy George Pickens, please? So we can have another long, big gainer there.
Right.
CeeDee Lamb absolutely tearing up Philadelphia. So again, Terry McLaurin, my fantasy lane. Quickly, shocker special under 10% started in Yahoo leagues. Who do you got?
Yeah, this guy's only rostered in 20%, so I'm going to go Romeo Doubs, who could still be the primary target for Jordan Love. I know he's in love with Matthew Golden like we all are, but week 1, I think Doubs is actually going to lead the team in targets. Decent matchup against Detroit. Last year led the team in targets 96, tied Jaden Reed for the team lead in receiving touchdowns with 8. Only 59 grabs, but he dealt with some injuries himself. I like Romeo Doubs, week 1.
And I'm going to go with a tight end. Jatavian Sanders, the Carolina Panthers, against those pair of cats matchups, taking on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Less than 1% started. I think he's going to be a hot commodity off waivers after week 1. The Jags had the 13th best secondary entering the regular season according to Pro Football Focus, but they were number 32 in dropback EPAD last year. They got a mountain to climb to show any kind of respectability. You look as well, Jacksonville gave up 13th most yards at a tight end position last season. What's interesting about Sanders, he's numero uno in target separation. At least he was last year. Number 4 in contested catch rate, number 7 in explosive rating. I like those advanced metrics. He's got some juice. He's got some shake. He's got some speed. He's got the size. Don't be surprised if he goes for like 35 and a touch in week 1 against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Javonte Williams' first catch of the game. I was actually Miles Sanders, goes for -3 yards. Second and 23 right now, about the 47-yard line of the Philadelphia Eagles. And Dak goes back. He uncorks down the field to George Pickens. Oh, off his hand. Almost a great catch by Pickens. That would have cashed, but it's going to be pass interference. All right, they're knocking the door yet again. We got to take a CS when we come back. We're getting down with our guy Rob Brown, and we'll update you on the latest in Dallas and Philadelphia. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Generally, it's not the best idea to bet on the teams that you cheer for. I think a lot of people would tell you that. As far as last week, I really believed Texas was going to win, and a lot of people did. But you know what? That's betting. Ohio State was a better team last week, so full credit. But generally, it's something I stay away from. Like once in a blue moon. Also, I think the beginning of the season had a lot to do with that, right? Like it's the first week. You get caught up in the excitement. You know, you want to maybe have a little something on the game, whatever it is. But I normally would not do that. So I understand the temptation, but it's generally better if you kind of veer away, at least in my view.
Yeah, but you also feel like a traitor if you pimp the other side and you say, oh, the Titans are going to be terrible. And then if the Titans win outright, you look like a terrible Titans fan, right? Like then you feel like you have like shifted allegiances. So I don't know how I'm going to play the Titans, but I think I am going to go against them in Survivor.
I mean, you can't win. That's the problem. You cannot win no matter what. Like even if your team is good, you can't win. You know, what was it last year? I was saying this yesterday where I think the Commanders were taking on whoever it was, might have been the Eagles, and I said, I don't know. This is going to be a tough game. I don't know if they can win this game. And so it's like, how dare you beg against a team? I'm like, because it's the National Football League. That's why. Like, you never know. I'm like, do you watch football? Like, tell me You don't watch the NFL without telling me you don't watch the NFL. Like, when do teams just, like, roll through everyone on their schedule? Every single team this year very, very likely will have a bad loss in the schedule. It's just too tough. So when it comes to the Titans, okay, if you pick for them, it's like, yeah, you're a good fan, but people will say, why the hell are you picking the Titans? They stink this year. You get crushed. And then, you know, if you don't pick them and they pull off an upset, it's like, oh, you're a terrible fan. You're a terrible fan. Like, no matter what, a side is going to have an argument against you.
One quarterback that just it surprised me a little bit when I started looking at the ADP and all the projections that are out there, and I was wondering if you're with it. And I'm talking about Justin Fields. He was going around 9, 10. People obviously think fantasy points wise, okay, they're going to decide to use his legs there in New York. What are you thinking with Fields this season?
He was one of those guys where I'm with you. I wasn't exactly going out of my way for necessarily. I think on Yao, he was closer to, pick 80 or pick 90. But a lot of drafts I was in, he ended up falling into that QB 15, 16 range where, yeah, I think he is worth a dart at that price. And if you find yourself missing on the Josh Allens and the Lamar Jacksons of the world, getting one of Justin Fields and then any of, J.J. McCarthy, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love in that QB2 tier, that was more so my strategy versus reaching on someone like a Bo Nix or even, a Baker Mayfield, who were still going in areas of the draft where we had some pretty awesome running backs and wide receivers. So I know it could be very ugly with Justin Fields, but guys, we've been doing this for a while. I remember when Taysom Hill was getting 4-week spot starts at quarterback and putting up big time fantasy numbers. Tim Tebow, the freaking biggest joke of a professional passer we can come up with, was a great fantasy quarterback because, as you said, he ran the ball. We just don't have much experience seeing quarterbacks who run as much as Fields overly bust in fantasy land. Specifically, guys, last 10 years, 31 quarterbacks have at least 100 rush attempts in a season. 28 of them wound up posting top 12 numbers in fantasy points per game, not even doing the thing where you can say overall numbers for who stayed healthy. So again, not going to be pretty. I would not recommend people tuning into too many Jets games this year, but I think when everything's said and done and we look up, Fields will be a top 12 fantasy quarterback.
Time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
Not going to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-O hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you.
Takes off. Jalen Hurts. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
And you hear the call there on Jalen Hurts, splashing 6 with the legs. And we got another touchdown from the Dallas Cowboys. And from who? Again, juggernaut Javonte Williams. That's what I officially called him when he was with the Denver Broncos. Never really delivered on the hype. But all of a sudden, he's kind of tapping back into the player we saw come out of North Carolina a few years ago. 8 carries, 34 yards, and 2 tutties. Outstanding start for him, 14-7. The Dallas Cowboys up with the Philadelphia Eagles. I already tweeted this out. I'll ask you the question, Horvat. Juggernaut Javonte Williams for Bijan Robinson. Who says no?
Man, I mean, if Dallas's offensive line is going to get pushed like this, that's been the biggest surprise for me, is the offensive line has been ridiculously good, man. Dak has had time in the pocket, but the push they're getting up front, whoo! I did not see this coming, especially after Zach Martin, This is the first game, obviously, without him on the offensive line. They look damn good. But no, I'll keep Bijan.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive. I cannot believe that Javonte Williams is putting this up. So let this be an opportunity. Sell high, folks. Sell way high because Jaden Blue, even though he was healthy scratch tonight, I think is going to have a role in this offense down the stretch. But I got to give credit where credit is due. Didn't see it coming. Javonte Williams, already 34 carries and a pair of touchdowns impressively against the Philadelphia Eagles, who are getting shoved around, and they're not defending worth a damn on the back end either. We'll keep you up to date. Everything going on in the opener in the NFL tonight. Right now, though, we got to talk to our dude getting down with Rob Brown. Before we bring him on, a friendly reminder, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, any hot takes you want to share in fantasy or betting, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions, comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. To get on X at BetMGM Tonight through the power of animated picture and sound. Let's bring on his handsomeness, Rob Brown, host of the Rob Brown Show on the Phantom State. And you can follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there at the Rob Brown Show. Again on X at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Straight away from me, let's start in college football. Horvat is all about Boomer Sooner this week, and what could be arguably the game of the week against Michigan down in Norman, Oklahoma. Currently, the Sooners are laying 5.5 points with a total sitting at 44.5 at BetMGM. What's your lean in this one and a pair of ranked foes?
I am intrigued by Michigan, and I'm intrigued by Michigan because it's been the you can't do it story. And I kind of feel like there's a little bit of angstiness, like a 2004 Good Charlotte album hanging in there with Michigan. Like they're going to put on the black eye liner and pull the hair over the face and just lean into those emo feels to get it done. But I think, and again, there's nothing in all of sports broadcasting I love more than week one overreactions in college football. It's my favorite thing. It's people ready to dive headfirst off of tall buildings, throw themselves into traffic, sit on the bottom of the pool for too long. It's the best. But here's one. John Mateer's kind of a dude, right? Like that was the big question because, and Horvey, you and I had this discussion on a show we did together preseason. I think the question for a lot of teams that started this season with a little number out to the left of their name coming into the season, we had questions about quarterback. I think you can say that about South Carolina. You could say it about Clemson. You could say it about LSU. You damn sure could say it about Michigan, and you damn sure could say it about Oklahoma. Now, Michigan may have answered their questions too because Bryce Underwood looked like kind of a dude. So I think 5.5 is a little rich for me. I think this is a field goal game. So I would be tempted to put a little something on Michigan with the cover, not the outright win though, because of all of the quarterbacks that went out there and dominated a cupcake to start their season. John Mateer was one of the most overall impressive. And considering the fact that Brent Venables appears to be getting the hell out of the way and letting that offense operate, boys, I think the Boomer Sooners might be legit this year. So I don't love the number at 5.5. I'm not going to hate on anybody who's taking it anyway.
Yeah, the Arbuckle hire was great, man. And Mateer looked great. Granted, it was against Illinois State. Let's see him do it against that Michigan defense. If he does, Rob, I said, take a stab on him now. If you like Oklahoma in the game, you might as well bet him right now 16-1 to win the Heisman, because if he does that against that Michigan defense, you're not going to get that price. It's probably down to 8-1, maybe even lower. So I was going to ask you about an overreaction to Clemson, and Cade Klubnik wasn't very good, but I think they're going to be fine, and I think Cade's going to be fine. They just played a really good LSU team that people are sleeping on. But I do got to ask you about Texas, the preseason #1 team overall. Do you think now is time to kind of buy low on Texas, or are you all the way out on them and more like Arch Manning, who that was bad, man? I mean, he was missing throws all over the place. I know it was a tough road start against a really good defense, but he did not look like the quarterback that we've hyped up all season long, all summer long. Where are you at with Texas and Arch now?
Well, first off, I totally agree. Second off, since you said I was going to ask you about Clemson, but then I decided to not and decided to move on, I'm going to go back and talk about Clemson for just a moment anyway, Ryan Horvath, because I'm a big fat jerk, and that's what I do. I get it. I get it because everybody has been all in on Cade Klubnik, and that's fun, and that's great, and that's spectacular. Cade Klubnik, in his career against Southeastern Conference team, Ryan Horvat, 2-5, 3 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Why are we saying he's going to be fine? Because he hasn't been fine in the biggest games. Now, there's a lot more to that Clemson game I think we have to talk about. A couple of years ago when Garrett Riley got hired to be Dabo Swinney's offensive coordinator at Clemson, Dabo Swinney said, 10 toes in the sand with his whole damn chest, we did not hire Garrett Riley to run the Garrett Riley offense. We hired Garrett Riley to run the Clemson offense. Well, here we are, Dabo, and it's been 4 years of the Clemson offense doing absolutely not a damn thing. You were just good enough last year to sneak into the ACC title game in a year where Florida State was 2-10. In a year where Miami slammed their own genitalia in the door against Georgia Tech to keep themselves out of it. In a year where you had to sneak in to the ACC title game. You then went down to the wire against, and all due respect, because I love Kevin Jennings and I love Rhett Lashley, but you went down to the wire with newcomer SMU to backdoor your way into the national championship playoffs. And then what happened? You went up against the Big Ten team. I didn't even give you the Big Ten stats. I just looked at the SEC stats for Cade, which are abysmal. What did he do in that game? Not a damn thing for 3.5 quarters, and he stat pad garbage timed a couple of touchdowns late to make it look respectable when it wasn't. I got to tell you, Horvat, I think we got to move on past this. Cade's going to be fine because Clemson, for 3-4 years now, has just run face first into a brick wall, gotten up, bloodied, beaten, battered, and bruised, and then run into the same brick wall again. I understand that the Dabo Swinney stubbornness is what made him so endearing for so long to Clemson fans. Dear Tigers, it's the reason you're losing now because Dabo wants to keep doing the same things over and over, despite the fact that you are not getting different results. And I believe that there's an old catchphrase about doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. What's that? It's the definition of insanity. Here we go again, Clemson fans. You're going to go undefeated in the... Actually, I take that back. I was going to say undefeated in the ACC. Horvat, right now, Florida State or Clemson if they played this weekend?
I probably would bet Clemson.
Not me.
Really?
Why? What about Clemson this weekend says they're going to beat a team in Florida State that beat the dog snot physically out of Alabama this weekend? What about those two teams says Florida State would not just run into, through, and around? I like the front seven for Clemson. I still do. Wade Woodaz was like the only good thing Clemson. Sammy Brown, like the only good things Clemson had going for him. But Florida State made Alabama's offense disappear after drive number 1. Cade Klubnik again, 2-5, 3 tutties, 8 picks against big-time football defenses. And you're going to pick them right now to win this conference? I'm out, buddy. I'm out.
All right, so now I really do want to ask you about Texas and Arch, though, right? Because I don't think it's just an overreaction. He was really bad in that game. Sark was outcoached in that game. Also, like my biggest takeaway watching the game again this morning, those 2nd and 10, 2nd and 8 runs were very telling. I don't think Sark trusts Arch to make the throws.
How could you? Here's the issue you have with Arch. And I do want to be very clear. I'm not going to bring it down on Arch because Arch isn't the one hosting Southeastern Conference radio shows on ESPN telling everybody Arch is built different, is he, Paul? Knock it off, Feinbaum. Even Ric Flair is out here dunking on you, telling you don't know what you're talking about. Thank you, Nature Boy. I appreciate you. Woo! Look, my man sat for 2 years. A couple of weeks ago, Horvey, you got after me a little bit when I said I thought it was more than fair for Steve Spurrier to ask the question, if Arch Manning is indeed Texas's football Jesus, how did he not beat out Quinn Ewers? And you went and made 19 different excuses and reasons why that was the case. I'm here to tell you, buddy, he didn't beat out Quinn Ewers because Quinn Ewers was a better quarterback. He didn't beat out Quinn Ewers because what we saw at Quinn Ewers at his lowest last year was better than whatever the hell we saw. And we can chalk it up all day to a road game against the reigning, defending, undisputed national champions, the Ohio State Buckeyes, who have made a killing off playing good front seven defensive football the last couple of years. It's not that he played and struggled in the teeth of an aggressive defense, Ryan Horvath. It's the fact that he looked like he had no effing clue what the offense was supposed to be doing. I got my dude out here noodle arm underhanding passes to guys that are cutting across the middle even when they are open. And then when Matt Patricia started calling up and dialing up some disguises, we're going to show you a 2 and drop to a 3. We're going to show you a single high and roll to a quarters. When he started actually moving guys around, Arch Manning looked like I just handed the controller on my Xbox playing EA Sports to my 6-year-old nephew who had no idea what the hell was happening out there. And the problem is not that I expect you to be physically great and have the great mechanics and make every throw and look like it's easy, fellas, but after this much time, I expect you to know what the hell is happening. And Arch just looked like he was lost from start to end. Now, the touchdown he threw was an absolute dart. Like, you got to give him credit. But good God in heaven, that pick that he threw has got to be one of the most abysmal throws I've seen a Power 4 quarterback make in years. I'm in the same boat with Arch as I am Clemson. I got nothing. And oh, by the way, when are we going to stop pretending like Steve Sarkisian's this great coach? When are we going to stop pretending like Steve Sarkisian is anywhere close to even being 500 against top-ranked teams outside of last year? He's not, guys. Steve Sarkisian's a fine coach that can communicate with quarterbacks. We got to stop pretending that this guy is college Bill Belichick because he's not. He is faded in every big game they've played. Put this one onto the pile.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Bringing the heat, bringing the fire. Our boy Rob Brown join us right now, host of the Rob Brown Show in the Phantom State. And on X, give him a follow at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, we got about a minute and a half left. We got Ravens-Bills with all sorts of home field playoff implications on Sunday Night Football. The Ravens are laying un punto right now with a total of 50.5, which is the highest on the board in week 1 of the NFL season. So give us a play or 3. I don't care if it's a side, total, player prop, SGP. Just give me something. Give it to me.
Guys, Steve Sarkisian is 7-19 against ranked teams in his career. 7-19. Why are we pretending he's this guru? What are we doing here? All right, sorry. I can't over it. By the way, at Texas, he's 6-9 against ranked teams. Can we stop? Can we please stop?
Nice.
Can we just please? I'm begging you
Nice.
to stop. All right, sorry. NFL parlay. I went Saquon Barkley over 98.5 yards today. He's damn near going to knock that down in the first half. That's fantastic. Screw it. One more time. Jacksonville to win the AFC South, boys. I'm tired of pretending it's not going to happen. Trevor Lawrence shows you what's up. I know it's not what you asked for me, Brad. I don't care. It's my hot take. I like it. Jacksonville Jaguars win the AFC South. I will ride or die with T-Law and Liam Cohen. Duval.
Oh, my gosh. So much energy, so much fire, so much passion. That's my guy, Rob Brown. He's got to go console his wife who needs points on her fantasy league.
She's not doing well.
Brown, who's not
Where is A.J. Brown?
Or squat. It's early. It's early. Make sure you go and listen to Rob Brown, the Rob Brown Show on the Phantom State, and follow him on X at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, we love and adore you. We'll talk to you soon, my man. All right, we got exit stage left here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, shots, tequila shots, plus money, college football or the NFL. Stick around if you want to catch a buzz right here on BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM tonight will be right back. If you missed any part of the show, check out our podcast on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I think this game could be a slog. I think it could be the first to 20. And Simmons, yes, super talented, but first career road start, maybe a little bit of a sleepy spot going against one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in the SEC. I think this is a low-scoring, ugly game. I like the plus 125 for Simmons to only score one touchdown. I think Kentucky's going to keep everything in front like they did last year when these teams play. They didn't really let any of those explosive plays that Ole Miss usually has beat them. They made the Rebels work their way down the field. I do think they do the same thing again on Saturday, and if they do, hopefully Ole Miss, if they do find the end zone, run it in instead of throwing it in. So I'll go under 1.5 passing touchdowns for Austin Simmons at plus 125. Let's go with DJ Lagway to have 300 or more passing yards against South Florida on Saturday at plus 180. So we're taking an alt on DJ Lagway's pass yards. Look, USF looked awesome against Boise last Thursday, right? Dominant performance. Especially in that second half, just completely blew away from them. USF wants to go fast, though, and I think that tempo at times could get them into trouble. Keep in mind, too, with Florida, their schedule is the hardest in the country. Their next two opponents after USF are LSU and Miami, and they still have to play Texas and Georgia and Florida State and Tennessee and a whole bunch more really good teams. So how many more games is Florida really going to be able to save DJ Lagway from some hits and make sure he's not taking any of those extra beating? I think this is one of those games. They really focus on Lagway in the pocket, and USF also wants to make Lagway beat them from the pocket. So I think Florida airs it out. I would look at DJ Lagway, 300 or more passing yards at plus 180. Justice Haynes, the running back for Michigan, who was terrific in their season opener against New Mexico, had nearly 160 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns for the Wolverines. His anytime touchdown price is plus 130 against Oklahoma. Now, I think Michigan is going to have a difficult time scoring in that game, but I also think Bryce Underwood's going to have a difficult time through the air. I think the times that Michigan does get it inside the red zone or inside the 10-yard line, they're looking for Haynes. I would expect 20 to 25 carries out of him. So Justice Haynes plus 130 to find the end zone. I think that's a good price in that Oklahoma-Michigan game.
Any other teams that stand out, whether it's win total, Super Bowl, where they can't stop betting them?
Yeah, definitely Denver. Denver's a team that I bet over 5.5 wins last season. They started 0-2. There was a lot of trouble in paradise there, but they righted the ship. They actually ended up making the playoffs. And now everybody seems to be picking them again this season. More money came in on their win total yesterday at the book. They're a very popular week 1 play. I'm guessing they will be the number 1 play in Survivor this week, guys. We talked about Survivor. Denver is a team getting a lot of publicity, a lot of play in the futures market, but that is a really tough division. We think the Raiders are going to be better this year, and we know that the Chargers are going to be good, and obviously Kansas City is going to be in the mix for the Super Bowl again. So I would say Denver's a team. It's already, in my opinion, they're overpriced a little bit. I think there's probably a better place to go for your futures bets, but they're a very popular team. And then one team getting a lot of sharp play in the last, call it 10 days, is the New York Giants. The New York Giants over their win total. They got a lot of good players on defense. We'll see what happens at quarterback there. The Cowboys maybe taking a step back this season without Micah Parsons, but Washington and Philadelphia do look very good in that division. Giants do have a tough schedule, but there is a lot of talent there, and they were a massive underachiever last season. So it does make sense people will be looking to bet them over this year.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brian the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. And guess what we're going to do in this segment? Shots. All kinds of tequila shots. That's right, bartender. Just leave the bottle because we're going to get crunk here in a moment. All plus money all the time, whether in the NFL or in the world of college football. And I'm already looking at the list. I can tell you this. Yeah, there's a lot of plus money, and it's all player prop tied, which is kind of my jam. Oh, I got a rushing attempt from Dak Prescott. No flags. Awesome. So an impromptu opportunistic scramble. Why is that important? Well, my Sledgehammer special had Dak over 1.5 rush attempts with Philly minus 2.5. I might be sweating out the Philly minus 2.5 because the defense ain't looking so hot so far in this game for the Eagles, whether defending the ground. Javonte Williams having a monster first half, 8 carries for 34 yards and 2 touchdowns. Dak Prescott with that carry for 3 yards. Turpin's already got 2 carries for 9 as well. CeeDee Lamb, uncontainable. 3 targets, 3 catches for 76. Turpin also has a catch for 16. Pickett's only 1 grab for 6. Almost had a long bomb reception, got a paw on it, but he was being grabbed. PI was called, and that was one of the Javonte Williams touchdowns in the end. Dak also 7 of 8 for 98 yards, no TDs, no INTs so far in the first half. Looking at the Eagles side of things, Jalen Hurts, an impeccable 6 for 6 in this game vertically for 31 yards, no TDs, no INTs. On the ground, though, already 2 rushing scores, 5 carries for 43 yards. Saquon Barkley, 8 for 35. Will Shipley, remember, I had the over on 3.5 rush attempts. The catch originally that was ruled has been overturned. It's now a rushing attempt. So he's up to 3 carries. All he needs 1 more, and I cash at plus 125. 3 carries for 26. Your boy Dallas Goedert has been busy. 4 catches on 4 targets for 24 yards. Devontae Smith 1 and 6. Interestingly, nothing. Not even a single look to A.J. Brown so far in the first half, as Dallas and Philadelphia knotted up at 14. Cowboys knocking the door of the red zone right now, just right around under 3 minutes to go. It is 1st and 10. I will give you a live update right now on this as Dad takes a snap, fires it to CD. Did he catch it? And they're saying no. He dropped it. Would have been about an 8-yard gain for CeeDee Lamb. So it's setting up 2nd and 10 at the Philadelphia 23. Biggest takeaway in your observation so far in this first half, Horvey?
My biggest observation so far, A.J. Brown, like you said, not 1 single target. Jalen Hurts might score all the touchdowns this year, and they're both actually on scrambles, not even designed quarterback runs, no tush push, and he still gets in. And Dallas offensively looking pretty good, man, and pretty creative with the play calling. They're getting Turpin involved, a lot of pre-snap motion. He's had a couple, oh my God, they almost got picked off. A couple of carries. Yeah. Dallas's offense looks good. Oh, and big surprise, I should say. They're not much better against the run with Kenny Clark, and they're still not able to get pressure. So trading away Micah Parsons probably not a great idea for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yep, totally agree with you there. That defensive front has looked awfully vulnerable, especially with Jalen Hurts just kind of at will, eating up sizable gains with the legs, not with the arm. Again, 14 all. Dallas and Philadelphia, 2:43 remaining in this first half. We got a 3rd and 10. I'll give it to you live right now as Zach is about to take the snap out of the shotgun formation as he does. He surveys the field, throws it to his left, down the field, into the zone to George Pickens, but out of the end zone, falling short. 14 of 14. Looks like Brandon Aubrey's going to come in, try to boot a field goal, clearly within his range. Dallas is looking up, and they just split the uprights. 17-14. Cowboys up on the Eagles. Very entertaining first half to begin the NFL regular season. We'll keep you up to date on all of that. But right now, we got to take some shots. Tequila shots, all plus money all the time. And we're zeroing in, apparently, on NFL player props. So, Ryan Horvat, I'm looking at the one that is top of your list, and man, do I agree with this selection. What is it?
Yeah, shop around because I saw this as high as minus 115, but I also saw plus 105, which I wasn't able to get to. So I got plus 100 or even money on Najee Harris under 24.5 rushing yards. It's a low number, right? So it could be like 3 carries and he goes over this number, but he was only cleared for contact on Monday. He missed all of training camp, all of preseason with the eye injury that we talked about. And now he has 4 days to prepare for the Kansas City Chiefs in a brand new offense on a brand new team. Oh, and there's that first-round pick guy, Omarion Hampton, in the mix, who Harbaugh came out and said is the starter. And the matchup doesn't help. If you look at the 2 games against the Chiefs last season for Chargers running backs, they averaged fewer than 3.2 yards per carry. They didn't break a single run longer than 12 yards. They obviously lose Rashawn Slater this summer. So under 24.5 rush yards, Najee Harris, plus 100 for play number 1 on me. A little tequila pour on that.
All right. Like that one quite a bit, my friend. I'm going to go in the same game, different name. I'm going to stick with the same backfield, as a matter of fact. And it's going to be kind of a theme in tequila shots for me. Give me Omarion Hampton, race to 40 rush yards against Kansas City. What does that mean? He's got to be the first player, regardless of position, to get to the 40-yard mark on the ground. It's plus 160 for him to do exactly that. Look. He's going to be showcased in this game. You know, all of the smoke, and there was a bunch of mirrors also involved with the speculation that, is he going to start? Is it going to be Najee Harris? You know, there was an idiotic ESPN report yesterday that was just a headline clickbait grab saying that Najee Harris is in line to get the start. Well, Harbaugh never said that. He revealed today truly what he felt on the Rich Eisen show, saying that Omarion Hampton's going to be his dude, is going to be the starter. I think he's going to be the main man as well. Of course, got Isaiah Pacheco you have to worry about on the other side. Violent downhill runner and get some big gains. But both these defensive lines are very stiff and stout. Still, I think Hampton, who was dynamite at Carolina last year, in yards after contact per attempt, missed tackles, forced breakaway runs. He's going to get those opportunities early, and I'm hoping he's going to rack up some sizable gains. So race to 40 yards, Omarion Hampton, my first tequila shot at plus 160. Horby, what else you got?
All right, I know you took the yards on this guy. I'm going to go with 2 receptions, over 2.5 receptions, I'm sorry. So we're going to need 3 from Juju Smith-Schuster. The price, though, is great, plus 135. Andy Reid singled him out when asked about replacing Rashee Rice for the first 6 weeks of the season. He said, we feel really good. Pat has a lot of trust in him, so we know that he could fill that role for sure. That's an exact quote. And Kansas City had the second highest neutral situation pass rate last year, behind only Cincinnati. So I like Juju here, man. 3 receptions, plus 135. Love this number with no Rashee Rice. So Juju Smith-Schuster, 2.5 grabs, plus 135 for play number 2.
All right, let's do another sprint out here and another race market, and I'm going to go to the quarterback position. Again, doesn't matter what position it is, but I think Justin Fields is the first player in Jets and Steelers to reach 20 rushing yards. Plus 255. Y'all roll the shoulders because I got seduced by the juice on that one. Fields, a guy probably going to be similar outcome, at least I'm hoping, as Jalen Hurts tonight, often calls his number opportunistically. So he's a guy that can really chew up some real estate on the ground. You look at BetAlytics, Rachel Krychak, our buddy there, he's got him forecasted for 42.5 rush yards in that game. I know the Steelers enter the regular season with the number 1 ranked defensive line according to Pro Football Focus. They gave up the 4th fewest quarterback rush yards a season ago. But Fields, he averaged 6.2 rush attempts per game last year and 46.6 yards per game as well. So hopefully he'll get a little bit less than halfway there. Wow, I'm living on a prayer with this one. I get it. But race to 20 rush yards. I'm not really convinced any of the backfields is going to do a lot of damage. And I think the quarterback, and it's not going to be Aaron Rodgers who's running. It'll be Fields. So race of 20 rush yards against his former employer. And the Steelers at plus 255. Happy to take a tequila shot on that. Slug another one back. Give me one more, Ryan, at plus money.
Let's go Travis Kelce, anytime touchdown, plus 170. Talked about him last night. I know the narrative is he's washed, and, of course, he's not the same player that he was at 27, 28 years old, but Today he said it might be the last year on his contract, but he still feels young and he feels like a rock star. And if you look at last year, he got off to a slow start. The first 3 games of the season, his game logs: 4 targets, 3 receptions. Week 1, no touchdowns. Week 2, only 3 targets, 1 reception, no touchdowns. Week 3, 5 targets, 4 receptions, no touchdowns. In all those games, though, Rashee Rice was on the field. Week 4, Rashee Rice had the knee injury, and with him out, Travis Kelce came alive. He caught 7 balls on 9 targets for 89 yards. And then against the Chargers later in the season, caught 5 passes on 6 yards, 45 yards, and a touchdown. He was targeted on 24% of his routes without Rashee Rice on the field last season. So I think he's going to come out booming, man. Over 5.5 receptions, plus 123. And if you're going to give me plus 170 on Kelce on an anytime touchdown, I have to take it, man. Even if he's situational, they're going to use him in the red zone. So I like that one.
Yeah, I totally agree. I took the under on his receiving yards prop in the regular season. I don't think he's going to get the over there, but I think the touchdowns, over 4.5, very much in play, and I think he will spike one home down in Sao Paulo, Brazil tomorrow night, because we're going to be sweating out all those bets live right here on BetMGM tonight. So if you want a second screen experience, let us be that experience, and you can get sweaty with us again. And Chiefs and Chargers. All right, let's go to a game in the second session of contests on Sunday between the Houston Texans and L.A. Rams. I'm doing another race to rush yards on 20 rush yards with Kyren Williams, not at plus money, but at minus 110, it was a head scratcher. I thought this was going to be like minus 150, minus 160 in the end. So I still think this is pretty good value. I know Houston has a pretty outstanding defensive line, number 4th best according to Pro Football Focus entering the regular season. They gave up the 10th fewest rush yards per game to the running back position a season ago. But Kyren Williams really did an excellent job starting fast in games last year. In first quarters, he averaged 5 yards per carry and 20.6 yards per game. So simply hit your average and hopefully beat whatever Houston's trying out there, which is going to be Nick Chubb, who's lost a step. He doesn't have the explosiveness of yesteryear Chubb due to the broken foot and the gruesome knee injury that he suffered a couple of years ago. So I think Kyren Williams is going to be the first player to get to 20 rush yards, minus 110. Absolutely love that wager. And my final tequila shot. All right, we're under 2 minutes to go right now. Dallas up 17-14. A.J. Brown still looking to get into the box score. I need Jahan Dotson also to get that grab for at least 6 yards. He is on the field right now. Looks like he's operating the slide. He's going deep. Jalen Hurts goes to, was that Dotson?
You got him.
It's Dotson, yeah! Bob for Jahan Dotson, we cash again!
Wow.
Hell yeah!
Good call. Yep, single coverage. Woo.
Oh, yes. And again, we had
Wow.
Chris Franklin on, and unsolicited, I said, who do you feel is going to be a player that's going to show up, show out that a lot of people aren't expecting? Unless he read my column today, I don't think he did. He said Jahan Dotson. And sure enough, Dotson absolutely catches a bomb. Now, all I needed was that one grab. I said, all I need is one catch. I need it for 6 yards. It went for 51. 51 for Jahan Dotson. Very impressive there. Oh, man, that feels so good. Cashing a couple of winners, and all I need is one more carry from Shipley, and it's going to be a damn good night.
Yeah, they should get it to him right now, man. He's definitely going to get that carry. I like the way they're using him as well. I mean, he got work on that first drive. Yeah, that was a great look right there with Dotson, man. One-on-one coverage, vertical route, and he catches it for 51 yards. And all you needed was one grab. So
6.
Good bet right there.
Yep.
Now, 6 yards. Now it would be nice if we could get Dallas Goedert in the end zone, or just like anybody other than Jalen Hurts. He already has 2 rushing touchdowns. So let's see if we can maybe get Goddard or anybody else in the end zone here, preferably.
Yeah, I mean, regardless here, Philadelphia's got to have an opportunity to tie this sucker. I mean, this is a highly, highly entertaining first half to begin the NFL season. Yeah. I was talking to a lot of people. I was talking to some friends to The Athletic today, and one consistent description came up when I asked them, hey, what do you think is going to happen tonight? All they said, boat race, boat race, boat race. Philadelphia is going to whoop them. And I'm like, I just don't have that feeling. I think everybody held that belief. That was a nice catch there by Saquon Barkley, getting the puppies down inside the line as the chains move on. But yeah, I mean, Dallas very much a threat in this game, and I think they're going to hang tough throughout the entire second half. They're not going to just lay down and die, even though this defense is highly suspect. Philadelphia's defense has played equally highly suspect in this game. All right, we got to take a little siesta and reset here. I'm still on the high right now with that Jahan Dotson catch. When we come back, we're going to review our cards so far, along with some of the bets that we made earlier on the show. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's go back to the close game thing. Do you think that is a reason for concern going into this year? Or do you say, hey, Jaden Daniels is really clutch, and there is a reason they won all those games, and they were close games? Because the thing that stands out to me as well is that, like, some of these games are not against good teams. Like, they barely got past, like, the Saints. And, like, the Bears at the time were not a great team either. So when you're talking about winning a division, it's not just going head-to-head with, like, the Eagles. You still have to win other games. And that's, I think, my question for the Commanders is that can they live like a little bit more to the point where they're beating teams soundly as opposed to just scraping by in the last 2 minutes of a game?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I think that, you know, I've kind of gone back and forth with people online because the Commanders had all the breaks go their way, and the natural response is, well, didn't that happen because of Jaden Daniels? And the answer is yes. And so at the end of games, do you want Jaden Daniels with the football in his hands? Yes. Is he going to win more games than he loses? Absolutely. At the same time, they had a Hail Mary workout for them last year. Do you know what I mean? So, like when I say everything went right, I mean everything went right. That is a play in franchise history that will be replayed again and again and again and again because it's just so incredibly rare. So it's not that the Commanders can't continue to win games late. It's just that when I say everything went kind of right, everything did go right. So it wouldn't surprise me, honestly, if the Commanders didn't win as many games during the regular season, but still were forced in the playoffs. I kind of think that's how it's going to go.
Coach of the year. I looked further down the board. So Cohen and Carroll, I'm interested at those numbers, 14 and 16. But the favorite usually does not win. It's usually laughable at the end of the year when you go back and say, hey, remember who the coach of the year favorite was? Yeah, it was the Eberflus last year. Like, they usually come out of nowhere. And these markets move quickly. But down the board, I was looking at the NFC. What if the Giants sneak into the playoffs? Can Daboll do it again? New York bump. If you do it with Dart, it's going to be viewed that he identified Dart as the quarterback of the future. They've got star talent both sides of the ball. That's why I like them going over 5.5 wins. I was considering Daboll at 30 and a very similar case for Morris at 30. He isn't viewed as a great coach. But if they surprise Atlanta and they win the NFC South and Penix is good, the credit is going to go somewhere, and it might be Morris.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
And Kevin Petullo, the offensive coordinator. And they run Barkley inside. Saquon touchdown. Philadelphia on top.
Saquon Barkley into the end zone as Philadelphia regains the lead, 21-17. We got 40 seconds remaining here in the first half, and Dallas throws on their first down opportunity. We got defensive pass interference on Philadelphia, automatic first down. When you got Brandon Aubrey, Horvat, you're going to take a shot here. You got a couple of timeouts. There's plenty of time. And you got two elite field stretchers. And, of course, CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens that can get them in a field goal range. So Dallas is going to take their shot here. They should. I mean, the defense has been subpar at best. Philly's defense has been equally lousy. And this game has got a whole lot of pew-pew-pew shootout appeal as Dak dumps it off underneath. Short gain there. Got the flag down again. Is it going to be a late hit? Maybe a low hit? It's possible. That was a Jake Ferguson for a 5-yard gain. Philadelphia, roughing the passer. Wow. I mean, Philadelphia's just giving them gifts. And really, it started with the
Smith
first
again.
series of the game, right?
Yeah.
As Jalen Carter spit into Dak Prescott's face. He got slapped in the head. That's going to be an automatic 15. And that put Dallas in instantaneous, excellent field position. They were able to take advantage, march down the field, punch it in the end zone with Javonte Williams, who, by the way, folks, has got 2 touchdowns. Juggernaut is back. He never really lived up to the hype, but he's delivering tonight. Saquon in the end zone. Also Jalen Hurts in the end zone, not once but twice with the legs. Obviously the big stars are really showing up in this game with the exception of A.J. Brown and really George Pickens as well. He only has the one catch. It was the first catch of the game for 6 yards. Dak drops back, goes to, looks like Ferguson again. 5-yard gain. Tick, 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 tick. I think they just used a timeout. 27 seconds remaining. 2nd and 6. Dallas on their own 45-yard line. Honestly, what they need, 10 yards? I think that's about it. 15, probably at a minimum or max. And they're going to be in Brandon Aubrey field goal range. I mean, maybe he boots like a 65-yarder to end this frame. So what are your thoughts so far and so far on this drive as well and what they do?
Yeah, they've been gifted a couple penalties here. The Eagles come out really aggressive, man. Like, I love all those young dudes from Georgia, but some stupid football tonight. You can't spit in the quarterback of the opposing team's face anymore. There's cameras all over the place, right? They're going to see that. And I think Smith has like 2 or 3 penalties as well. He is ultra aggressive out there. But if Dallas could get in field goal range, I feel pretty good. That would make it a 21-20 game because now, I went from feeling really good about the Cowboys to now like, oh, God, we're going to have to sweat out the 8.5. They're going to go into collapse mode here, aren't they? Because the defensive side of the ball doesn't look very good without Micah Parsons. They still can't stop the run, and they're getting no pressure on the quarterback, which is why Jalen Hurts has walked into the end zone twice and was able to find Jahan Dotson for that 51-yard strike earlier. So as far as like the number, the covering, I feel okay about Dallas, but I really would love an Aubrey field goal here, man.
Yeah, and I think we're getting an opportunity. Again, 21-17, 20 seconds remaining. It is 3rd and 5 right now at the Dallas 46. Oh, and a connection to the guy that we were waiting for. It didn't go for the distance that we were looking for, though. A 9-yard reception from Dak to George Pickens. A little bit of a bobble, but the peak concentration there to reel it in. Tick, 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 9, 8 seconds, and appears they use that timeout. Did they have a timeout? Yeah, they still have one timeout.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they spent a little bit too much time, in my estimation. I think where you're going to get here is probably a quick out to CeeDee Lamb. And be my guess, take it down to like 3 seconds, maybe 4 seconds. Then you trot out Aubrey for a 50-plus yard field goal. Hopefully, you can split the uprights, and you're only dealing with a 1-point deficit, and that would be more than a moral victory. I think a lot of people, again, a lot of individuals who cover the NFL who I talked to today, boat racing was the popular description described about this game and attached that to Philadelphia. And I just had a feeling that was not going to be the case. because it really didn't happen that way. Yes, sir.
They put it back to 15 seconds because they said that Philadelphia was trying to stall, and their defensive player was trying to grab the ball. So they put it back to 15 seconds.
And they have the timeout remaining?
And they still have the timeout remaining, I believe, or no?
No, they took the timeout.
They don't. Yeah, why would they take the timeout? Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that seems a little strange, but it gives them a luxury here to run at least one quality play. This is going to be a sideline out, is my guess, at the Philadelphia Eagles' 45-yard line. Again, they're already in range of Brandon Aubrey, and let's see what this play is. Dak is back, throws it across the middle of the field to CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
Why? You better get up.
Dude.
You got to get moving. Got to get it set. 5, 4, 3. Oh, they spike it with 3 seconds left. Wow, that was risky.
Do you guys
extremely?
Do you
risky,
guys remember?
But CeeDee Lamb.
I thought this was just a Mike McCarthy thing. This might be a Dak thing, man. Remember a couple of years ago against San Fran when they lost in the playoffs and Dak called his own number on a quarterback keeper with no timeouts, no time left on the clock, and he just slides in the middle of the field, and that's how their season ends. What the hell? Why would you throw in the middle of the field? Now, they do get lucky enough to spike it, but yeah. Okay. Wow. Cowboy stuff. All right. Well, I'm glad I'm not a fan of this team, but betting them is torture enough. Wow.
Yeah, definitely. Again, timeout on the field right now. Aubrey's getting an opportunity. We'll let you know if the kick is up and good when it goes live. Let's go and get after with our cards this evening. Our top 3 plays of the night on Thursday Night Football. And yes, Aubrey just booted it through. It is halftime, 21-20. Really kind of a stunning first half, a really entertaining first half in Philadelphia. How is your card looking so far, mi amigo?
All right, play number 1 was the Dallas Cowboys catching 8.5. That was my favorite bet. 1-point game, so I feel pretty good at the half, although the defense is going to need to at least get maybe, 1 stop, force 1 punt. That would be a good start. Dak, 2 passing touchdowns does not look good at all because Javonte Williams has vultured both touchdowns for the Cowboys. George Pickens over 55.5 receiving yards. I'm not panicking yet, but we should already be home. Right, if he gets both hands on that ball where there's the DPI called on Quinyon Mitchell, he's got over 56 receiving yards, and he's got the plus 220 anytime touchdown. So far, looking all right. Really need Dallas. Sledgehammer pick for me tonight was Saquon over 18.5 rush attempts. Feel pretty good about that. Seduced by the Juice was a Dallas Goedert anytime touchdown at plus 300. And then my bonus time bet was Kevontae Turpin anytime touchdown plus 830. They're using him a ton with gadget stuff. Pre-snap motion. He's got a couple carries and a reception. So hopefully at least one of those comes home, either Goddard or Turpin, and it's been a pretty good night as long as the Cowboys don't choke away this game.
Yeah, totally agree. All right, my card, I already got 2 winners on it. Saquon Barkley, my top play of the night, 20-plus yards on the ground in the first quarter. Had 22, I think, to be exact, or 21, doesn't matter. That came home at minus 120. Jahan Dotson, yeah! 51-yard reception. All I needed was a 6-yard grab. I also like the over on 7.5. That came home at a minus 110. So winner. I have George Pickens still left on the over, 22.5 yards, the longest catch. That's TBD. Parlay Pete, he's already hit 1 leg. Jalen Hurts, anytime touchdown. He's got George Pickens, 25-plus receiving yards. He's got 2 for 15. That's looking good. And Dak, 200-plus pass yards. Dak already had 127 at halftime, so that may come through yet again for Parlay Pete, who has hit like 4 in a row. He's nailed his last 3 baseball bets and may go 1-0 to start the NFL season. Sledgehammer special. Dak Prescott, over 1.5 rush attempts. He had 1 in the first half, and I have that with the Philadelphia Eagles minus 2.5 at a plus 122 juice. That's TBD. CeeDee Lamb, seduced by the juice on 7-plus receptions at plus 110. He's got 6 targets and 4 grabs for 86 yards in the first half. So that one on the right track. And Jake Elliott, over 7.5 kicking points, has 3 extra points, needs some field goals. That one at minus 105. So hopefully it was going to come through. Also had Will Shipley on the over 3.5 rush attempts at plus 125. We did that in real time. He's already got 3 carries in the first half. I just need 1 more grip on the ground, and that one's going to cash. So it could be a profitable opening act for your boy tonight. And we are going to run this back again tomorrow because we got Friday Night Lights down in Sao Paulo, Brazil with Kansas City and the LA Chargers. And again, I am heavily, stupidly, idiotically invested, not only from a betting point of view, but also from fantasy football points of view in multiple leagues. And Omarion Hampton, I need him to start hot.
Yep, I need Omarion Hampton as well to have himself a little game. I haven't bet the side in that one yet, man. At 3.5, I like the Chargers, but I want to see how this one plays out. I don't know. I'm pretty high on the Chiefs this year just because nobody else wants to buy in. People are saying the dynasty, the run is over for Kansas City. I don't know about all that. But my favorite prop bet tomorrow, because I'm going to have more plays tomorrow, I really wanted to bet Will Dissly under 24.5 receiving yards, but somebody gave it out. So by the time I got to it, it was 19.5. A little too short for my liking. So what I did, under 11.5 on the longest reception on Will Dissly. So watch, he'll probably have one catch for 12 yards. But I do like that bet quite a bit. And then I'll probably add a few more after tonight, as long as everything goes according to plan here with Dallas.
All right, one bet I'll give you tomorrow. Now, you're going to hear this again on the show on Friday. Xavier Worthy. X going to give it to you, and not through the air. I think it's going to be on the ground. I love betting rush yards on Xavier Worthy, and that number, I'm looking it up in real time because we've seen some movement on it today. Let's see. It is currently at 3.5 at a -120 juice on the over. I grabbed it at 4.5 at like plus 120 earlier today. I think both those numbers are going to cash ultimately in the end. He did that 12 times, including the playoffs last season. A guy that averaged 1.2 rush attempts per game last year, 6.1 yards per game on the ground. I know the Chargers gave up the fewest wide receiver rush yards last year, but in one game against LAC, that was in week 14, he had one carry for 5 yards. Duplicate that, and we're cashing home at plus money. So that, to me, right now is one of my favorite wagers. Xavier Worthy over 4.5 rush yards. I need one stinking carry, and I think it's going to come home at plus money. So you're going to hear that bet tomorrow. And, of course, we got some line movement going on right now at BetMGM. Speaking of BetMGM, stick around for a bonus hour of BetMGM tonight with Ryan Horvat. I'll be sweating alongside the second half action in this game, getting some additional college football talk as well. I'm going to exit stage left, and until next time, adios, amigos. Throw it to Pickens deep, please.
Hey, Sammy P from Bet Sweats here. This Friday morning on the show, it's our first ever Friday Feels. All our favorite bets for week 1 on the next Bet Sweats.
Generally, it's not the best idea to bet on the teams that you cheer for. I think a lot of people would tell you that. As far as last week, I really believed Texas was going to win, and a lot of people did. But you know what? That's betting. Ohio State was a better team last week, so full credit. But generally, it's something I stay away from. Like once in a blue moon. Also, I think the beginning of the season had a lot to do with that, right? Like it's the first week. You get caught up in the excitement. You know, you want to maybe have a little something on the game, whatever it is. But I normally would not do that. So I understand the temptation, but it's generally better if you kind of veer away, at least in my view.
Yeah, but you also feel like a traitor if you pimp the other side and you say, oh, the Titans are going to be terrible. And then if the Titans win outright, you look like a terrible Titans fan, right? Like then you feel like you have like shifted allegiances. So I don't know how I'm going to play the Titans, but I think I am going to go against them in Survivor.
I mean, you can't win. That's the problem. You cannot win no matter what. Like, even if your team is good, you can't win. You know, like what was it last year? I was saying this yesterday where I think the Commanders were taking on whoever it was, might have been the Eagles. And I said, I don't know. This is going to be a tough game. I don't know if they can win this game. And so it's like, how dare you bet against a team? I'm like, because it's the National Football League. That's why. Like, you never know. I'm like, do you watch football? Like, tell me you don't watch the NFL without telling me you don't watch the NFL. Like, when do teams just, like, roll through everyone on their schedule? Every single team this year very, very likely will have a bad loss in the schedule. It's just too tough. So when it comes to the Titans, okay, if you pick for them, it's like, yeah, you're a good fan, but people will say, why the hell are you picking the Titans? They stink this year. You get crushed. And then, if you don't pick them and they pull off an upset, it's like, oh, you're a terrible fan. You're a terrible fan. Like, no matter what, a side is going to have an argument against you.
One quarterback that it surprised me a little bit when I started looking at the ADP and all the projections that are out there. And I was wondering if you're with it. And I'm talking about Justin Fields. He was going around 9, 10. People obviously think fantasy points wise, okay, they're going to decide to use his legs there in New York. What are you thinking with Fields this season?
He was one of those guys where I'm with you. I wasn't exactly going out of my way for necessarily. I think on Yao, he was closer to, pick 80 or pick 90. But a lot of drafts I was in, he ended up falling into that QB 15, 16 range where, I think he is worth a dart at that price. And if you find yourself missing on the Josh Allens and the Lamar Jacksons of the world, getting one of Justin Fields and then any of, J.J. McCarthy, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love in that QB2 tier, that was more so my strategy versus reaching on someone like a Bo Nix or even, a Baker Mayfield, who were still going in areas of the draft where we had some pretty awesome running backs and wide receivers. So I know it could be very ugly with Justin Fields, but guys, we've been doing this for a while. I remember when Taysom Hill was getting 4-week spot starts at quarterback and putting up big time fantasy numbers. Tim Tebow, the freaking biggest joke of a professional passer we can come up with, was a great fantasy quarterback because, as you said, he ran the ball. We just don't have much experience seeing quarterbacks who run as much as Fields overly bust in fantasy land. Specifically, guys, last 10 years, 31 quarterbacks have at least 100 rush attempts in a season. 28 of them wound up posting top 12 numbers in fantasy points per game, not even doing the thing where you can say overall numbers for who stayed healthy. So again, not going to be pretty. I would not recommend people tuning into too many Jets games this year, but I think when everything's said and done and we look up, Fields will be a top 12 fantasy quarterback.
Begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark, solo hour. Brad will be back with us tomorrow as we get you set for one more game before we hit the weekend, and it's the Chargers and the Chiefs. The Chargers catching 3, and the total right now is sitting there at 46.5. So we'll be live for that one, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM Network. You can stream the show on Twitch as well as YouTube. Right now, though, we got a good one on Thursday night. Dallas kicks a long field goal over 50 yards, and it's 21-20 Philly. So the Eagles on the live line currently at BetMGM, 5.5-point favorites. So we're getting some good CLV on our Dallas 8.5 tickets. Live total, if you bet the under, you're big screwed. 41 points have already been scored. So the live total is sitting there now at 65. Closed at 47.5. One more touchdown, and this thing flies over. If there isn't another touchdown scored, that's one of the worst beats of the season, and we just kicked off about 2 hours ago. All right, let's talk a little more NFL with one of our favorites. You hear him every night. Every Thursday night, that is, in this slot, Jonathan Coachman, host of Coach and Company. Coach, let's start with this game, man. A lot of people were out on Dallas. They trade away Micah Parsons, and the defense has not looked good. Philadelphia has marched up and down the field. Jalen Hurts already 2 rushing touchdowns. but the offense is going to keep them in games this year, man. Dak could lead the league in touchdown passes. I like the Pickens pickup, and CeeDee Lamb's a top 3 receiver in this league, and he's showing that tonight. Where are you at with this Cowboys team, and do you think they got a shot to at least cover the 8.5 tonight?
Well, I played him at 8. I bought a 2 points up to 10. I played the live over at 61. So 65, I feel like I got a bargain at 61. But, Ryan, I don't know that I've ever seen in the history of my fandom or being a professional in this business a dumber play than Jalen Carter had to start the game. That completely changed the game for the Eagles because he's a game changer in the middle. They now can do whatever they want. There's no pressure on Dak whatsoever. But if you don't think they're missing Micah Parsons, what are we watching? They can't stop him. Even when Jalen Hurts is just standing back there looking around and they've got him covered, he just finds a way, and there's nobody on the defense that's fast enough to stay with him. They're going to miss Micah Parsons. Now, was he worth $47 million? Probably not. But if I'm watching that game, Ryan, I'm playing every over of every Cowboys game all year long. It's a perfect recipe, great offense, and a defense that can't stop anybody. So right now I feel pretty good about my +8, my +10, and I feel great about my over at 61.
I completely agree, and I have no idea what Jalen Carter's thinking. You go on the first play, not even the first play, man. It was right after the opening kickoff, and you spit in the opposing quarterback's face when there's cameras all over that field. And the league's cracking down already on taunting and things like that, obviously. And what a weird night to do it, too. It's the opening week of the NFL season. It's ring night. You're raising your banner. You're getting your Super Bowl rings, and you get kicked out before you even make a tackle. Crazy stuff. I'm glad you got the Chiefs hat on, man, because I want to ask you about this game. Chiefs went from 3.5 back down to 3 in some shops. Total's 46.5. I'm hearing a lot of love for the Chargers. What are you doing in tomorrow night's game?
Well, there was a lot of love last year for the Chargers as well until they played the game. Now, this is what I call the battle of the boo thing because you have one tight end who just got engaged to a billionaire. Then you've got another quarterback for the Chargers who's also dating a very well-known, attractive, let's call her a starlet or a YouTuber or an influencer. That's been the main storyline for this game. I think the Chiefs are going to be much, much better than they were last year. Travis Kelce, Ryan, he's lost 35 pounds. Now, despite the fact that he's been shopping for a ring for the last several months, he was also in the gym. I also think that Patrick Mahomes took it on the chin. I think it was the first time in his entire career where he had a game where they were never in it. What was it, 34-0 at one point? I think these two guys and their greatness, they decided in the offseason, you know what? We haven't seen – I mean, Patrick had a couple of trips, but we didn't see a lot of him. I think he's going to be in better shape. I think the offense is going to be great. I love Xavier Worthy. They're going to miss Rice at the start of the season for 6 games. But I think the Chiefs come out and they make a statement tomorrow. And I think they beat the Chargers. And I think I picked them on my show today. I think they're going to go back to the Super Bowl. And I think they're going to win the Super Bowl this year. I think they're going to be that good.
Yeah, I completely agree, man. I bet Mahomes to win the MVP, even though it's only plus 650, just because of this narrative that he has this dad bod and that I keep hearing the runs over in Kansas City. Not sure about that, man. Andy Reid's still the head coach, and Spags is still calling the defense. One of the other premier matchups, we get last year's NFC North winners, the Detroit Lions, coming off a 15-win season, but they lose their offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, their defensive coordinator, and Aaron Glenn. And they got to travel to take on the Green Bay Packers, who made the deal for Micah Parsons. The Packers go from being 1.5-point underdogs to 2.5-point favorites at Lambeau. The total's 47.5. You like Green Bay to win the game, or do you think that Detroit could at least cover the 2.5, maybe 3 that we close at?
If the Lions were playing at home, I'd take Detroit. But the fact that they're playing in Green Bay, a lot of people forget, Ryan, that the Packers have made it to the playoffs 5 out of 6 seasons under Matt LaFleur. He's a really good coach. And now that they have Micah Parsons, we're seeing tonight just how much the Cowboys are missing him. Now, here's the thing, though. When you got to take an injection in your back, I had to do it when I played college basketball, and it is hit or miss. Sometimes if it hits the right nerve, you're good to go. I was good to go for the rest of my senior year. But I wasn't playing in the NFL either. And so how healthy is Micah Parsons going to be? I don't know. But to me, this one's also about Dan Campbell. At some point, Ryan, we have got to admit to ourselves, if you're Detroit, that you have a head coach that's a great motivator. He's a great rah-rah guy. He is not a great head coach. And when it comes down to the most important games, like one's on Sunday night, in his mind, he's like, oh, wait a second. I've got to gamble on every play. I've got to go for it on every fourth down because we're playing a really big team or it's a playoff game. Dan Campbell is not a good head coach, so I'm always going to give the advantage on the other side of the football field, and this just happens to be the Packers. So I like the Packers to win. I like the Packers to cover. I think they're going to have a really, really good year, and I love Jordan Love. He got his bag. He got his money, and they got their star on the defensive side. I think Green Bay is going to have a great year this year.
Yeah, we're on the same page there, man. Goff on the road at Lambeau, Micah Parsons. Also, you lose your starting center in Ragnow that Detroit did, and you're going against that pass rush for Green Bay, which all of a sudden becomes a strength. I like the Packers as well. Primetime game. How about this one on NBC? The Ravens. I'm trying to see where we're at right now. The Ravens, okay, so the Ravens, the best price you could get on them, it's a pick. So they're +1. Baltimore, you can also actually get +1.5. Who do you like in this one between Lamar and Josh Allen week 1? The game's in Buffalo.
I am calling this the Battle of the Dan Marinos. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean that, unfortunately, for Lamar Jackson and for Josh Allen, they are playing in the NFL at the same time as number 15 in Kansas City. And there can only be one Super Bowl champ every single year. It was part of the reason Peyton Manning took so long to win his title because Tom Brady was winning all of them. So, to me, you got to go with the Bills at home. To me, the Ravens are overhyped. Lamar Jackson, great quarterback, gets really big numbers. I always play his rushing total. But to start Sunday night in Buffalo with a team that's so motivated and a Josh Allen that I'm the biggest Josh Allen fan there is out there. He is settled. He wants to be in Buffalo. He got married in the offseason. And I think this Buffalo team, they made a lot of little decisions, little changes in positions. They got rid of guys in the last couple of years. You're like, wait a second. But I think they were smart to get rid of the likes of Stephon Diggs a couple of years ago. So to me, Buffalo is the second best team in the entire AFC, maybe the second best team in the league. So I like them to win on Sunday. I can't believe that this line is where it's at right now. I thought Buffalo would be favored by at least 3 or 3.5.
Yeah, I know. I was looking at it 1.5 everywhere pretty much. The other game that's kind of flying under the radar that I keep forgetting about, man, is the Rams at home. That just moved a little bit. They went from 2.5 to 3. Total's 43.5 against the Texans. I haven't heard anybody make the case for the Texans. If I were going to, it would be that pass rush, Anderson and Hunter against Matthew Stafford, who they've frozen all offseason. He's got a bad back. He's pushing 40 years old. Where are you on that one, man? Because the Rams are 3-point favorites against Houston.
Yeah, we get all the local coverage out here that you don't get, Ryan, on the local LA channels, and they're putting it all on Matthew Stafford. If he plays, they think they're going to have a really, really good year. If he doesn't, then they won't. You can say that for 31 other teams, too. But when you're talking about the Texans, I put their head coach in the same category as Dan Campbell, and it's not to be disrespectful. It's just to be honest. There are certain people that are made to be coordinators, and there are certain people that are made to be head coaches. He's not made to be a head coach. He's really good on the defensive side of the ball. He's not good with clock management, and I think the Texans are also going to miss Tank Dell, who, from what I understand, the knee is not rejuvenating like it should. I don't know that he'll ever play in the NFL again. So without those weapons, I just don't know that the Texans have enough firepower to beat the Rams.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And then another interesting game that we get is the Jets, 3-point dogs taking on the Steelers. So it's a revenge game for Aaron Rodgers week 1. And Justin Fields, though, that nobody's talking about because he's going against his former team, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Rodgers is going after the Jets or going out, going against them. Total in the game only 38, so the market's expecting a lower scoring game. What would you do if you had to bet this game? Rodgers or Fields, Steelers or Jets?
Let's make this very clear. Very clear, Ryan Horvath. It's only week 1.
Yeah.
There's nothing more than that. Shut up, Aaron Rodgers. I'm so tired of you giving us nothing when you're being interviewed. If I had to play this game, I'm a Justin Fields fan. I love watching him play. Now, sometimes he makes you scratch your head, but he's dynamic. He's athletic. And if he can just find a few of his weapons. He's got Garrett Wilson, who got his bag. Sauce Gardner got his bag. The Jets, I don't think are going to be that bad of a football team as compared to the Steelers. And don't you think, Ryan, at some point, I know they love the narrative in Pittsburgh. Oh, we've only had 4 head coaches the last 60-odd years. You know what? Sometimes you need to make a change. And as great as Mike Tomlin is, and yeah, maybe he'll be picked up by another team right away, but that's okay. The whole point is I'm tired of the narrative he's never had a losing season. Okay, so 9-8 is something to write home about? Is it?
Yeah.
I say no. They need a new voice. They need an offensive-minded coach. They just got rid of George Pickens. They can't stop him in Philadelphia tonight. This guy is dynamic. So I think this is going to be a major disappointment for the Steelers. I like the Jets at home this weekend.
Another game I'm really interested in, man, that probably a lot of people aren't going to watch unless you're in the Jacksonville or Carolina market is the Jags and the Panthers. Two teams that I want to buy low on. Bryce Young looked really good down the stretch. And if Liam Cohen can't get Trevor Lawrence to throw 24 or 25 touchdown passes, man, his number's only 21.5. He might be a career backup. After a couple years ago, everybody thought he was this once-in-every-generation quarterback. He hasn't lived up to the hype. The Jags are actually favored by 3. Who are you higher on this year? Carolina or Jacksonville, and who would you bet in that game?
Oh, Carolina, all the way. I mean, Bryce Young has finally figured out how to play quarterback at the NFL level. The best thing that they did last year was bench him and let him watch from the sideline so you go, okay, that's how you did. Oh, the guy's open over there. Jacksonville is a gigantic failure. Trevor Lawrence is the only quarterback that's left on his original team from that draft class. That whole draft class was an embarrassment. Now, does he get paid? Yeah, they're all getting paid these days. But Trevor Lawrence needs to be a dog. And I don't know, Ryan, if he has that in him. I need to see a little bit of arrogance, a little bit of cockiness, not the old, hair's coming out the back of the uniform and he's playing good. And he's just, to me, he's too clean when he gets done playing in a football game. Now, so is Bryce Young, but at least Bryce, to me, has great touch, much better touch than Trevor Lawrence. So I would bet on Carolina. You're right. They were covering down the stretch, and they were really competitive with some really good teams down the stretch too.
Yeah, Coach, we got time for one more, about 60 seconds here. So you said in the AFC you like the Chiefs. I like the Chiefs as well. What about the NFC, man? Right now the Eagles have a 24-20 lead on Dallas. Is it as easy as just taking them to repeat, win the NFC, or is there a team that you like a little bit more?
Well, I really like the Eagles after watching them in the first half. Jalen Hurts seems to have taken his game to a whole nother level. They've got all the weapons that they need. They've made some changes on defense. I think they'll figure that out. It would be a different game if Jalen Carter was in the game. Let's just be honest. So to me, it's the Eagles, it's the Packers, and then it's everybody else. Don't sleep on the Bucs either, but I think the Eagles are the clear favorite in the NFC.
Love it. Jonathan Coachman, host of Coaching Company. What do you got coming up before next Thursday when we do this again? Where can the people find you this weekend?
Busy, man. Coaching Company every day. We've got Off the Rope, Sirius XM, Channel 156, 2 to 4 every single day. We're busy, man. We're super, super busy. So I've got the weekend off, then 2 straight weekends, golf tournaments with the sun. Competitive golfer, Scratch. I spend a lot of weekends on the golf course.
Well, good luck, brother. Stay safe. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the games this weekend. We'll do it again next Thursday. Appreciate you always.
I love it, man. Love being here on Thursdays. Thank you, Ron. Enjoy it.
Great stuff right there. Jonathan Coachman, Chiefs fan. He's got the Kansas City hat on. I like Kansas City tomorrow. I've been going back and forth on that one. You could get Kansas City right now at 2.5. Give me the Chiefs. Right now, though, the Eagles, this is going to be a sweat. 24-20. We got 7:25 to go in the third quarter. Dallas is going to face a 3rd-and-1 situation. They've actually been able to run the ball. I think that's been the biggest surprise for me, at least, for Dallas on the offensive side of the ball. Javonte Williams went over his rushing prop. Granted, it was a low number, 37.5. He went over that number in the first half. 24-20. Wow, they call a pitch play here. I believe that's Miles Sanders. No, it's not. It is Javonte Williams. He gets the first down, 1st and 10 for Dallas. We got a good one on opening night, though. 24-20 Philly. 6:50 to go. We'll come back. We got our ATS challenge in the NFL. We're picking every single game and giving you live updates on Philly, Dallas as well. BetMGM tonight.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
I think this game could be a slog. I think it could be the first to 20. And Simmons, yes, super talented, but first career road start, maybe a little bit of a sleepy spot going against one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in the SEC. I think this is a low-scoring, ugly game. I like the plus 125 for Simmons to only score one touchdown. I think Kentucky's going to keep everything in front like they did last year when these teams play. They didn't really let any of those explosive plays that Ole Miss usually has beat them. They made the Rebels work their way down the field. I think they do the same thing again on Saturday, and if they do, hopefully Ole Miss, if they do find the end zone, run it in instead of throwing it in. So I'll go under 1.5 passing touchdowns for Austin Simmons at plus 125. Let's go with DJ Lagway to have 300 or more passing yards against South Florida on Saturday at plus 180. So we're taking an alt on DJ Lagway's pass yards. Look, USF looked awesome against Boise last Thursday, right? Dominant performance. Especially in that second half, just completely blew away from them. USF wants to go fast, though, and I think that tempo at times could get them into trouble. Keep in mind, too, with Florida, their schedule is the hardest in the country. Their next two opponents after USF are LSU and Miami, and they still have to play Texas and Georgia and Florida State and Tennessee and a whole bunch more really good teams. So how many more games is Florida really going to be able to save DJ Lagway from some hits and make sure he's not taking any of those extra beating? I think this is one of those games. They really focus on Lagway in the pocket, and USF also wants to make Lagway beat them from the pocket. So I think Florida airs it out. I would look at DJ Lagway, 300 or more passing yards at plus 180. Justice Haynes, the running back for Michigan, who was terrific in their season opener against New Mexico, had nearly 160 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns for the Wolverines. His anytime touchdown price is plus 130 against Oklahoma. Now, I think Michigan is going to have a difficult time scoring in that game, but I also think Bryce Underwood's going to have a difficult time through the air. I think the times that Michigan does get it inside the red zone or inside the 10-yard line, they're looking for Haynes. I would expect 20 to 25 carries out of him. So Justice Haynes plus 130 to find the end zone. I think that's a good price in that Oklahoma-Michigan game.
Any other teams that stand out, whether it's win total, Super Bowl, where they can't stop betting them?
Yeah, definitely Denver. Denver's a team that I bet over 5.5 wins last season. They started 0-2. There was a lot of trouble in paradise there, but they righted the ship. They actually ended up making the playoffs. And now everybody seems to be picking them again this season. More money came in on their win total yesterday at the book. They're a very popular week 1 play. I'm guessing they will be the number 1 play in Survivor this week, guys. We talked about Survivor. Denver is a team getting a lot of publicity, a lot of play in the futures market, but that is a really tough division. We think the Raiders are going to be better this year, and we know that the Chargers are going to be good, and obviously Kansas City is going to be in the mix for the Super Bowl again. So I would say Denver's a team. It's already, in my opinion, they're overpriced a little bit. I think there's probably a better place to go for your futures bets, but they're a very popular team. And then one team getting a lot of sharp play in the last, call it 10 days, is the New York Giants. The New York Giants over their win total. They got a lot of good players on defense. We'll see what happens at quarterback there. The Cowboys maybe taking a step back this season without Micah Parsons, but Washington and Philadelphia do look very good in that division. Giants do have a tough schedule, but there is a lot of talent there, and they were a massive underachiever last season. So it does make sense people will be looking to bet them over this year.
To the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM tonight, After Dark, Ryan Horvath solo hour. Good stuff in that last segment with Jonathan Coachman. If you missed any of that, go back, check out the podcast. All you got to do, type in BetMGM tonight, like, subscribe, review, rate, all that fun stuff. That's all we ask you to do in return. We'll be back tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Myself and my co-host, Brad Evans, getting you set for Chargers-Chiefs on a Friday night out in Brazil. The Chiefs, 3-point favorites. 3.5 in some spots earlier today. The 3.5s that I'm seeing are all gone. So Kansas City down to a field goal favorite. We'll have that game tomorrow. Right now, we got Philadelphia leading Dallas 24-20. Dallas in the red zone. They did get penalized. I missed the penalty, but we have a 2nd and 22 here for Dak Prescott. He drops back to throw, and it's an incomplete pass. So that'll bring up a known passing down, 3rd and 22. So if Dallas doesn't complete or doesn't convert a first down here, they're in field goal range, which would make it a 24-23 game. Doing the math in my head because selfishly, I got a lot of money on Dallas tonight, plus 8.5. Big, a huge bet on the Cowboys at 8.5. Live number, Dallas only a 4.5-point dog. The total in the game, if you bet the over, you're looking real good because the live total is 64.5. The biggest surprise for me, the run game. Javonte Williams has 12 carries for 49 yards. His longest of the night, 11-yarder. But Miles Sanders, in the Lord's year 2025, just ripped off a 49-yard run. He's got 3 carries for 52 yards. Dak in the end zone. Oh, we got a penalty. I believe that's going to be DPI on Reed Blankenship. We'll see as he was going to, I want to say that was Ferguson in the back of the end zone. And we had a play on the ball. There's a flag. Looks like if this is against Philadelphia, this is going to be an automatic first down, and that's big because it would have brought up 4th and long. Dallas would have had to kick the field goal. Looks like Blankenship may have got there early trying to make a play. No. So Ferguson actually should have made this grab in the end zone. Ball hits him in the worst spot, his hands. Hits him in his hands and then bounces off both hands and hits him in the damn helmet. That's such a Gordy Gillespie joke that I just told right there. Ryan, the ball hit you in the worst spot. Where, Grandpa? The hands. Bounces off his hands, off his helmet, and then Reed Blankenship comes in and gives him like a little shoulder. If this was college football, they probably would have looked at a targeting violation. So that's an automatic 1st and 10 here for Dallas. 4:52 to go here in the third quarter. That is for the Eagles, their 8th penalty for 105 yards. Jalen Carter got kicked out of the game before the game even officially really got underway after the opening kickoff. He loses his mind. I don't know if he thought he was like a WWE wrestler or Robert Omora or what. Oh, my God. Was that a real fumble? Oh, my God. You got to be kidding me. I believe Dallas just fumbled. Now, Dak is saying that Miles Sanders was down.
It's a fumble.
You got to be. Oh, my God. That's a crusher. I want to break something right now. Anyway, what I was saying is Jalen Carter got kicked out of the game for spitting in the face of Dak Prescott. I wish I could spit in the face of somebody right now. That is a costly turnover. Dallas had the ball 1st and 10 in the red zone on the 20, and they fumble it away with Miles Sanders. And that's the kind of stuff that'll make you want to break things if you have Dallas plus 8.5. All right, well, we move on. The Eagles take over possession. If you're looking to live bet the game, let's get you some live numbers over at MGM. Still a 4. Nope, never mind. Philly now moves from 4.5 to 6.5, a 6.5-point favorite. My brother texts me that he hates Miles Sanders. I agree with my brother. Live total dips to 60. All right, Brando, let's do our ATS challenge. We're going to pick every single game against the spread, go head-to-head, as we do in college. We'll do our college picks tomorrow during the Friday night NFL game, but tonight we'll do a little NFL to kind of, a little fun exercise, and also because selfishly I want to watch this game. God damn it, I can't believe that just happened. All right, I move on. Let's go to game number 1. Let's start with tomorrow night's game out in Brazil, which I got to be honest, I hate that they do. Like last year, it was like a slip and slide out, man. Remember Saquon? I bet him to win Offensive Player of the Year last year, and he takes the first carry of the game, and he slips on his ass, and I was like, oh, here we go. He's hurt already. But I'll actually go with the Chiefs at 3. I feel like the Chargers are going to be the public dog with fleas. Now, at 3.5 or 4, it would be a different conversation because I could always just get the push with the Chiefs. I know a lot of people think that their luck is just going to run out, and that makes sense because last year, remember all those one-possession games that they kept winning? And there was always terrible officiating. Every call seemed like it benefited the Kansas City Chiefs. But they heard us all rip them and bring up that narrative and that the run is over and this and that. I think they're going to come out more hungry this season, as scary as that sounds. I don't know that they make it back to the Super Bowl. They're not my pick. I'm going with the Buffalo Bills. But I do think that the Chiefs do win this game by a minimum of 3 points. Could be just by a field goal, but I'm going to go with Kansas City. I like the Chargers this year too, but Rashawn Slater's out for the year, and this is a tough divisional matchup to open the season. So I'll go KC.
Yeah, look, I am on the record saying that I don't think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to win the AFC West, and I think that starts in Brazil, and I think that the Chargers go out and they show that they're for real, and they make a statement, and they're one of the top 2 teams in the AFC West. I love Jim Harbaugh. I love the coaching staff that they have there. I love Omarion Hampton. I can't wait to see what he's going to be. Najee Harris getting the start there. It's going to be a good 1-2 punch. I like this team, so I'm going with the Chargers, and I'll take the points. I think the Chargers are going to win this game outright. So if you give me the Chargers +3, I'll definitely take it.
Dude, I had to go back. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. I like that call. But stupid-ass Miles Sanders, even on that 50-yarder, the 52-yarder, he gets caught from behind by a linebacker as a running back, and then he fumbles in the red zone.
It's a good way to not get touches next week.
Man. All right, anyway, sorry. I had to tweet that so I don't forget about it. All right, anyway, back to doing my actual job, although, God, that sucks. Cardinals are 6.5-point favorites against the Saints. I'm going to let you go first on this one, Brando, because I don't know what to do here, man. I did consider the Cardinals in Survivor, but I can't do it. I could see the Saints winning this game, man. I'm really high on the Cardinals this year. I bet them to make the playoffs at +150. Win total over 8.5. I like the offseason for the defensive side of the ball. And I'm a Kyler believer this year, mainly because I have to be. I have him in 2 fantasy leagues. But I don't know what to do here. Where are you going?
I'm going with the Saints in the points because, look, everybody is on the Cardinals. Everybody, I hear people saying they're taking them in their ATS Survivor pool. They're taking them in their regular Survivor pool, and they just sent the teams to the locker room because there's lightning in the area. So we are going to have a weather delay in the football game. So, anyway, back to the Cardinals and the Saints. I'm taking the Saints +6.5. It's week 1 of the NFL, man, and I tell you this all the time. I hate the spreads in week 1 of the NFL because crazy things happen. I think too many people are off of the Saints. I think that the Saints come out and they want to at least show that they have a semblance of a team. I think Tyler Shuff comes out and maybe has one good game in him in week 1, maybe surprises the Cardinals who don't really have Spencer Rattler has one good game, maybe surprises the Cardinals that don't have a ton of tape on them. So I'm going to take the Saints +6.5.
We got a weather delay, actually. I don't know if it's lightning. 24-20 is the score. 4:44 to go in the third quarter. What a brutal oh my God, I wish this could have happened 5 minutes ago before Miles Sanders got run down by a linebacker and then fumbled in the red zone. So just brutal. You know what, dude?
Yeah.
I'll go Arizona. I'll lay it with Arizona. I completely agree with you, and I think everybody's going to pick them in Survivor, which means ultimately they'll probably blow it. But they're my team. I've hyped them all summer. I got to roll with the Cardinals. I'll lay the 6.5 against the Saints, who are going to be atrocious this season. You already know my pick in the next one, Tampa Bay, Atlanta. Give me Atlanta with the points. I think Atlanta actually wins this game outright. They've been really competitive against Tampa the last 3 years. They see them twice every year, obviously, divisional matchup, and they're 5-1 against the spread. This year, I think they get over the hump. The pass rush was outside the top 20 last year, so you go and draft 2 pass rushers in the draft. You spend some money in free agency on an edge rusher as well. I don't worry about the offense, man. I like what I saw from Penix in the 3 games that he played last year as a rookie. Bijan could and should win Offensive Player of the Year. Drake London could be a double-digit touchdown guy again. Give me Atlanta to pull off the slight upset. What say you?
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I like the Falcons in this one, plus 2.5. I think the Falcons might win this one outright, so I would definitely take the plus 2.5. I like Penix. I like what they're doing. I think Drake London's going to have a hell of a season this year. I think you're going to see a lot of connection between him and Michael Penix here early in the season. Bijan Robinson, like you've said a bunch of times, Offensive Player of the Year. I love what I see from him. Hopefully, maybe this might finally be the year for Kyle Pitts to break out. But yeah, Falcons plus 2.5.
Love that. You know what I just thought about too? I like this weather delay. Maybe we could just keep this delayed until 11 p.m. Eastern, and then we could get off the air and actually watch the game with sound on with the rest of America.
It's at least a half-hour delay, so we are
going to
delay this until then. Yeah.
I love this. Let's do this every Thursday. Let's actually have a weather delay until 11 p.m. and then kick off every game at 11 so I could actually enjoy it rather than trying to do a show while losing thousands of dollars on the Dallas Cowboys fumbling in the red zone and Miles Sanders' old ass getting run down by a linebacker. Anyway, Carolina, Jacksonville. Jacksonville's laying 3.5 at home. Give me Jacksonville. I've heard everybody pick Carolina. I have not heard one person take Jacksonville. Jacksonville's at home. It's a tough place to play because it's very hot. The humidity is going to get to Bryce. Bryce looks like an 8th grader. Sure, Trevor Lawrence, he fumbles too much, and he's kind of a bonehead. But if Liam Cohen can't get the most out of him, nobody can. Nobody can. I think Jacksonville's defense is going to be much better this year, especially in their coverage. So give me the Jags laying 3.5, but it scares me.
The humidity is going to get to Bryce Young, who plays in the Carolinas.
I can't get Miles Sanders getting chased down by that linebacker.
I love it. No, you know where I'm going with this. I'm going with the Panthers plus the points. I think the Panthers win this game outright. The reason why nobody's picking the Jaguars to win is because nobody believes that the Jaguars are good because they're not good. Liam Cohen, Duval, and all that other stuff, they're just not good, and they don't have a good quarterback, and Trevor Lawrence is not the answer at quarterback, and they're going to be looking for a quarterback in the next draft or two. So give me the Panthers plus 3.5 all day long.
All right, you're going with the Sex Panthers. I'm going with the Jags. We got the Cincinnati Bengals laying 5.5 against the Browns. I bet this today. I forgot that I bet this today. I had to take the Browns. I took the Browns at 6. At 5.5, I still like the Browns. I do think the Bengals win, right? Last year, opening week 1, they lose outright as 8.5-point favorites to the New England Patriots, who trotted out Jacoby Brissett week 1, not even Drake May. I do think they're going to get off to a faster start because that's been their issue the last couple of years. Slow starts, man.
Yeah.
But Cleveland always plays them tough. And it's still Myles Garrett and that pass rush going against Burrow, a decent enough defense. And it's Joe Flacco. You know, if it's Dorian Thompson-Robinson, DTR, or any of those schmucks starting at quarterback, give me Cincinnati. But I think Joe Flacco is going to be able to get the ball to the playmakers enough. So give me Cleveland to cover here.
Yeah, I'm just going the other way. Look, Cleveland's a dumpster fire. I don't know what they're going to be on offense. I know Cincinnati's defense is not very good. They're going to give up a ton of points this season. Cincinnati's going to have to get into shootouts with just about everybody they play. I just don't think this is one of those times. I think Burrow and company want to come out. They want to make a statement. There's too many weapons on this Cincinnati offense for Cleveland, who is still a really good defense. It's just too many weapons for Cleveland to match up with. I think Cincinnati is going to have a big day. I even started Joe Burrow in my fantasy league this year, or this week, I should say, in a fantasy league where I had the choice of him or Josh Allen. So I just think they're going to have a big week. So I'm going to take the Bengals minus 5.5.
Wait, you have Joe Burrow and Josh Allen on the same fantasy team?
I do.
How? How is that even possible?
It's one of those leagues. It's a 2-quarterback league, first of all. But I think that I'm not playing Josh Allen against the Ravens defense. That's my thing. So I have Caleb Williams as my other starter. Those are my 3 quarterbacks. Yeah.
Okay. I get it. I'm trying to see if I get a cash out option on Dallas, and they won't even offer me it. Let's go over to our next game. We got the Miami Dolphins taking on the Colts. Give me the Dolphins, actually. I think the Dolphins are going to win this game. I don't know how many they're going to win this season, but dude, it's been a mess of an offseason, but come on now. Daniel Jones or Tua, I will go Miami here. What about you?
I'm going with Colts.
Are you?
I think the Dolphins are a dumpster fire. I think McDaniels gets fired early, and I think it's going to start with the Colts. I just don't. They don't like it. They didn't even vote Tyreek as a captain this year. This is going to be a disaster in that locker room.
All right, we'll wrap up our picks, give you an update on this weather delay, but probably not going to come back until we are off the air. NFL ATS Challenge when we come back. BetMGM tonight.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Let's go back to the close game thing. Do you think that is a reason for concern going into this year? Or do you say, hey, Jayden Daniels is really clutch, and there is a reason they won all those games, and they were close games? Because the thing that stands out to me as well is that, like, some of these games are not against good teams. Like, they barely got past, like, the Saints. And, like, the Bears at the time were not a great team either. So when you're talking about winning a division, it's not just going head-to-head with, like, the Eagles. You still have to win other games. And that's, I think, my question for the Commanders is that can they live like a little bit more to the point where they're beating teams soundly as opposed to just scraping by in the last 2 minutes of a game?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I think that, I've kind of gone back and forth with people online because the Commanders had all the breaks go their way, and the natural response is, well, didn't that happen because of Jayden Daniels? And the answer is yes. And so at the end of games, do you want Jayden Daniels with the football in his hands? Yes. Is he going to win more games than he loses? Absolutely. At the same time, they had a Hail Mary workout for them last year. Do you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
Like when I say everything went right, I mean everything went right. That is a play in franchise history that will be replayed again and again and again and again because it's just so incredibly rare. So it's not that the Commanders can't continue to win games late. It's just that when I say everything went kind of right, everything did go right. So it wouldn't surprise me, honestly, if the Commanders didn't win as many games during the regular season, but still were forced in the playoffs. I kind of think that's how it's going to go.
Coach of the year. I looked further down the board. So Cohen and Carroll, I'm interested at those numbers, 14 and 16. But the favorite usually does not win. It's usually laughable at the end of the year when you go back and say, hey, remember who the coach of the year favorite was? Yeah, it was the Eberflus last year. Like, they usually come out of nowhere. And these markets move quickly. But down the board, I was looking at the NFC. What if the Giants sneak into the playoffs? Can Daboll do it again? New York bump. If you do it with Dart, it's going to be viewed that he identified Dart as the quarterback of the future. They've got star talent both sides of the ball. That's why I like them going over 5.5 wins. I was considering Daboll at 30 and a very similar case for Morris at 30. He isn't viewed as a great coach. But if they surprise Atlanta and they win the NFC South and Penix is good, the credit is going to go somewhere, and it might be Morris.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Eagles lead the Cowboys 24-20 in the third quarter. However, we got a weather delay, so action probably not going to resume until after 11 p.m. Eastern. So as far as the show goes, 24-20 is going to be the score until we get off the air. Hopefully, Dallas covers the 8.5 points. They should probably have the lead or only trail by 1 point. But unfortunately, Miles Sanders has a 50-yard run but gets chased down by a linebacker and then fumbles in the red zone. I'm done talking about it. Doesn't affect me, of course, so I'm moving on. All right, we got our ATS challenge. Brandon informs me. Brandon Combs, EP of the show. I'm Ryan Horvat. It's BetMGM Tonight. Brandon informs me we only have one game actually in common. So we were head-to-head on Chiefs-Chargers. I went with the Chiefs. We were head-to-head on Cards-Saints, although I'm kind of on Brando's side on that one, but I'll go with the Cardinals laying the 6.5. We both like Atlanta to cover the 2.5 at home against Tampa. I'm on Jacksonville. He's on Carolina. I'm on the Browns. Brandon's on the Bengals. I'm on the Dolphins. Brandon's on the Colts. Let's see if we're going to head-to-head the rest of the way. We got the Giants taking on the Commanders. Give me the Giants to cover the 6. I think the Commanders take a step back this year. I don't think the Giants are going to be a good football team by any means, but I think they're going to be more competitive than we're giving them credit for because of their defense. And because Russ isn't as terrible as everybody's making him out to be, right? So give me the Giants to cover.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the Giants are going to be a cover machine this year. I'm going to have a lot of Giants ATS picks because they're going to be dogs in most of the games, but they're going to cover because that defense is so damn good. And the offense isn't going to be terrible either. They do got some playmakers, but it's a brutal schedule, but I'm on the Giants as well.
Also, divisional dogs, dude, covered a 65% clip. So if you're giving me over a field goal with the divisional dog, I'm going to bet the divisional dog, right? So much familiarity. All right, let's move on to the next game. We got my boys, my new team, the Pittsburgh Steelers, laying 3 on the road against the New York Jets. And so I think I told you this story. You already know I'm a big Rodgers guy, obviously, so I'm a big Packers fan. But Rodgers will always be, until he retires after this year, wherever he went, would have to be my side piece team. So when he went to the Jets, I bet the Jets to win the Super Bowl. And I became that was my mistress AFC team. So my mother-in-law, I should say actually not even my mother-in-law, my wife's grandmother, who I love dearly, she found me this. I'll send the picture and I'll put it on Twitter. They're like these big lamps, dude, and they're awesome. There's like one of 50. I don't even know where she finds these things. So I have a Green Bay Packer one, and now I have a New York Jets one. The problem is I hate the Jets, and I want them to die on Sunday, Brandon. Rodgers with a chip on his shoulder, I'll bet on him 100 times out of 100. Give me the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, we're going to go head-to-head again because I am not on the Pittsburgh Steelers. I am on the Jets, Jets. You're my boy, Justin Fields. They're going to run the ball like crazy. You're not going to pass the ball very much on this Jets team. They're going to run the ball a lot. And you're going to be running away from defensive ends that are pinching and all of this stuff. Justin Fields makes things happen with his legs, man. And he's going to make things happen against the Steelers. I think the Steelers win outright, but I think it's going to be like a 1 or 2 point game.
All right, so we're going head-to-head there. Let's see if we go to head-to-head on this one. We have the Raiders as 2.5 point dogs taking on the Patriots. I don't even need the points. I think the Raiders win this game outright, dude. Everybody is hyping the Patriots, and I do think they're going to be improved. They hire Vrabel, who we both like. The defense should be better. But I'm not fully sold that the offensive line's going to be better, right? Like, I do like Will Campbell, but he's an undersized tackle making his first start against Max Crosby, one of the better edge rushers in the league. Now, the Raiders' defense was bottom 5 in tackling and coverage, so that's an issue. But I like their offseason. You draft Genty, you bring in Geno Smith to play quarterback, you bring in Pete Carroll, an obvious upgrade, even if he's 85 years old, over Antonio Pierce. Chip Kelly's calling the plays. And you have Brock Bowers, the best tight end in the league. So I'll go with the Raiders to pull off the upset here.
For all those things you just said, give me the Raiders. I'm with you. I think the Raiders do this. I think the Patriots are a little overhyped. I think they're a little bit there's too much there. Still a little ways to go. I do like Drake May a lot. I do like Travion Henderson a lot, but there's still a long way to go in New England. So I'm on the Raiders.
Titans Broncos. The Broncos 8.5 point favorites. We'll call it 8 here. This one's tough, man, because everybody loves Denver. I'll lay the 8 just because it is a rookie quarterback making his first start against what could be the best defense in the league. But I'm not as sold on Bo Nix as everybody else is. Great rookie season. I just don't know that he's this top 5, top 7 fantasy quarterback. So I'll reluctantly bet them, though, in this spot. So I'll lay it with the Broncos.
Yeah, I'm going to lay the 8 too. I Cam Ward's talented, but there's no talent around him. There's nothing there, and the Denver defense is so damn good. I'm laying the 8 as well.
I like that one. Yeah, man. I mean, I could see a pick 6 or maybe even 2. All right, let's get to some of the better games of the day. We get the 49ers laying 2.5 on the road against Seattle. So I love San Francisco this year. They're my pick in the NFC at 9-1 to lose to the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl. But I think this is a bad spot. You know, week 1, dude, you're not going to have Brandon Ayuk out there, obviously. Ricky Pearsall is only in year 2. Juwan Jennings is rushing back from an injury, did just get paid. And there's some serious questions about the defensive side of the ball. Sure, they bring back Robert Saleh as DC, but they missed the second most tackles in preseason. The defense was abysmal last year, and you have to travel to Seattle, right? And that's a really good defense. And I like Mike McDonald. I'm not fully sold that they're going to be a playoff team this year, but I do think that they win week 1 and they upset the Niners.
Yeah, all those things that you talked about with all the injuries and all the pieces that they're missing, and now you find out CMC's on the IR. I really wanted to go with I wanted to go with the 49ers. Well, he's not on the IR yet. Sorry, he's on the injury report. But I really wanted to go Niners. I think if CMC plays, I will bet Niners. But for the sake of this exercise, I'm gonna err on the side of caution. I'm gonna tell you on the Seahawks.
All right, let's go Lions, Packers. The Packers were 1.5 point dogs. Then they trade away for Micah Parsons, or trade for Micah Parsons. Dallas is the one that trades him away. Now they're laying 2.5. I like Green Bay because it's Jared Goff on the road at Lambeau Field. Detroit has had Green Bay's number. They beat them both games last year. Matt LaFleur actually had a losing record in the division for the first time since taking over as head coach in Green Bay. I think they're going to be able to protect Jordan Love because I have some serious concerns about Detroit's pass rush, even with Aiden Hutchinson coming back. And I just think, like, in the locker room, man, the Packers players, that organization, they have to feel like they're going all in this year, so they're going to be jazzed up for this one at Lambeau. I'll lay it with Green Bay.
Yeah. I have a lot of questions about Detroit, too. But you know what? Here in Chicago, it's always F Green Bay. So, go Lions. Take the Lions, taking the points. Let's go.
They probably will. They'll probably just win it and not even skip a beat, even without Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. All right, here's another good game, man. And I think I'm going to go against everybody on this one. Give me the Texans catching 3 against the Rams now that it's moved to 3. I think I'm going to take this. So Matthew Stafford wasn't able to practice all summer long. They froze the man. They had him in some sort of chamber. He's pushing 40 years old. He's got a bad back. And I don't love the Rams as much as everybody else. The defense balled out last year compared to what we thought that they were going to do. And I like Jared Verse, and I like some of their players. And I still like Devontae, but he's 32 years old. Puka should be a stud. But, yeah, give me the Texans, man, +3. That pass rush against a shaky offensive line to beat up Stafford. Will Anderson, my defensive player of the year at 16-1. On the other side, Danielle Hunter. Give me Houston, +3.
I think the Texans are really, really good. And I think they win this game outright. So I'm on the Texans as well. I'm with you.
Nice. So we're on an island with this one, man, because I have not heard anybody pick Houston. I love Houston. That's going to be a big bet for me. Actually, as soon as we get off the air, I'm going to bet that over at BetMGM. Ravens, Bills, it's a pick. So just who wins the game? I'm going to go with the Bills. I got the Bills representing the AFC. It's just everybody's hyping up the Ravens, and on paper, sure, they almost look like a perfect team, but give me Buffalo, dude. At home, Josh Allen, the MVP winner. A lot of people making the case that maybe he should have won the MVP. It should have been Lamar's award. They both balled out, but I'll take the Bills here.
All right. Hey, when you get off the air, put $100 of your money on the Texans for me too, all right? All right.
I got you.
Ravens, Bills. I'm going to take the man. Normally I say when a game is close like this, you take the points, right? Like that's always my thing. I'm going to go against my thing because I think that the Ravens are winning the Super Bowl. I think that Lamar is going to win MVP. I think that they are on a revenge tour, so I am on the Ravens.
The Ravens versus the Bills, and we got a head-to-head in that one. All right, let's wrap it up then with the big one. The Minnesota Vikings, slight favorites over the Bears. We'll call it a pick. I got the Bears winning this game. So J.J. McCarthy has to make his first start as a starting quarterback in the National Football League on the road. Soldier Field, primetime game. I actually think the Bears defense is going to show up. I know I've talked about this multiple times, but you're getting it one more time. Brian Flores defenses. They've given up 30-plus points 7 times only the last 2 years. 4 of those times have come against the Ben Johnson offense. I'm high on Caleb Williams. I think he's going to become the first Bears quarterback to throw for over 4,000 yards. And the Bears pick up the Week 1 win, 23-20 over the Vikings. What say you, Brando?
You know where I'm going, baby. Bear down, Chicago Bears.
Yeah. How we do it. Kickoff. Pillows. Sausage. R. Kelly. No, we don't claim him anymore. Destroy that tape. We did not say that. We did not say that. Do you really like the Bears, though? Or are you just saying that because you're a Bears homer?
No,
you do?
I like the Bears in this game. Yeah, I like them. Monday Night Football, I think they're going to come out. They're going to be hyped. You know Ben Johnson's going to have a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He owns the defense of Brian Flores. So, yeah, I'm on the Bears in this one.
I love it. All right, there's our ATS challenge. If you missed any of it, go back, check out the podcast, and we'll probably give out some picks tomorrow night as well. Although tomorrow, final hour, we're doing our college football ATS challenge. So one last time, the games that I have bet: Chicago plus 1.5, Green Bay laying 2.5 at home against the Lions. Give me Seattle. You could get a 3 at minus 115 against San Fran. I like that. Vegas plus 3. And the Falcons catching 2.5 against Tampa. But I think they win the game outright. Weather update is coming at 11 p.m. Eastern. Right now, Philly up 24-20 on Dallas in the third quarter. Still over 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. We'll see if and when this game does continue tonight. And then we're back tomorrow, getting you set for Chiefs-Chargers on a Friday night. BetMGM tonight.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Generally, it's not the best idea to bet on the teams that you cheer for. I think a lot of people would tell you that. As far as last week, I really believed Texas was going to win, and a lot of people did. But you know what? That's betting. Ohio State was a better team last week, so full credit. But generally, it's something I stay away from. Like once in a blue moon. Also, I think the beginning of the season had a lot to do with that, right? Like it's the first week. You get caught up in the excitement. You know, you want to maybe have a little something on the game, whatever it is. But I normally would not do that. So I understand the temptation, but it's generally better if you kind of veer away, at least in my view.
Yeah, but you also feel like a traitor if you pimp the other side and you say, oh, the Titans are going to be terrible. And then if the Titans win outright, you look like a terrible Titans fan, right? Like then you feel like you have like shifted allegiances. So I don't know how I'm going to play the Titans, but I think I am going to go against them in Survivor.
I mean, you can't win. That's the problem. You cannot win no matter what. Like, even if your team is good, you can't win. You know, like what was it last year? I was saying this yesterday where I think the Commanders were taking on whoever it was, might have been the Eagles. And I said, I don't know. This is going to be a tough game. I don't know if they can win this game. And so it's like, how dare you bet against a team? I'm like, because it's the National Football League. That's why. Like, you never know. I'm like, do you watch football? Like, tell me you don't watch the NFL without telling me you don't watch the NFL. Like, when do teams just, like, roll through everyone on their schedule? Every single team this year very, very likely will have a bad loss in the schedule. It's just too tough. So when it comes to the Titans, okay, if you pick for them, it's like, yeah, you're a good fan, but people will say, why the hell are you picking the Titans? They stink this year. You get crushed. And then, if you don't pick them and they pull off an upset, it's like, oh, you're a terrible fan. You're a terrible fan. Like, no matter what, a side is going to have an argument against you.
One quarterback that it surprised me a little bit when I started looking at the ADP and all the projections that are out there. And I was wondering if you're with it. And I'm talking about Justin Fields. He was going around 9, 10. People obviously think fantasy points wise, okay, they're going to decide to use his legs there in New York. What are you thinking with Fields this season?
He was one of those guys where I'm with you. I wasn't exactly going out of my way for necessarily. I think on Yao, he was closer to, pick 80 or pick 90. But a lot of drafts I was in, he ended up falling into that QB 15, 16 range where, I think he is worth a dart at that price. And if you find yourself missing on the Josh Allens and the Lamar Jacksons of the world, getting one of Justin Fields and then any of, J.J. McCarthy, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love in that QB 2 tier, that was more so my strategy versus reaching on someone like a Bo Nix or even, a Baker Mayfield, who were still going in areas of the draft where we had some pretty awesome running backs and wide receivers. So I know it could be very ugly with Justin Fields, but guys, we've been doing this for a while. I remember when Taysom Hill was getting 4-week spot starts at quarterback and putting up big time fantasy numbers. Tim Tebow, the freaking biggest joke of a professional passer we can come up with, was a great fantasy quarterback because, as you said, he ran the ball. We just don't have much experience seeing quarterbacks who run as much as Fields overly bust in fantasy land. Specifically, guys, last 10 years, 31 quarterbacks have at least 100 rush attempts in a season. 28 of them wound up posting top 12 numbers in fantasy points per game, not even doing the thing where you can say overall numbers for who stayed healthy. So again, not going to be pretty. I would not recommend people tuning into too many Jets games this year, but I think when everything's said and done and we look up, Fields will be a top 12 fantasy quarterback.
Eagles love to run the football, and we know that the Cowboys can't stop them from running the football. So that was the case last night. He went under his passing attempt prop of 26.5, finished the game with 23. The loser of the night was Saquon Barkley over his longest rush. It was set at 19.5. He finished with a 16-yarder. And listen, I remember watching this play, and I feel like it was like his own teammates who were in the way, and I was screaming at my phone, which I was watching, this game on, because I feel like that was the moment. He had like a big open area, but there was like 3 linemen in the way. So that was an L. Still like it. Phillies Brewers first 5 under 4. There was no score in this game after 5 innings, so that was an easy winner.
Nice job. Had an 0 for 2 day. Should have bet on football. I went baseball instead. Cooked a couple L's yesterday. I had the Phillies and the Brewers on the money line. Phillies win 2-0. Had Dodgers Pirates first 5 under 3.5. That was looking great until Blake Snell lost his mind in the 5th inning. So the Pirates go on and win that game over the Dodgers, sweep the Dodgers out in Pittsburgh. As for the Dogster, he was laying 8.5 with the Eagles, and the Eagles win 24-20. We're about to talk about that game. So, for the week, you are 3-3-1. I'm 2-3-1. The Dogster 2-1 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. And if the NFL was looking for fireworks in Game 1, well, that's exactly what they got, with the Eagles edging the Cowboys 24-20 last night. The Cowboys do cover, getting 8.5 points. Eagles minus 450 on the money line. Total set at 47 and a hook. The under hits. And as we all saw, the action starts early. Jalen Carter spitting on Dak Prescott as they were talking and facing each other before the first snap of the game.
Here he goes. He walks there in front of Dak Prescott. Did he spit? Did he spit on him? I think he did. There you go. There you go. And the official was right there to throw the flag.
Probably not on Mike Tirico's bingo card last night. Call courtesy of NBC. So that's a huge break for Dallas. Dak Prescott said after the game, we immediately adjusted our game plan once we knew the All-Pro was going to be out. Fortunately for the Eagles, once the game started, they still have their Super Bowl MVP on offense.
2nd and goal. Hurts. Again the tie. Now Chase. Now taken off to the pylon. Got there.
Once again, NBC, I should say, with the call. So Hurts, 62 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground. He goes 19 of 23 for 152 in the air. But the Cowboys actually lead this game 17-14 late in the second, but the Eagles then respond with, of course, Saquon.
And they run Barkley inside. Saquon touchdown. Philadelphia on top.
Saquon, 18 carries, 60 yards, and a score, and then we get a 65-minute rain delay. I know you were talking about staying up late for this game. If you stayed up until the end, it was 12:18 in the morning. The Eagles get the dub, but what everybody's going to be talking about today is the spit coming from Jalen Carter's mouth before the game. What a wild way to start the NFL season.
Yeah, and especially since the NFL just sent out a memo before the start of the year saying, we're really going to focus on sportsmanship this year. And how do you kick off the season with one of the biggest names on the Eagles spitting on one of the biggest names of the Cowboys? So I feel like maybe this would be excusable if you're like not from this country or something, but like Jalen Carter, what are we doing? And I think this goes to a larger issue and some of the issues we've seen with Jalen Carter, because it would be one thing if it was a one-off and there was no other character issues that were brought up by Jalen Carter, but we saw him fall in the draft because of this. He is still an exceptional defensive lineman, but this is not something you can do to your team. Obviously, as a human being, this is not the right thing to do either. But more than that, you let your teammates down in a huge divisional game. And listen, this was a close game the entire way. So Jalen Carter has a lot to think about.
This is one of the dumbest and most stupid and selfish acts I've seen in the NFL in a long time. Like, immediately kicked out of the game after the NFL said during the offseason, we are going to reinforce the idea that you should show sportsmanship during this season. Then, in the season opener, doesn't play a snap, gets booed out of the stadium by Philly fans, as he should have. It's like the unwritten rule, you don't key another man's car, and you never spit on another man. You never spit on anyone. Also, never key anyone's car. But this is just so selfish behavior, the fact that you're in that moment, and like it's almost like he was looking for a reason, because apparently moments earlier, Dak Prescott was saying after the game, he spit because He spits all the time. He said, I'm just spitting before the game or whatever. He said, I'm not proud of it. And then this guy comes up to me, Jalen Carter, and says, are you trying to spit on me? Just like looking for a fight. You have to be more aware in that situation because he is a hell of a football player. But when you act in that way, you punish your team. And look, he is a massive talent. So when you have someone that good out of the game immediately, it opens the door for a team like Dallas to come in and get the win. And this game was close because of it. It was a terrible move.
Yeah, especially when the referee was standing right there and we have 4K
Right.
cameras. Because, they caught this. They zoomed in. They're like, here's a little ball of spit. You're like, there, he did. He did it. And don't spit on somebody. I feel like this is something you learn in, elementary school. Because, we have had this issue with some of the 5-year-olds on the playground. But we're talking about 5-year-olds, not grown men who are getting paid millions of dollars to play football for a living. So this is something that's going to have to be cleared up. But I will say last night was a tale of two Jalens. One Jalen was on his worst behavior. The other Jalen was absolutely on his best behavior. Jalen Hurts was incredible to start this game. I think some people wondered that, okay, it's first game this season. Maybe there's going to be some rust. I think he started this game 6 of 6. And even for the night, he had 82% completion percentage for the night. And also was incredible on his feet. I think everybody expected Saquon to be the star of the show, which, he just didn't get as many carries. But Jalen Hurts scored 2 touchdowns on the ground, ran for 62 yards. What a game from Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, he's going to be, as he always has been, which is this very effective, very efficient player that for some reason people like to pile on during the offseason, which I don't get. He's the reigning Super Bowl MVP. He's an incredible threat. How many teams would love to have a Jalen Hurts on their roster at quarterback? And so I also wonder, too, how this is going to affect the Eagles for the rest of the season. Saquon only 60 yards. It's just that the bar was so high from last year. I mean, he went for over 2,000 yards during the regular season and the playoffs. It would be not impossible, but highly improbable that he would replicate something like that. So if we see more balance on the Eagles' offense and Saquon rushing a little less, that wouldn't surprise me. A.J. Brown only 1 target in this game, so that was kind of surprising as well. But the Eagles look like the Eagles, and whenever they get Jalen Carter back, they're going to be even better. Also, the NFL is going to come down hard on Jalen Carter, as they should. When you say during the offseason and you make a point, hey, you need to step it up. Not him in particular, but as a league, we're only going to allow so much. And before the first game, after that video is sent out, after that release is sent out, you do this, they're going to make an example of him. So it doesn't necessarily make the team, the Eagles, weaker moving forward, but it's going to be a massive blow because I wouldn't be surprised. He's going to get fined. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a suspension in place as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked either. And listen, NFL, putting choose love in the end zones clearly isn't working. So maybe you need to do something else to enforce sportsmanship. So I think you're on to something. We probably will see a bigger punishment leveled because the NFL is probably trying to make an example out of him. Jenks, from a betting standpoint, how mad do you think over bettors were in this game?
I mean, probably pretty angry. It was right there. I mean, the Cowboys had a chance to win this thing or at least go down the field and win it. So credit to the Eagles for shutting down Dak Prescott late. But ultimately, I mean, it was right there. And ultimately, when you have a delay of more than 60 minutes, any sort of momentum on both sides is completely shut down. We had a massive game where it looked like, the over is just going to blow by after this high-scoring first half. What we get in the second half, just a handful of points, and then it doesn't come close. A few points under when it looked like this was going to hit easily.
Yeah, I think that's an important lesson for the people who are already victory lapping the over in the first half. Just because the offenses are firing on all cylinders in the first half does not mean it is a guaranteed winner in the second half. So just know you should not be victory lapping until this bet actually hits.
I will also say this, that from a Cowboys perspective, the Cowboys look pretty good. Yeah, it helped not having Jalen Carter to deal with. He's an all-pro. But there was this big idea going into this game that the Cowboys are a mess. The Cowboys aren't going to be effective. The Cowboys are done. That locker room is trash. And not trash because of the people, but absolutely discombobulated because of the Micah Parsons trade. And I think we saw that Dallas, particularly when Dak is healthy and the weapons that he has around him, this can be a very, very effective offense. They ran the ball really well with Javonte Williams, and CeeDee Lamb went off last night. Monster game, 7 catches, 110 yards. So I'm not saying that the Cowboys are going to be a serious threat in the NFC East. We'll see how that plays out, even though the division is always tough. But I think we did see last night that the Cowboys are more galvanized and are going to be maybe more of a threat than we thought because of all the nonsense that we saw from Jerry before the season started.
Right, at least from a passing offense standpoint. Like, they are a good passing offense. I know the numbers don't fly off the page. Dak Prescott only 188 yards in this game, but they got some big plays, and a lot of it came from the hands of CeeDee Lamb, who is a true number one receiver who should be respected. He's put up some crazy numbers over these past couple of seasons, and that's with some backup quarterbacks as well. I do think some of it's going at Adoree Jackson. My goodness. I remember when he played for the Titans, he was not good, and he is still not good when he plays for Philadelphia. So I will say this, from a Philly standpoint, some of their secondary certainly looks beatable, and I will say the Cowboys' passing offense at least looks good.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing about Dak is that we forget that, during the regular season when he's healthy, and we've seen this over the past few years, despite the playoff failures that they've had, he's a very good quarterback. So I know the numbers don't just go crazy when you look down at the stat sheet, but they were able to move the ball on that Eagles defense because we've heard, all right, if they do have any sort of weakness, it's probably at corner, it's probably in that secondary. So what I took away was the Eagles are the Eagles. It's never easy to repeat as Super Bowl champions, but also let's not act like the Cowboys are going to win 3 or 4 games. This is still a solid team that can beat you any given weekend, and I think I sort of fell victim too of the idea, Dallas might stink now because they're just in disarray, and that it didn't look to be the case last night.
Well, and also it was a divisional matchup. Like, I think this is an important betting lesson for people to learn, is that even if the other team and the so-called rivalry is looking down on their luck, it is still a rivalry matchup. And I think we could tell that by the chippiness of this one. And so when you look at some of the games on the card this week, like, what is it? The Giants and the Commanders. Don't the Commanders play the Giants? Who do they play? Who do the Commanders play?
They host the Giants, yeah.
Exactly. So buyer beware, laying 6 points in that game.
I see a lot of people on the Commanders to cover the number. I don't know. That's a big number in a division game. We're going to find out soon enough because week 1 is here, and we're going to continue we'll look at that game later on, Cowboys and Eagles, but of course, we're going to talk about Sunday, week 1 of the National Football League, including Aaron Rodgers making his debut in the black and yellow. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, and it's Football Friday, even better. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we will preview the early slate on Sunday in the National Football League, including the Saints. They're bad, but are they bad enough to get blown out by the Cardinals? That and more headed your way. But first, Chelsea, you found this yesterday, which is absolutely worth sharing. And so at a Chiefs press conference, I assume this is over the past couple days, Travis Kelce is there. Patrick Mahomes is there. Travis Kelce was asked a question and then, without saying anything, goes into an impression of Patrick Mahomes.
We've had a plan for this all summer long, and now we're just ready to play football again.
And Travis, what was last night like at the airport?
Oh man, it was crazy. It was a lot of fun seeing all the fans there, and
he had that one coming for telling everybody I didn't know where Brazil was on the map.
As far as impressions go, that's pretty good. And Travis Kelce probably should have a good impression because he spends a ton of time around Patrick Mahomes, obviously. But I have to say, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was spot on. Like, I feel bad for our radio listeners because they're probably just like, why is it 2 quotes from Patrick Mahomes? You kind of have to see the video to get the full effect because it does sound exactly like it's coming from Patrick Mahomes' mouth. But it's nice to have him have a little bit of a sense of humor still, because I have noticed that he's a little bit more corporate now. Because listen, he's engaged to, the biggest celebrity on the face of planet Earth. And sometimes you can't say the jokes that you want to say. And you have to dumb down your personality a little bit so nobody gets mad at things. So it was nice to see a little flash of this. But what an impression from Travis Kelce. This was the best part of that press conference. I was watching SportsCenter yesterday, and they kept showing little tidbits from this press conference. I'm like, why aren't you showing the best part? This was literally the best part of the entire press conference.
My favorite part was hearing Travis do it and then Patrick Mahomes laughing. And so it sounds like they're both talking at the same time. One guy is actually speaking in his regular voice. The other guy is impersonating him. It was so good. And then, of course, Travis has to be like, well, I'm just getting it back, and shows his actual voice. And to me, it just sort of punctuated what a good impression that was. Have you ever had to do a commercial or something, any sort of ad where you've had to adjust your voice a little bit in a way that it normally doesn't sound?
Well, I mean, when you have your voice for broadcasting, early on, I feel 15 years ago, you had more of a, I'm trying to think how to phrase this, because there was a very specific newscaster voice that they used for women. So everybody sounded the same. So we all tried to do the same impression where you lower your voice, because especially for women, you can sound extremely shrill if your voice is high. So women have to keep low and calm and the same note throughout. So it definitely takes some practice. But once you hear somebody with a really shrill voice that vacillates all over the place, you will notice it.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, for any voice. I mean, Patrick Mahomes' voice, God love him. It's a little grating at times. But I told you before, when I used to work for the Texas Lottery and I would read the numbers and I wanted to do it in a regular voice, and they were like, no. Really go for it. I was like, okay. And so then it was, good evening and welcome to the Texas Lottery for September 5th, 2025. Remember, you can win $3 just by matching 3 numbers, which I don't normally talk like a maniac, but they were just, oh, that's perfect. I was like, okay, if that's what you guys want. So, it just depends on whatever project you're working on. Regardless, not a project yesterday for the Chiefs, but that was pretty awesome to hear Kelce give Patrick Mahomes. And also, you know what I mean? You get kind of a little extra insight into the relationship as well, which I think is great.
I think it's also a good sign that they're kind of ribbing each other, because I don't think that you rib each other unless you're actually friends, right? Because people will take it the wrong way.
No, absolutely. So we're going to rib the Saints a lot this season, and rightfully so, because they are a terrible football team. So we don't necessarily have to go into the particulars of Cardinals Saints, but I did want to throw it out there because this is the season opener for a team in New Orleans that we think is going to be the worst team in the NFL. And they're hosting Arizona, but Arizona is laying 6.5. I'm just curious about your thoughts, because Arizona is so bad, or the Saints are so bad. Would you lay the points with the Cardinals here? Spencer Rattler, a quarterback from New Orleans.
I mean, everything you say, I'm walking this back, but I feel like you still need to be really careful week 1 in the NFL. Stranger things have happened. And the reports out of camp for the Cardinals have not been the best when it comes to their offense and, everything firing all cylinders. Like, Kyler Murray deserves some respect. He is somebody who's been an MVP candidate of the NFL before. I know nobody wants to talk about the Cardinals, but still, 6.5 is a big number. And we saw this routinely in the NFL last year. There were terrible teams that kept it close with some of the best teams in football, and especially the first week of the season where some of these teams are still working out the kinks. Hell, look at last night. The line was 8.5 between the Cowboys and the Eagles. So I'm not saying that this is a matchup like that. I am just saying 6.5 is not a point spread, bless you, that I would like to be laying right now. I do think I look at some of these passing totals. 193 for Spencer Rattler seems very high. To put that in perspective, Dak Prescott had 188 yards last night, and I felt like he was lighting it up. So I feel like I would hit the under on Spencer Rattler and his passing prop.
Yeah, his total number of touchdowns is set at a half. A half touchdown. Can he get one touchdown against an above average Cardinals defense? Not an amazing defense, not a top 10 defense, but a solid defense. Also, just for the record, Arizona last year, sneaky great against the spread. They went 11-6 ATS, a clip of more than 64%. So you take a team that was very good last year, taking on probably, I think by all accounts, the worst team in the NFL this year, and it's at 6.5. I don't know if I'm going to play it, but I would certainly lean Arizona minus 6.5. What is another game on the board that interests you?
All right, so I know there's a couple that are making the card for you in this window, but let's talk about this one for a second because we kind of hinted at it at the top of the show. The Giants and the Commanders, another big spread here, Washington laying 6 points, and I feel like a lot of people are very ready to fall in love with this team. Because, listen, they were very easy to fall in love with last year with Jane Daniels at the helm. Now, Scary Terry's got his contract. But the Giants are a divisional team. And you've said this on the show before. The Giants have played the Commanders pretty closely over the years. And we saw this with Washington last year. They played in a ton of close games. They had 9 wins last year by 6 points or fewer. And some of those teams were not good. So I think that's one that I think a lot of people, the public, is going to be all over. In fact, I want to check the numbers over at BetMGM and see how much the public is all over the Commanders because I feel like that's going to be a very public play. All right, so over at BetMGM, the Commanders are getting 66% of the spread bets. Jenks, how do you feel about fading the public? I know it's a strategy for some people almost automatically.
I think that, of course, it doesn't work 100% of the time, but I would say in general, if you are fading the public, more often than not, you're definitely going to be on the right side. There are always bets that seem obvious, which is how they get you, right? Like, I would not lay this number. Yeah. Like, last night's a perfect example where you're like, oh, my God, Dallas is terrible. Jerry Jones has destroyed the locker room. It's going to be a blowout. Eagles are the defending champions. Saquon's going to be all over them. And you're like, okay. And that's wherever the line moved from 6.5 to 8.5 in that game. And then what happened? We saw some buyback. It's almost like some sharp money was waiting for the public to come in, boost up the number, and then there was some buyback. Like, all right, yeah, I'll take the Cowboys, a divisional game, at 8.5. Number went down to 8. So I think on the whole, if you're looking for a strategy, and again, sometimes the public nails it, but on the whole, fading the public is not a bad strategy.
I think especially in the NFL, because it's not even about winning the game. It's because some of these games are just close. And at the end of the game, like, teams are not trying to pile it on. They are simply trying to survive and advance in this league. All right, let's go to a game that's going to make the card for me. Steelers and Jets. I think a lot of eyeballs will be on this one simply because a lot of people want to see Aaron Rodgers. But I do think it's going to be the defenses that rule the day in this one. For me, you look at the Jets and you say, okay, this is going to be a team that looks maybe a little one-dimensional when Justin Fields is your quarterback. When the reports out of training camp are saying, hey, he's been really dynamic with his feet, but he has a ways to go as a passer. It's not a great thing when you're going against the Steelers defensive front that's been so good over the past couple of seasons. TJ Watt got paid. So I feel like the Jets offense is going to have a tough day ahead of it. And plus, when you look at Mike Tomlin, the more veteran head coach in this situation, like, I like Aaron Glenn too, but Mike Tomlin has been good in season openers, 11-6-1 in season openers during his career, and even a winning record on the road, 6-4-1. My only reservation in this game is maybe laying 3 points on the road in the first week of the season in a game that has a total of 38.5. I will say you can get the Steelers at -150 if you're not averse to laying some juice. I do think that is a very solid play when you think this game's going to be low scoring, but I don't think it's going to be the Aaron Rodgers show. I think it's going to be a conservative game plan from Arthur Smith, who we know loves to run the football. He loves running those like 2 tight end sets. So I think it's going to be low scoring, but I do think the Steelers start the season with a win.
I like the Jets here. I can't believe I'm saying this. I like the Jets and the points. I feel like everyone is on the Steelers. And I don't know what the public money is right now, but it feels like that most people are on the Steelers here because it's Aaron Rodgers, because it's the Steelers, because Aaron Rodgers is going back to the Meadowlands where things didn't work out, and because the Jets stink and the Jets are not going to be a good football team. But remember this. When Aaron Rodgers signed with the Steelers, did the numbers move at all? Normally when a quarterback, a big-time quarterback, a big-name quarterback signs with someone or is traded to someone, it moves the market immediately because it's the most important position on the field. When Aaron Rodgers signed with the Steelers, market did not move at all. And so I don't know if I would take Pittsburgh -3. If you like Pittsburgh, maybe on the money line, but I honestly think the Jets +3 is probably where I would go here. They have a really good defense. That's sort of what got lost in the mix last year is the Jets have a top-end defense. They have enough skill position players on offense, I think, to keep this close. So it's not going to be a place where I put my money, but I kind of like the Jets and the points here.
I just can't make a case for their offense. I just can't, especially now that they have Elijah Vera Tucker out of the lineup. That was breaking this week. So I'm not somebody who trusts Justin Fields. I just don't. So I am trusting the more veteran head coach because you would think some continuity would help. But I guess it should be mentioned that Aaron Rodgers is learning a new offense as well. So maybe it goes either way, but I am sticking with the Steelers here.
I'm going to bet on the Browns this week. I'm grabbing the Browns and the points. That's some sicko stuff. Don't bet on the Browns. I don't know. But I've seen enough from Cincinnati in the preseason that makes me wonder. And you're like, okay, dude, it's preseason. But also the Bengals played a lot of their starters in the preseason. That was one of the few interesting preseason storylines where it's like, all right, the Bengals need the work because they always start off slow. We know that. So Joe Burrow was in the lineup. We saw Jamar Chase in the lineup. And that defense, this was a bad defense last year. And even though they re-signed Trey Hendrickson for another season, they had him last year. They were still bad. And so I know the Browns suck. I get that. But in a divisional game, again, divisional game, you got a home dog in a divisional game getting 5.5 points and a guy in Joe Flacco. For all the talk about Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel, Joe Flacco can still drive the car. And because it's week 1, I kind of think this is another going to be a play where people are going to look at the Bengals and say, oh, it's going to be a blowout. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think I'm going to put some money on Cleveland here.
Well, and very famously, Joe Burrow has a losing record against the Browns. Like, I think everybody loves to talk about how good Joe Burrow is against, like, the Chiefs and the top dogs in the AFC. The Browns have had his number. He's 3-5 against them. Yeah. So I don't know what it is about the Browns. And think about the Browns teams over the last few years in which that record was compiled. Those are not good teams.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Even when the Browns have been really bad, for some reason, it is a tough matchup for Joe Burrow. It's the first game of the season. Maybe they win because I will say this. The Bengals have really put a lot of stock into trying to get off to a better start. They have played a lot of their starters in the preseason. So maybe we see a better effort, at least from their offense. And maybe you could make a case for the over in this game, but you'd have to trust the Browns offense a little bit more. 47.5 feels like a gettable number. I think maybe that's the way to go, or you just take the points with the Browns.
Yeah, I'm going to grab the points with the Browns. I think it's kind of a sneaky good pick, again, because it's a division game. And that's just a point you're going to hear again and again and again, but it's worth hammering home. When you play another team twice every season, every year, you know the personnel, you know what you're going to get. You have plenty of tape, and it just makes it easier to prepare. We were talking about Commanders, Giants, and if you go back and you look at Daniel Jones and how he performed against the Commanders before he left, like you'd be like, this guy's all world. But no, it was just against Washington because it was a divisional game because, again, the game planning is just different.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Daniel Jones, I think he's a good look for some rushing props. I've been reading up about the Colts, and I think that especially under Shane Steichen, like remember Shane Steichen was the offensive coordinator for Jalen Hurts. So he certainly knows how to use dual threat quarterbacks to his advantage. So it'll be interesting to see what Daniel Jones brings to the table because listen, the expectations are very low in Indianapolis.
Yeah, Colts are hosting the Dolphins in the early window on Sunday, and the Colts a 1-point favorite with the total set at 46 and a hook. Kind of like Indianapolis in that spot. Don't trust that Miami defense. Coming up next, we talk about the early games. Now it's time to do the late afternoon games on Sunday. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back. It's Football Friday. Always best day of the week, especially during the season when football's underway. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messer. Thanks for being with us for live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East, Monday through Friday. Coming up here on the show, the afternoon slate for Week 1 in the NFL on Sunday, including the debut of Cam Ward with Chelsea's Tennessee Titans. You know what I did yesterday? Before we get into the afternoon slate, I almost blinded myself in a freak accident. It was terrifying. You ever seen an old door? Or maybe you have one. I don't think you do, but in our place, because DC's so old, we have some older doors in our condo where they have like a ball catch at the top. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where it's,
Yeah,
when
so you don't slam it.
Right. So there's a
Right.
little ball that adjusts on a spring, and then you click it into the closet door or the frame, whatever. And so a couple days ago, this thing pops out. I'm like, I think it's broken. So I put it back in, fell out again. And then we had a cleaning crew come in because Catherine's mother showed up yesterday. Sheila's in town. That's fun. Wanted to have the house clean. So when I got home, this metal ball, and this is not hollow, like it's just solid metal, is just sitting out on like a chest of drawers in the bedroom. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to test this thing one more time and see if I can lock it in. Otherwise, I got to replace it. So I snap it back in, close the door, open it up again, and I'm looking up, right, to see if it pops out. This metal ball pops up and hits me in the middle of the eye and like hurt my eyeball. And I'm not talking about, I'm talking about my eyeball got like pushed in, like kink. And I was like, oh my, for a second, I like black for a second. And then I was like, okay, I'm all right. I'm all right. That's one of those weirdo accidents that I was telling Catherine. I was like, had I actually been blinded in one eye telling people this story, I'd have been like, you know what, just don't worry about it. I just wear a patch. It's a long story. And then, oh my, it's all funny now. At the time, I was like, God bless. That's one of those things you would never plan on in a million years, and yet something terrible could have happened. Thank God I have my sight today.
There's a guy that, that coffee place I go to all the time. It's not Starbucks, it's the local coffee shop. There's a guy there that wears an eye patch.
Really?
And I feel like me and Jake, try not to say some sort of, pirate pun every time we go there. Oh my gosh, it's so hard. Gets it. And you're just like, aye, Captain. You're like, thanks for the coffee, sir. But yeah, that's crazy. You need to start wearing safety goggles. But let me backtrack for a second. So, so we're clear. Are you talking about the little spring that if you flick it and it boing? Is it at the bottom of the door frame? I'm not sure if I know what you're talking about.
It's at the top. It's like a very old, trust me, I did not know before I moved in. It's like, it's just an older door where it's just, it helps secure the doors in the frame. You just click it shut. It's not something I really paid attention to until I'm like, these are kind of older, but no big deal. And then I almost got blinded by one. So that was fun. I don't need to come into this show with a patch next week and you're like, are you okay? And I'm like, Chelsea, you're due for a stabbing. Stop saying that. That poor guy, he probably gets that all the time.
Well, it is radio at least. It's definitely not your main thing. And I will say, you probably only really need one eye unless you're doing a bunch of depth perception stuff. Because I've told you this story before. My brother's completely blind in one eye. And he actually was really good at basketball. He was a sharpshooter. He was a 3-point shooter. And his one eye was so strong that it made up for whatever was not working in his other eye. So you can survive. Might look funny, but you can't survive.
I'd be the only guy in sports betting with a pirate patch. That'd be my thing,
Maybe
pirate
not.
picks. Oh man, lots of pirate puns. You replace the dongster with a parrot on my shoulder.
You got to bet on the Bucks.
People are like, what
and the
kind of show
Pittsburgh
is this?
Pirates.
Yeah,
Pirates are
I'm
hot
always
right
betting
now.
on the Pirates. Oh, it'd be a whole thing. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad thing at all. We switch it up. And they're like, wow, they've really done a lot of things with this show, taking a lot of creative liberties ever since Jinx went blind in his one eye. Late window games in the NFL. No Pirates on the schedule here. So, are you going to bet on the Titans and the Broncos? What's going to happen in this game? The Broncos are laying, I know it had to be done. Come on. We're already talking about it. Broncos are laying 8 at home. And just kind of an odd number. It's through all the key numbers, but it is the debut of Cam Ward. What do you think?
I This is a tough one. And we've talked about how it's tough to like give bets on your own team because if you look at reality and you say, okay, the Titans are starting a rookie quarterback on the road at one of the toughest places to play in the NFL against a very good head coach in Sean Payton, against a Broncos team that's very good on paper and should be one of the contenders in the AFC this year. But then if you don't pick the Titans and they end up covering or they end up looking good, you look like a traitor and you'll be pushed overboard and you'll be forced to walk the plank, Sir Jenks. So I think the way that I'm playing this one, I know it is very dumb.
No, I love it though. Go ahead. Sorry.
So I found a same game parlay in this game that I'm going to do with Calvin Ridley because we've talked about this before. I think especially with rookie quarterbacks, they find their security blanket. They want to throw to one receiver who they think is going to catch it no matter what the down is. So I think that guy is Calvin Ridley for Cam Ward. So the bet that I'm going to make is a 2-pick parlay on what is his catches and his receiving yards. So I need him to get 3+ catches and 25+ yards. It feels like a very low output, and that's -145. So I dumbed it down a bit. I'm not sure what his normal number is, but I do think he gets 3 catches for 25 yards. That feels like a very gettable number. I know this Broncos secondary is tough, but still, I think we see a lot of targets for Calvin Ridley this week.
That's a lot of juice, caca. Whoa, Pete the Parrot chiming in with your Calvin Ridley bet. I don't mind that. I mean, he is going to be the primary go-to guy. Also, did you see yesterday Cam Ward was asked about his pregame routine or what he likes to do? I thought this was fascinating. He said, I just like to sit in silence. No music, no conversation. I just like to sit and enjoy the silence like on a road trip. Just sit there by myself. Just quiet. Which I kind of love. That shows that can be a sign of intelligence when you're just working through things, when you're thinking about things, when you're looking at things from like different angles. So, I mean, doesn't guarantee he's going to be a good NFL quarterback, but that's not normally what you hear from a pro football player.
I think this is the tough part because everything Cam Ward has said, like, I absolutely love. And it's very easy to say, oh, he's doing all the right things. He is a hard worker. He's got a good head on his shoulders. But at the end of the day, if he doesn't produce, he doesn't produce. Because we had this issue with Marcus Mariota. He was like a community hero, and everybody loved him. But the Titans' offense at the time was averaging like 18 points a game. So you just can't keep him on. So we'll see with Cam Ward. But I will say, if he even looks decent in this first game against the Broncos, like that is a very good sign. Because this is not an easy way to start your NFL career.
Yeah. I am looking at a game out west, Niners and Seahawks. I'm trying to get some plus money. I like the Seahawks here outright over the Niners. The Niners are laying 2.5 and they're -135 on the money line. But Seahawks are +115. I'm hitching myself to the Sammy Darnold train. Like, I know that people like to bag on him because he wasn't great at the end of the year, but there's a reason why he signed that major contract in Seattle. He's looked great in the preseason, picked up the offense like that. And we've talked a lot about the Niners on this show, and I'm just not big on San Francisco. That defense, forget what you thought you knew about the Niners defense. This Niners defense gave up more than 30 points on the road last season. And the Niners have lost 12 of 13 at Lumen Field on Sunday games. Like, they just have not performed well in Seattle historically. So when you take a rejuvenated quarterback, and by the way, Lumen Field, it's one of the few fields I've been to, one of the few stadiums I've been to in the NFL. It is no joke. It is really, really difficult playing in front of that 12th man. It's like being in the middle of an airport or on the tarmac and a jet's landing. It's wild there. I like Seattle on the money line.
Yeah, the main thing in this, where I think everybody had a collective groan when they saw Adam Schefter tweet this, is Christian McCaffrey is on the injury report.
There we go.
Again. With a calf issue. Imagine if you had him in fantasy football. And I understand, like, maybe he's a little bit more torn up about it than people who have him on a fantasy football team. But still, this continues to be an issue. And especially for somebody who has so much tread on the tires, it's not that surprising. It's not a personal knock on Christian McCaffrey. It's just, remember when he was with the Panthers and he was like 92% of their offense? Like, he was involved in every play. So it's just a matter of like heavy usage, and eventually, you know, it's going to come to roost when it comes to the bones and the muscles in your body. So I think maybe it's going to be a tough time for the Niners without Christian McCaffrey. I wonder if Sammy P has stopped buying stock in the Niners after this news.
No. The stock drops. He's like, buy the dip. Buy the dip in the Niners. Everybody's fading the Niners because of CMC. I'm buying more stock. And also I'm buying some Ethereum this weekend. Sammy P's all in on every single market. We'll ask him. Is he on the show today? Is it Joe? I think it's Joe today. But regardless, I bet he's still buying stock. You got to buy low. That's what they say. Do you have an opinion on Ravens-Bills? I mean, this is a marquee game, Sunday Night Football. It's going to be a good one. Baltimore's laying a point in Buffalo. Total set at 50.5. Of course, people are making cases for both sides, which makes sense. Should be a great game. What do you think?
Well, this has a line flip in it. We had the Ravens getting points earlier in the week, and this is why you do your teasers on a Tuesday with us on Teaser Tuesday. Because listen, what I'm rooting for in this game is I got the Ravens at plus 7.5 in a teaser. I think that is a great leg. And I think a lot of people believe in the Ravens, but still, it is a road game, and I think it could go either way for me. I think I trust the Ravens defense a little more. So if I had to pick a side, it would be the Ravens. But it's a primetime game in Buffalo. You know those fans are going to be up for this game.
Yeah.
So I think it could probably go either way.
That's kind of how I feel, but I would lean Buffalo here. It's a night game. It's in Buffalo. Those fans are going to be nuts. And also, Buffalo was a wagon at home last year. And we're looking at a potential AFC Championship preview here. But last year, Buffalo went 10-0 straight up at home. And you can pick Buffalo right now on the money line and just get them at minus 105. So, like you said, we have seen some money coming on the Ravens, but it should be. I mean, you never know with games like this, but this has the potential to be one of those classic early season games. But I want to ride the Bills train. I have the Bills winning the Super Bowl. I'm going to be on Buffalo to win this game against the Ravens. But regardless, both teams have the talent to win it all. They also have some weaknesses as well, and we'll get an early taste of what those look like on Sunday night. Coming up in 5 minutes. Oh, but Jinx, I thought you guys like college football. Oh, we do. We do. And we're going to talk about the games that we like coming up next on the schedule in week 2. Hour 2 of the Daily Tip is headed your way. It is here on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
It's a Football Friday here on the Daily Tip. And of course, we've got picks galore all morning long. We'll start with our favorite plays in college football. Although the slate is not as beautiful as week one, we'll try to make it pretty, maybe put some lipstick on it. Then we'll get to our NFL props, a little sprinkling of baseball because it is still going on. And listen, those picks have been good for me and Jenk, so we are sticking to some baseball. We'll get to our parlays, and it's all coming up next within the next hour here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. All right, Jenk. So I remember looking at the college slate on, I think it was Tuesday, and I just got this sinking feeling. I was like, oh no. Like, where are the big games? I'm scrolling. Where are the marquee games? And although maybe you could do some mental gymnastics and say, oh, well, you've got Iowa and Iowa State, Baylor and SMU. I don't know. It does feel like a bit of a letdown after all of the banner games we saw in week one.
Yeah, we had such a blockbuster opening week, you know? I mean, week 0 was great, but last week was just great matchup after great matchup and so much drama and so many storylines. And now it's, I don't know, can Kent State stay within 65 points of Texas Tech? Can my Longhorns beat San Jose State by more than 38.5? So there are a few games on the schedule that are going to be good. And we do have Michigan, Oklahoma. We have the Cy-Hawk Trophy up for grabs in Ames. But yeah, compared to last week, it's not the same.
All right, let's start with Michigan, Oklahoma, because a lot of people are really liking what they see from Bryce Underwood and Michigan. And Michigan's getting points in this one. So, Jenks, I know you will never leave an opportunity to fade Oklahoma on the table because you went to Texas, and I understand that you do not love Oklahoma.
I do not.
So are you fading Oklahoma this week? Do you believe in Michigan at all?
This is a tough one. I just think that I won't play it personally, but I would grab Michigan in the points because, A, I can't stand Oklahoma. They shouldn't be a state. Should be eliminated immediately. But also, I think this line has moved too much. The look-ahead line in the summer was Oklahoma -1, and now it's gone all the way up to Oklahoma -5.5. I will say that John Mateer looked great in his debut. I mean, they were playing a nobody, but he can sling it. I'm sorry, I was not familiar with your game. I mean, he can absolutely sling it from any angle where he wants to throw the ball. But Bryce Underwood did look good. Michigan's defense should still be stout. And Sherrone Moore knows what to expect. He went to Oklahoma. Like, he's an OU alum. So I thought it was fascinating, too. I learned yesterday, this is the first ever in the history of Michigan true road game for Michigan against an SEC team. It's never happened before, which sounds crazy, but it really is because of how the landscape has changed in college football. Ultimately, I think because Moore knows what to expect, because maybe we're giving Oklahoma a little too much credit because of Mateer, and he's gotten some Heisman run, I would go with the Wolverines and grab the 5.5.
Yeah, I think I would lean towards the points, but here's the other question I have. I feel like it's difficult to go between the mentality of betting on the NFL and betting on college. Because in the NFL, like 5.5 is a lot of points. But in college, I seem to think that it matters a little bit less. Like, obviously, because the totals are a little bit higher, or I guess not in this one. It's 46.5, excuse me. But obviously, it is less than a touchdown. So, like, 5.5 is just, it's a little bit of a dead number for me.
Yeah.
But also, I'm trying to wade through the mental gymnastics of, I understand people who are fans of Michigan are very passionate. But when they're calling Bryce Underwood a generational talent, which I know has been a buzzword this week on social media, as Ryan Clark said, like, neither Tom Brady or Peyton Manning were generational talent. So I'm not sure what that phrase even means. But I do think, you know, this is a matchup of two big programs, and I do think Michigan could possibly keep it close, especially when we're talking about a low total where points are supposed to be at a premium. Speaking of dogs that could be barking, Kansas and Missouri. Kansas had a great effort from Jalen Daniels in the first game of the season. So Missouri, the home favorites here, land 6.5, total of 50.5. Jenks, is this another dog that you'll consider adopting?
I want to, but I also feel like it might be a bit of a trap. I mean, Jalen Daniels has looked like a Heisman candidate early on. And I know Denton said earlier in the week, maybe look at a sprinkle on Jalen Daniels to win the Heisman at 50-1, but they haven't played anyone either. I like that play, by the way. but they've also played Fresno State and Wagner. So you've got Kansas going into Missouri, their first real test, and Missouri was surprisingly one of the better defenses in the SEC last season. They were 5th in the SEC. Like, it was Texas, Tennessee, Ole Miss, South Carolina, and Mizzou. So as soon as I saw this, I was like, oh, Kansas all day. I'm grabbing the points with Jalen Daniels. But I feel like it could be a bit of a trap. I feel like this will be a big public play. I'm going to stay away from it personally, but I would actually lean Mizzou, I think, here.
I think this is the tough part for me with some of these college games is that I come in with one hypothesis and then I leave with another. Because I was looking at this Illinois and Duke game and saying, oh, Duke has a quarterback they're paying like several $1 million in Darian Mensah. This could be a sleepy spot for Illinois because according to Central Time, I think it's an 11 a.m. kickoff at Duke. And so Duke is getting 3 points in this one. I think it's gone up to 4. But this is a big step up in competition, I feel like, for Duke. And I will say, like, I watched a little bit of that Illinois and Western Illinois game because it was on Peacock. I was like, oh, I have Peacock. Maybe I'll watch a few minutes of this. And Western Illinois, for like the first few drives, actually was moving the football through the air against Illinois. But I'm not sure if that's going to be the case for Duke because Darian Mensah is a bit of a dual threat quarterback. So I don't think passing is still his forte. I think he still has a way to go when it comes to developing as a passer. Remember, he's just a sophomore. So I still lean towards Illinois in this one, but it was one of those where I came in thinking Duke, but also they weren't getting that many points because, again, 3 points in the NFL sounds like a lot, but in college, not so much. 49.5 a total. So I do think that Illinois probably gets the job done there. Speaking of low scoring, we know that's usually the case for Iowa. They're on the road at number 16, Iowa State. Iowa State laying 3.5 here. 41.5 is your total here. Jenks, did you look at this game or did you say, I do not want to consider Iowa games because last year they were absolutely miserable to watch?
Aren't Iowa games miserable to watch every year? Like, isn't that how
They
it goes
are.
with Iowa? They are. It's like, listen, we're going to win this game 12-10. Was it 2 years ago or was it last year where they put out a highlight reel for their punter? It was It was so funny. Like, they're very self-aware. Like, we have no offense, but our punter, I mean, this guy, he's got a leg on him. He'll pin you back. He'll pin you inside the 10, maybe the 5. Okay, This guy can punt. I think I'm going to take Iowa. I will watch this game. I think this is one of the more underrated, fun rivalries in college football. Play for the Cy-Hawk Trophy, for God's sakes. You can get Iowa plus 3.5. And in a game like this just feels like one of those games, it's almost always decided by a field goal. If the line was reversed and I could get 3.5 with Iowa State, I'd take the 3.5 there. So I'm going to take the hook. This is going to be something like a, 20-17 game, something like that. Iowa State's going to kick a field goal late to win it when it's tied at 17. I'm curious to watch Mark Gronowski, who is the quarterback for Iowa. So he didn't look good last week, but I think there's a big possibility that Iowa was looking ahead because they played a no one last week. I forget who it was. Albany. They played Albany last week. So they didn't look good, and I feel like that's one of those games where you say, just forget it. We're going to run some vanilla stuff. We'll get ready for the rivalry against Iowa State. And I remember Mark Gronowski because I think I watched last year when he won the national title at a lower level, at the FCS level with South Dakota State, won 2 national titles. So the kid can play, and I think this is the week where Iowa ratchets it up and puts double digits on the board offensively here. So I'm going to go Hawkeyes, and I'll grab the 3.5.
I think it's really cool that we actually get a rivalry game like this early in the season. Because normally we have to wait until November. So we kind of talked about this with teams in the NFL. Like we saw it last night. Cowboys, Eagles, great rivalry matchup. I think when you talk about rivalry matchups, usually you give the slight lean to the underdog, especially if they're getting a field goal or more, especially when a total is this low. So I'd lean towards the dog here. Don't know if I'd be playing a total in that one. It is very, very low. All right, Jenks. So I know there's probably not a play in this Texas game. But let me ask you, have you put any extra action on Arch Manning to win the Heisman? Because I do think if there's ever a time to buy low on him, probably the time's now. I do think he's set up for some success in the next few games.
He's at 16-1. So if you believe in Arch, I know a lot of people are very divisive on this topic, but yeah, now's the time to do it if you believe. because you're not going to get a better price than this because Texas plays a cupcake schedule from here on out until they get to Florida. Got to go to the Swamp in 3 weeks, and that's where we're going to find out a whole lot more about Arch Manning. But in this game, I don't really know what side to go on here. I initially, I know it's 36 and a hook. Yeah, come on, Double D, are you really going to do this to me and make me get excited about this game where a Manning is going to get back on the horse? You know, you have a tough outing. Did you know as bad as he played, Texas had a chance to tie that game late against Ohio State? Think about that for a second. Like Sammy P said, if they played again this week on a neutral field, Texas would be favored. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Texas by 1,000,000. Arch those 4 touchdowns. We've been talking about him again. He still got it. He had a bad game. Peyton had a bad game. Eli had a bad game. Hell, Cooper had a bad game back in the day. It's going to be fine. He's young. He had to go into the shoe. But this does have the possibility of being a blowout. Thank you, Double D. You got me going there.
Yes. Texas by 1,000,000, which is roughly the same number as the spread in this game.
Yeah.
So you might be sweating that one late. All right, how about a house divided game? Like, you know those annoying, like, license plates where it's like, house divided, she's Georgia Tech, he's Georgia. It feels like that might be the case on this Baylor and SMU game. If I am, listening correctly to what we've been talking about before the show started. So Baylor on the road at number 17, SMU home favorites here, laying 2.5 points, total of 64.5. So it does feel like a high total, but I do think we see a lot of points in this one. Baylor had some major issues stopping the run against Auburn, but I will say, Jackson Arnold, my goodness, I was not familiar with your game. So I think that Auburn maybe was sandbagging a little bit. So maybe that goes into this as well. But I see a lot of people are on Baylor in this game. And I do think it is a good strategy to zig when others zag, and you see a team coming off an opening week loss, and a lot of people are going to say, oh, Baylor's terrible. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I still think they are a very quality football team, and I'm not sure what to believe in when it comes to SMU. I will say a lot of people said that last year, and they made it all the way to the college football playoff, and we know Kevin Jennings can run the ball a little bit as well. So, Jenks, what side do you land on here, Baylor or SMU, or a total?
This is one of those games where I've gone back and forth, where I started on one side and I went to the other. And one thing I always have to remind myself is the number is the number. And you're like, wow, genius, Michael, great job. But when I see a number, I'm like, oh my God, it's SMU. That's what I thought. It's SMU, easy, less than a field goal, or SMU on the money line, minus 135. And I was like, wait a second. There's a reason why this number is at 2 and a hook. There's a reason why this number is short, which means you can absolutely make a case for both sides, so be careful. So I looked at the SMU side, and look, it's pretty compelling, right? Because Kevin Jennings is back at quarterback. SMU won every game last year at home by double digits. The Mustangs have won 8 straight games against unranked opponents. Baylor has lost 10 straight games against teams that are ranked in the top 25. Everything points to SMU, but at the same time, you can't just take away what we saw from Baylor against Auburn last week, because Auburn is a very good, they're middle-of-the-road SEC team. But certainly they have the horses and the athletes to compete with a team like SMU. And SMU did not look great in the opener here. We've seen money come in on Baylor. And I will say the Bears do have a ton of experience coming back, which is why I liked them last week despite that loss. Now, the more I look at it, I think this could be one of those games where Baylor pulls the outright upset, or you at least grab Baylor in the points. I know Denton is on Baylor, so I've gone from one side to the other. Going to stay away, but this is a head scratcher for me.
So it's not house divided. For some reason, I thought you guys were on opposite sides there. But I think this is one of the cases where you read between the line. And when the line is only 2.5 and you have an unranked opponent going on the road to a ranked opponent, that line is telling you something. The fact that it's only 2.5. So I think the odds makers are onto something. I think maybe the time is now to buy low on Baylor. All right, coming up next, it's time for some NFL props and a little sprinkling of baseball, because that is still going on. It's next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. Friday here on the show. Coming up next, we've got our props for the NFL slate and, of course, a little peppering of some Major League Baseball because we do have some good matchups that possibly could win you guys some money going into the weekend. And what's better than winning a few bets going into a college football Saturday and an NFL Sunday? Because, listen, you're not going to win them all in football. We just started. It is the sharpest sport in the world to bet on when it comes to the NFL. So Jenks and I have been sticking to some baseball bets. But before we get to that, why don't you start your Sunday off the best way you possibly could with the network here on the BetMGM Network. A winning football Sunday starts with BetMGM Network. Wake up with BetMGM Game Day. Joe O, Kate Constable, and Jason Lockenfora set the stage from 8 to 11 Eastern. Then it's You Better You Bet countdown to kickoff featuring Nick Casas and Sammy P, getting you ready for every game, line movement, props to fantasy. We've got you covered right here on the BetMGM Network. All right, Jenks, so last year you weren't the biggest props bettor, if I am remembering correctly. But is this an avenue that you are considering exploring this year?
Maybe. I'm just not a big props person. Like, I'd sort of try to stay in my lane. I do like the one prop I do like this week, I will say, is Trevor Lawrence over a touchdown and a half. Like, I'm big on the Jags this week. I'm big on his reclamation with Liam Cohen based on the things I've read, and maybe I'm projecting a little bit. But ultimately, you know, when you have your interests in so many different markets, I feel like there's a time when you can kind of get stretched too thin, if you will. Like, it's hard enough keeping up with different sports and different teams and sides and totals. And then at some point you're like, all right, I'm kind of stretched too thin here. I need to maybe focus a little bit more on what works for me, because there are some people who focus on props exclusively, or they focus on baseball exclusively, or hockey exclusively. So if you're someone who likes to bet everything, I get that. But I would tend to lean towards being a little more judicious in the different markets that I bet.
I think it just is a personal preference, you know, whatever you feel strongly on and whatever has worked for you. Because I understand, like, some people buy into the mentality of like, hey, I need to improve in my weak areas. I don't think I believe in that when it comes to betting. I think you stick with whatever you're best at. And like, if you want to take on a project, go ahead. But I will not be wasting my money on things that I am not good at. So no, thank you, please. I will say, from a prop standpoint, Jenks, I feel like you should have a little bit of an in, because I do think if you cover a team, or if you're a big fan of a team, you will know the under the radar players to watch for. Even, you know, maybe they're not under the radar. Maybe you know, like, who is in the game plan more now that you have a new coordinator, who the quarterback likes to throw to. So I think, you know, from a Commander standpoint, like, maybe throughout the year, you will find yourself betting on more props just when it comes to the Commanders, because that's the approach I'm taking when it comes to the Titans. Like, I consume a lot of Titans media. We listen to, like, local talk radio here in Nashville, and plus it's my team. Like, it's just the team that I follow the closest. So I think from a prop standpoint, the guy that I have circled on the slate this weekend is Calvin Ridley. Like, we've seen this in the preseason. Like, I'm not, you know, throwing out a hot take here, is that Cam Ward likes throwing to Calvin Ridley. Calvin Ridley is a bona fide number one receiver with amazing speed, and I understand the matchup is not great against the Broncos secondary this week. One of the tougher matchups you could face, especially going on the road. I just think the volume's going to be there for Calvin Ridley. So if you look at his prop, I think it's in the 50s. 50.5 is the number for receiving yards for Calvin Ridley this weekend. I do think he gets that. If you want to be conservative, and I do think this is where props, you can get a little creative with it, you can do a correlated same game parlay. And I know this sounds like a lot, but I'm going to do, I think it's 3+ catches, 25 yards. So he needs 3 catches and he needs at least 25 yards. You combine those both, it's -145. I think that is a very gettable total for Calvin Ridley, because obviously those two things are related. So Calvin Ridley's the guy that I have number one on my big board for props this weekend. There are some other guys that are kind of on my radar. I will say this. I think Daniel Jones is a big part of the run game for the Colts. I understand that the Dolphins were pretty solid against running quarterbacks last year, but also they were not a good team. And I feel like quarterbacks didn't necessarily have to run against them because they were already winning the game. So I think Daniel Jones, somebody who is also going to be running for his legacy. And I think that he is very set on trying to change the narrative. Like, he's playing with the new team. Of course he wants to play well. And he's a fast runner. Like, I don't know if you remember in the heyday of Daniel Jones with the Giants, like, he was clocked at over 20 miles an hour when running the football in prime time. So 5.5 is the attempts number for his rushing prop. I think I'm going to go over that as well.
I don't mind that. And when you think about how quarterbacks are effective, like Daniel Jones, he just is more effective as a quarterback when he's using his legs. Do you know what I mean? So there's some quarterbacks, they can run, or they can run if they need to. I feel like he's one of those guys that he just plays better when he's running, like when he's able to do more. And of course, when you're running the football as a dual threat quarterback, which I know he doesn't necessarily fit in that box, but I think he would be considered one, then it opens things up for the rest of your offense. So I think he's an upgrade over Anthony Richardson. Let's put it that way. So I know when you're looking at that prop in this game, you shake your head and you say, oh, Daniel Jones. But again, the number is the number. So if it's gettable against a Dolphins defense that I think is going to regress this season, then play it.
Well, especially since Shane Steichen is the head coach there. And
Right.
he was the offensive coordinator for the Eagles when they had Jalen Hurts, obviously, who is very good with his feet as well. And something that I feel like we learned from game 1 of the season last night is that I think that we're going to see quarterbacks run for a lot in the first week of the season, simply because, there's going to be a lot of breakdowns, and maybe the offense and the receivers are a little behind or something. So I do think that Daniel Jones takes advantage of his gift to run the football, and why would he not? So 5.5, pretty low number for somebody who I think qualifies as a dual threat quarterback. All right, Jenks, so before we go on to baseball, are there any other props that you want to talk about before we move on?
I think that's about it for me. I've got so many bets on the card. I mean, I did some baseball handicapping, I did some college football handicapping, I did some pro football handicapping. I've got a sprinkle of a little bit of everything on the card. It's like tapas, essentially. Like, why don't you try this? What do you think about this? Would you enjoy this? So I've got a little bit of everything, and so I was like, I'll let Chelsea handle the prop market. But again, I will say I like Trevor Lawrence over a touchdown and a half. And maybe just for fun, I will sprinkle money on the under for Spencer Rattler with his touchdown total set at a half touchdown. I might go to the under because I have no faith in the Saints nor Spencer Rattler against a pretty good Cardinals defense this weekend.
Yeah, and his passing yardage prop is 193.5. I don't know where this number's coming from, but it feels very ambitious. Like, I think people don't have a great handle, it feels like, on passing yardage, because so many people will do this in their same game parlays. They'll say, oh, Dak Prescott's going to throw for at least 200 yards, right? His prop is 250. Dak Prescott went for 188 last night. And it felt like he was lighting it up at times, So I think it's one of those things where some of these numbers are just tough to get to, especially when it comes to time of possession. You would think that a quarterback playing from behind would, put a bunch of passing yards up because the attempts are going to be there. They have to throw the ball, but they just don't have the time. So I think 193 is way too high for Spencer Rattler. I do think across the board, passing yardage prop unders are probably the way to go. I think we see a healthy dose of the run game in the first week of the season with some of these NFL teams working in new quarterbacks, new coordinators, and just working in the first game of the season. So some of these quarterbacks didn't even play in the preseason. So I think that's one to look at in just about every game. All right, let's get on to an MLB Friday and some of our best bets when it comes to baseball. All right, Jenks, so we do have some interesting matchups on the card. For me, the one that caught my attention was the Red Sox-Diamondbacks game. Peyton Tolley on the mound. The hot prospect for the Red Sox, toeing the rubber today. He's doesn't have a win or a loss recorded yet, 3.38 ERA, but did strike out 8 in his debut with the Red Sox. On the other side, we've got Erod Eduardo Rodriguez, who we have faded quite a bit on this show, and for good reason. ERA well above 5, but I will say the Diamondbacks have a pretty good offense. So the Red Sox road favorites here, minus 140. Did you consider the Red Sox? I feel like you've been good at targeting some of these teams with the prospects pitching, and you kind of get a bargain on them, because we've seen this with the Mets a lot. I feel like you've been good at targeting those. Did you consider the Red Sox today?
Yeah, I would consider the Red Sox. I will look at the over as well, still deciding on that. But ultimately, I think what you have to do is, it gets tough to project these younger guys like Tolley. He looked good against the Pirates, 2 runs over 5 1/3. So he's playing in Boston in that game, that certainly helps. Now he has to go on a road, and this can be a difficult road environment just because Arizona does have some live bats. But I think more than anything here, like, do you want to trust Erod? We faded him a lot this season, and with a lot of success. 6-8, 5.40 ERA, but he is even worse at home. Over 10 starts, he has an ERA of 5.69, so totally has a lot of good stuff. He's going to be challenged by this Arizona lineup. I'll lean to the over. I would also look at the Red Sox instead, just based on Erod alone. Like, we've got a ton of examples of Erod just blowing up throughout the season.
Well, and plus, these are two really good offenses. Like, no matter what the pitching matchup is, I mentioned the Diamondbacks. That is their strength. I know the Red Sox are missing Roman Anthony, which is a crushing blow, but still overall a very good offense. All right, so were there any other games that caught your attention, Jenks?
I don't know what I'm going to do here. What am I going to do with the Brewers Pirates? Like, you can get the Pirates, the Brewers.
They're hot.
I know. The Pirates just swept the Dodgers. The Dodgers. And don't I know it, because I was cruising to a first 5 under win yesterday. Cruising. It was 1-0. And then Blake Snell just lost his mind in the 5th inning. Aren't the Pirates now like 11-3 in their last 14? So you got Brewers, Pirates, Quinn Priester on the mound for Milwaukee, and he's taking on Johan Oviedo. But Oviedo, I will say, has been, I wanted to fade him as soon as he started pitching for the Pirates again. He's been really good, surprisingly good. 2-0, 3.60 ERA over 3 starts, 3 runs over 14 innings. He won't go long. Like, he will absolutely not go past 5 innings. So if you're going to bet on this game, I like the fact that the Brewers eventually are going to get to that Pirates bullpen. But then again, how do you feel about, all right, at some point, this Pirates run has to come to an end, right? It should. You can take the Brewers on the run line. It helps that they're on the road, get some plus money. And yet, Pittsburgh is hot right now. They just are, which is crazy to say, but the Pirates are playing really good baseball.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm kind of afraid to fade the Pirates right now.
Yeah.
Not a sentence I thought I would be uttering in the year of 2025. But they're hot. And sometimes baseball is like this, where teams are just kind of streaky. And speaking of streaky teams, it feels like that's been the case for the Astros. Over June, I believe, or July, excuse me, they're one of the hottest teams in all of baseball. But August, a huge regression. They had the 3rd worst record in all of baseball in the month of August, just coming off a loss to the Yankees. And now they are favored against the Rangers. And we've talked about this all show long, how in rivalry matchups, sometimes you consider the dog a little bit more. I think I kind of like the Rangers here. Looks like Merrill Kelly is going to be starting for the Rangers. And I just think this is one of those matchups where, you know, anybody could win it. And the Astros just lost 2 or 3 to the Yankees. Again, their team has pretty much been slumping. I know they had some theatrics and some behavior issues with the Yankees over the weekend. Or I guess it's not the weekend, during the week. But I do think the Rangers could be a good dog to add to the card.
I totally agree. This is a great dog to add to the card because Merrill Kelly has really settled in nicely. And I think he hit, if I remember correctly, he was struggling at times early in the year, but he has really settled in. Like, he's been a great acquisition for the Rangers. And the Rangers are at home. The Rangers have been very good in Arlington this season. They're 42-27 at home. So this is a good chance to get plus money. Again, you talk about the in-state rivalry, and you're getting a top-line pitcher as well. I would also look at the under. Whenever you get the Rangers at home, always look at the under. One of the best under teams in baseball when playing at home. So I like the under, and yeah, I like Texas as well.
It's wild to me how close the standings are. For a while, it looked like the Astros were going to run away with things. But in the AL West, right now the Astros just a 3.5 game lead over the Mariners. Rangers 5 games back as well. But when you go head-to-head with the division leader, we could see some changes. Maybe the Rangers can make up some ground if they do win these games. But my point being is that these are big games when it comes to divisional standings. Is there any game I missed, even from an interest standpoint? Like, the Dodgers at this point, I don't think I really trust them that much, especially, you know, price dependent. Like, we don't bet on the Dodgers much on this show just because it feels like they are always overvalued. They're going on the road to the Orioles, who are starting Dean Kramer, who I am not going to make a case for. Is there any game that you should be considering that I missed here?
I think that if you're looking for maybe another plus money play, you look at Cincinnati hosting the Mets, just because Andrew Abbott has been so good this season as a starter. I mean, certainly the Mets could win. There's no question about it. But Abbott, 8-5, 2.65 ERA, has been really good at home, really good in the last month. I think it's a sneaky good play for some plus money.
He also has a great mustache to boot. So if you want to back somebody with a mustache, Andrew Abbott's your guy. Coming up next, parlays galore. We have Double D's, Degenerate College Football Parlay, and Squad Parlay coming your way next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. back. It is Friday, September 5th. And if you're sitting around saying, football season is back, enough with this minus 110, minus 120 nonsense, it's time to put some real odds on the table. We got you covered because we got Double D's Degenerate Parlay coming up. We've got our Squad Parlay coming up that's 12-1 odds. And we hope we can hit another one of these because, listen, it has been that long since we hit a Squad Parlay, and we are, going to hang that one in the rafters. We are very proud of ourselves for that one. All right, so if you are betting on football this weekend, why not get a college football no-sweat token at BetMGM? Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With a college football no-sweat parlay token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. So, PSA, take advantage of the promos. Jenks, I go across the top and I said, opt in, opt in, opt in, opt in. You should not be making any type of bet till you check the promos.
Oh, absolutely. And there's always some sort of promo you can take advantage of. Like, it doesn't matter what the sport is. I mean, particularly, they're sort of seasonal as well, right? So if you want to bet football, there's something you can find to help you. And it's essentially a free bet or something on top of your bet. Sometimes you get a bet back in bonus bets, whatever it is. Yeah, it's free. Why not?
Yeah, and especially, like, if you go to another state, you can claim, like, all of the new offers. Have you done this? Like, I think I did this when the first time we went to, was it called National Harbor? Remember when we had shows out there?
Oh, yeah.
And I was, like, blown away because I could get all of, like, the new customer offers just simply because I was in a new state. I got $100 in free bets. And I was like, all right, that's going to keep me afloat at least for a few weeks.
Yeah, at least for a couple days. This will keep me going. Right. Until I spend another $100, then another $100. But yeah, if you travel like that, take advantage of it. I wanted to take advantage of it when I went to see my mom in Texas a couple weeks ago, but betting is not legalized there yet. But I tried anyway. Boo. I was like, boo, what are you guys doing? Sitting there by the pool like, oh, it's time to put down some money. And then it hit me. Oh, yeah, I can't do anything. I have to sit here and play checkers for a while. Not bet on this game. It was lame.
I can't believe they don't have it in Texas. Like, as big as football is there, that's really surprising to me.
Yeah.
Like, do you think it's because they're a very conservative state? Like, that's probably something to it. Like,
yes.
Bible Belt?
I think that has a lot to do with it. But I do think it will eventually change because there will be public sentiment that changes. And also, let's be honest, when you're talking about the money involved and the money that potentially goes into the coffers of the state, then at some point you say, this is just something that this is where we're trending. Other states have legalized this. There's a plan in place, right? We've seen different frameworks in different states. So there's sort of proof positive how this can be done, and it would bring in millions and millions. At some point, it's going to happen. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, I do like the money that pours back into the state because I remember this was a big deal in Tennessee when they started doing the lottery. But now they have lottery scholarships where a bunch of money goes back into, public school education. I got a lottery scholarship. Like, if you got a certain, benchmark on your GPA, if you made a certain, like, ACT score or something, you got a scholarship. And there are so many people I know who took advantage of that. So I know people like to look down their nose and say, oh, gambling's degenerate. Well, listen, I am just a proud patron of education for Tennessee students because we do have a big Powerball. I think it's up to like 400 million or something. People here are talking about it. Of course, Jake has 5 tickets that he wants to buy. All right, so speaking of lottery tickets, how about we craft our own when it comes to parlays? And let's start with Double D's Degenerate Parlay.
It's time to get crazy with Double D's College Football Degen Parlay.
It's week 2. What am I going to do? This is what I'm going to do. I'm looking at a bounce back for Texas at minus 36.5 versus San Jose State. I am on the opposite side of Jenks and Denton. I'm taking SMU minus 2.5 versus Baylor. Baylor's defense looked awful. I am taking Texas Tech minus 48.5 versus Kent State. Kent State bad. Very, very bad. Kansas plus 6.5 at Missouri. Colorado. I am a believer in Colorado. I know everybody else isn't really. I'm taking Colorado minus 23.5 versus Delaware. I'm taking Arizona State minus 6.5 at Mississippi State. Mississippi State, bad. Very, very bad. I am taking Oklahoma at -5.5 versus Michigan. Not a believer in Michigan yet. And finally, I'm taking UNLV on the money line versus UCLA. Straight fade of Nico Iamaleava. Total parlay is a little less than 194 to 1. $5 will win you $973.37. Let's go!
All right, now it's a true test of the friendship, because is Jenks willing to ride with a parlay that features Oklahoma?
I can't on principle. You know, what I'll do is I'll play the parlay and I'll just eliminate that one particular bet. So I won't get Double D's 194 to 1 odds, but I'll still get a pretty good payoff.
If you're not going 194 to 1, are you even living?
What are you doing? What are you even doing if your parlay isn't at least 194 to 1, guys? A lot of chalk, Double D, but I don't hate it. I don't know enough about Delaware to take Delaware in the points, so I'm glad you believe in the Buffs. No Ralphie this year, which is a bummer, but all right, good luck, buddy.
I appreciate it.
All right. How are you not playing Duke? You got a Duke hat on.
I live in the state of Illinois, which means I cannot play any game that any team from the state of Illinois plays in.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Restricted.
God forbid you try
Denied.
and throw the game.
Yeah.
Right.
Man. Yeah, you know Double D, if he were on the Illini, oh, man, can you imagine the movement in that game?
I blame Brad Evans.
Doesn't he live right outside of Champaign or close?
He lives in Champaign.
Oh, he lives in Champaign? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I blame Brad Evans. It's all Brad Evans.
Now, we need to sick Brad Evans on these people. And I think after like 5 minutes of shouting, maybe they will succumb to letting people bet on Illinois teams. All right, so time to get the whole squad involved now, because we've got a parlay of our own.
Ladies and gentlemen, adults of all ages, it's time for the show parlay.
Ah, yes. Step right up and try your hand at the squad parlay. It's BOGO parlays in this segment. Buy one, get one. So it's the second parlay that we're firing away at. All right, Jenks, start us off here. What you got?
Okay. I'll give a longer handicap later on in the show. I'm going to play this down from 3 and a hook, and I'm taking Jags -3 hosting the Panthers. So these were two of the worst defenses in the NFL last year, but I'm projecting, I think we're going to see Trevor Lawrence take a step forward with Liam Cohen as his OC, plus the Jags are at home. Yeah, their defense is bad. The Panthers was worse last year. So it's a field goal. Give me Jacksonville -3 at home.
I remember fondly fading the Panthers' run defense. Anytime you just wanted to play a running back prop against the Panthers, that was always the way to go last year. So we'll see if that trend continues. All right, next up for me, it's going to be a player prop and betting on the rejuvenation of Daniel Jones. Okay, so maybe not from a passing standpoint at least, but we know Daniel Jones is pretty fleet of foot. Like, I think we remember, like, that primetime game when he was clocked at over 20 miles an hour when running the football, and then he got caught by the turf monster. But still, the guy is a quick guy, and especially the first game of the season, why would you not use this to your advantage? So I'm going to go Daniel Jones, 25-plus rush yards for -110. Remember, Shane Steichen, who's the head coach of the Colts, was once the offensive coordinator for Jalen Hurts, another quarterback who is pretty good at running the football. So I think this is a good strength that they will use for Daniel Jones against the Dolphins this week. All right, next up, Double D. It looks like there is a similar leg in this parlay as your D-Gen parlay.
Well, of course, I'm going to take my favorite play in the D-Gen parlay and put it in our show parlay. It's UNLV on the money line. Once again, straight fade of Nico Iamaleava. I do not think he's good. I think he's a head case. I also think UNLV has the potential to be one of those non-Power 5 teams that's in contention this year to make the college football playoffs. But it will be Navy in the end. But, yeah, that's UNLV on the money line.
I've seen a lot of people on that one. A lot of people like the running Rebs this week against UCLA. All right, Denton, you're next. What's the parlay leg?
So we're going to go with Duke. They're getting 3 at home, 3-point underdogs, but they got Illinois. This line stinks. It's very, very short. I think most people anticipated that a ranked opponent going into Duke is going to be a lot a lot longer of a line. So the fact that it is as short as it is tells me a little something. And on top of that, I am very much a fade the public king. 84%, according to BetMGM, of the money on the spread is in favor of Illinois. So I'm going to go Duke to cover the 3.
I like how you gave yourself a nickname. A fade the public king. Like,
Fade
I
the
always
public
love it
king.
when people
Yeah.
are self-appointed.
Playoff P, fade the public king.
The sad part is that David can't place this parlay because it's featuring a game featuring Illinois. So maybe you can ask, who is it, John Mateer's friend? You can send him a Venmo request and be like, well, it's not for betting, I promise. Parentheses, Duke v. Illinois.
Definitely, totally not sports gambling. Parentheses. Duke.
It's a total inside joke, right? All right, so here's the parlay if you missed it. Jenks has the Jags laying 3. I'm going to go with Daniel Jones, 25 plus rush yards. We're going to take UNLV on the money line and Duke getting 3 points, total odds, plus 13.08, $5 get you $70.45. I know it's not as sexy as 194 to 1, but listen, we want to win some of these. And it's the second week of the season for college football. We're dipping our toes in the water, so I feel pretty good about this one.
Yeah. Plus, only 4 legs. It's our time. Am I the weak link here? I don't know. I feel like I'm the weak link.
You are.
You think so?
You are.
You think so? Is it me?
I think Carolina's way better than anybody thinks they are. Yeah.
Really?
I think you're the weak link.
Could be
Yeah.
wrong. All right, we're gonna find out. I heard that deafening silence in the background. I was like, I think it's me.
I don't think you're the weakest link. I think some of these, like the Illinois Duke one, I think I'm a little split on that one because I came into it really liking Duke, and I do like their quarterback. I do think he has tremendous upside. But you're not facing Elon in this game. I think Illinois is going to be a big step up, but could be a sleepy spot for Illinois on the road. Morning game. We shall see. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the show, and we'll start with the biggest lessons we learned from last night's Cowboys and Eagles game. It's next on the Daily Tip.
You know what it is, the Friday morning good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning, speeding towards the weekend. We're going to help you get there. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we are all over week one in the National Football League, starting with last night's wild season opener between the Cowboys and the world champion Eagles. In 20 minutes, we will fire up our favorite plays of the week as we pick 6, and then we wrap things up with a ton of plays and the Dongster at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. You can stream the final hour of our show. Easy to do. Just go to BallySportsLive.com or fire up the Bally Sports Live app. We delve right into it. Last night's season opener, Week 1 NFL, the world champion Eagles edging the Cowboys 24-20. The Cowboys cover with the number sitting at 8 and hook. That was 8 by kickoff. Eagles minus 450, total set at 47 and a hook. Such a bad beat on the under. We'll talk about that as well. But first, this is what went down. A lot of the action happened before the first snap of the game when Jalen Carter decided, you know what I'll do? I'll just spit on Dak Prescott.
Here he goes. He walks there in front of Dak Prescott. Did he spit? Did he spit on him? I think he did. There you go. There you go. And the official was right there to throw the flag.
Mike Tirico mystified on NBC. Huge break for Dallas. They adjusted immediately because Carter is such a force on the defensive line. Fortunately for Philly, they still have their Super Bowl MVP on offense.
2nd and goal. Hurts again the tie. Now Chase. Now taken off to the pylon. Got there.
Once again, call courtesy of NBC. Hurts, 62 yards, 2 scores on the ground, 19 of 23 for 152 yards in the air. The Cowboys actually lead this game 17-14 late in the second quarter, but then Saquon gets his.
As they run Barkley inside. Saquon touchdown. Philadelphia on top.
Saquon, 18 carries, 60 yards and a touchdown. Then we get a 65-minute rain delay in the third quarter because of lightning in the area. Eagles get a field goal from Jake Elliott. They stop a late Dallas drive on a 4th down with Dak Prescott trying to lead the Cowboys back. Instead, it's the Eagles getting the dub in a game that ends at 12:18 a.m. So if you're up early like us, you're probably a little tired this morning if you watch the end of that game. And I still can't believe what I saw, which is starting off the year with a spit from Jalen Carter after the NFL said we are going to highlight and reinforce sportsmanship this season. Not last night.
This game had it all, did it not? Like, it had everything we could have hoped for in a season opener. We had drama before, the whistle even blew. We had, 2 rivals going head-to-head. We had the Cowboys actually showing some signs of life. I understand that the public was super heavy on the Eagles laying 8.5, but this is an important lesson to learn for betting that goes into the weekend. When it's division rivals, when it's a team where the narrative has been down on them all off season long, sometimes the hype gets out of control, and sometimes these numbers just get too high. So buyer beware on some of these massive spreads, because although the Eagles still looked very dominant and they won this game, they didn't win it convincingly. Like, it wasn't a blowout in this game by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not even close. Dallas looked pretty good, did they not? They didn't blow the doors off what we thought we were going to see, but this was a team going in. We just didn't know what to expect from Dallas. I think that was the big question mark, which is why we saw this number go from 6.5 to 8.5, and then we saw some buyback. It was sitting at 8 at a lot of spots at game time. But ultimately, this is when you have to be careful about division matchups and also getting caught up in narratives and getting caught up in headlines, which is, the whole Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons thing. It's a real thing for sure, but you never know how that's going to affect a locker room. I think ultimately it comes back to Occam's razor, right? The simplest explanation is often the best explanation. And we are talking about still a solid Cowboys team taking on a divisional team, a divisional rival in the Eagles. 8.5 just seemed way too big, and that ended up being the case.
Yeah, it's very easy to say now, though. Like, it feels
That's
like
true.
everybody and their mom were on the Eagles here. I do wonder how this game would have gone if Jalen Carter would have actually played in it. But here's another point. It felt like Jalen Hurts was almost perfect for most of this game, and they still didn't blow him out. Because that's the thing. Like, Jalen Hurts looked like he did not miss a beat during the offseason. He started this game 6 of 6. He ran for 2 touchdowns. So if anybody can look at Jalen Hurts and be like, oh, maybe he's a little rusty, maybe he's, not quite as motivated after winning a Super Bowl, he certainly had some pep in his step. And of course, it's very easy to do when Michael Jordan is watching. Apparently, those two are friends. He even did like the shrug celebration after one of the touchdowns that he ran for. So the Eagles do look good, but I think the bigger lesson is the Cowboys don't look that bad.
No, they don't. And when you're talking about arguably the most competitive division in the National Football League, or certainly up there, we're not talking about the NFC South here, then those divisional games are going to be tough. So if you're the Eagles or the Commanders, you're the top 2 teams in the division, supposedly, at least according to the odds. Let's not just assume Dallas is going to be an easy out. We saw last night they will not be, and that locker room is absolutely galvanized, at least more so than I thought after the loss of Micah Parsons. They'll lose some games, but still a ton of talent on that offense in particular. Also, I'm very curious to see what's going to happen with Jalen Carter, because we touched on it a little bit, and the video was being shared last night online, which is the NFL sent out a video to teams for players to watch during the offseason. We don't need to do this. We don't need to do this. There's no need to stand over an opponent after you tackle him. There's no reason to slash your throat or to pretend to shoot a gun. We believe in sportsmanship in the NFL. They made it a point to reinforce this, along with saying, here are other rules that are going to be enforced this season. Happens every year, but this was something the NFL highlighted. So I think that's what makes what happened in this game so egregious, is that the NFL put a lot of effort and a lot of time into saying, we will focus, the referees will focus on you if you aren't acting in a sportsmanlike manner, if you're acting in a way that disrespects another player or disrespects the game. And so after all of that, right in front of an official, like, that's the thing too. The official's right there. Like, and now we have cameras everywhere. Even if the NFL had missed that, there'd be like someone on his phone in like the front row sending it to the NFL or something. You're not going to get away with this. It was just such a stupid move from Jalen Carter, and he will be punished.
Yeah, we caught it in 4K. Like, that's the problem these days, is all of the cameras are going to catch everything. And I was thinking to myself, okay, what if this suspension, goes for a game? Who's next on the schedule for the Eagles? Oh, they go on the road to the Chiefs.
Fun.
So not the best game to be missing Jalen Carter, if that happens to be the case. But I will say they do have 10 days, or was it 9 days? That's next Sunday. So at least, they have some time to prepare and get ready for the Chiefs, who will be coming off a trip to Brazil. So from a rest standpoint, the Eagles should have the advantage in that one, but the Chiefs are playing at home, and Jalen Carter could be missing that game.
Yeah, he absolutely could. So I think the NFL will do its best to make an example of him. Like, the NFL loves doing this. There's no way they're going to let this slide and say, all right, $5,000 fine. Don't you do that again. You know what they'll do? They'll throw a big fine his way, and then they'll probably suspend him for a game. I don't know. I'm just speculating here, but I would be stunned if Roger Goodell didn't do something to sort of set the standard. You know what I mean?
I would think so, like, if logic prevails, but I feel like it's usually the NFL's wheel of punishment, where I feel like this goes back like the last 5 years, where you never know what you're going to get. It's like, oh, you smoked weed? You're banned for life. You've been smoking weed all the time. We do not stand for this. Oh, you hit your wife? 2 games.
Yeah. Well.
So I don't know. The precedent has not been great in the NFL for trying to predict punishments, but I do think you're right. Since they have taken a stand against bad sportsmanship, maybe we will see a heavier hand for Jalen Carter.
Well, what do you think about tonight's game? We get NFL football tonight? This is a great time of year. Kind of just, yeah. It didn't sound great. And I'm just so glad football is back. It's so good to be able to talk about football on a Friday. And we just sprinkle everything in. Tonight we get Chiefs and Chargers. I mean, this is going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Out west, Chiefs are laying 3. They're minus 175 on the money line. If you like the Chargers outright, they're plus 145. Your total is 46 and a hook at BetMGM. Make it legendary. Chelsea, give me a winner here.
I know the Chiefs deserve their respect, and they certainly have, a lot of good pieces. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes. I am not, trying to move the goalpost here and say, oh, Patrick Mahomes, he's a game manager. I'm not saying that. I am saying look at this matchup and look at the fact that the Chargers have played the Chiefs very closely over the past 10 tries. In fact, there's only 2 blowouts. In the last 10 matchups between the Chargers and the Chiefs, there's only 2 blowouts, and the Chargers had actually won one of those games. So the Chargers 6-3-1 against the number in their last 10 tries against the Chiefs. So many of these games have been one-score games. In fact, if you look at the last 5, the Chiefs won at 19-17. Chiefs won at 17-10, 13-12. And then the one blowout, the Chiefs won 31-17 back in October of 2023. So I think it's one of those things where it's a divisional matchup. We saw this last night between the Cowboys and the Eagles. The Eagles just won the Super Bowl in convincing fashion. Jalen Hurts looked amazing, but yet they did not cover an 8.5-point spread. I understand the spread in this one is only 3, but it feels like, especially when you go on the road to Brazil, where there are a lot of unknowns, who knows what the field conditions are going to be. I do think I'd take the points with the Chargers here.
I don't know. I think the Rashawn Slater injury for the Chargers is going to be massive because he's one of the best tackles in the game. You know, he signs that deal and then out for the season. So I feel really bad for him, but also for a team that really loves to run the ball like the Chargers do. I mean, that's Jim Harbaugh's MO. I know he has Justin Herbert at quarterback and they have talent, but they want to establish the run. That's what Jim Harbaugh teams do. And so when you have a guy like that out of your lineup, I think that really weakens them in a significant way that maybe wouldn't affect other teams that are more inclined to pass the ball. But I do think it's going to be interesting, regardless of how you feel about a side or another, about how the Chiefs look in their first game since the Super Bowl, right? Aren't we all kind of curious, like, how they're going to respond? Because it was such a beatdown. When's the last time you saw the Chiefs just get beat down by someone? Because last year they were escaping by the skin of their teeth, kind of winning games, but just barely. You know, I think they were something stupid in one-score games, like 10-0 or something ridiculous that is hard to replicate. So when you take a team that is still very, very good on paper, when you have a Hall of Fame quarterback in Patrick Mahomes and a Hall of Fame tight end and Travis Kelce and a Hall of Fame head coach and Andy Reid, guys who don't want to go out like that, you know they put in the work in the offseason to say, just you wait. We're not done yet. Travis Kelce lost what? Like 25 pounds? He's slimmer than he has been in a long time. Changed his workout routine. Patrick Mahomes has talked about how motivated he's been. So I am not going to sleep on the Chiefs just because of a bad game in the biggest game on the planet. I think they could come out tonight and try to make a statement. Being overseas makes it a little different or in a different country, but ultimately I think I might lean Chiefs -3. I also feel like that's such a public play, but I think I'd lean Kansas City.
Well, counterpoint would be during all these games where the Chargers have played the Chiefs very closely, those are years in which the Chiefs have won the Super Bowl. So it's not that I am sleeping on the Chiefs. It's the fact that, you know, these two teams just play each other closely. That's kind of how it goes. And even look at last night's matchup and you say, okay, you know, the Cowboys are missing Micah Parsons now. That is a huge hole in their defense to fill. And still, you know, that game was just close down the stretch. So it's more of that than anything. Speaking of Travis Kelce, you can get a pretty good price on his anytime touchdown. Plus 160. I remember the days when Travis Kelce was in the minus 175 range for an anytime touchdown. I do think that we still see that connection between Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, especially in the red zone. If Travis Kelce is going to be a little faster, he has never been easy to defend in the red zone. So I think plus 160 is a very good price for him to score a touchdown.
Ooh, it really is. Also, we have some time here. We played this way early this morning. We got to play it again. So this is a couple days ago. This is Travis Kelce making fun of Patrick Mahomes' voice in a press conference. Double D.
We've had a plan for this all summer long, and now we're just ready to play football again.
And Travis, what was last night like at the airport?
Oh man, it was crazy. It was a lot of fun seeing all the fans there. And
he had that one coming for telling everybody I didn't know where Brazil was on the map.
I gotta say, Travis Kelce been showing off the comedy chops. He was in Happy Gilmore too. That was hilarious.
Yeah, he's been working on the acting. It's nice to see he hasn't gone full corporate. He can still joke around at least a little bit.
Yeah, I like that. And I like kind of just a peek into the inside of that relationship where they can rib each other and it's all in good fun. So good on those guys. We'll see what happens tonight in Brazil. Coming up next, we've done the research. Now it's time to let it rip. Our favorite plays of the week in our Pick 6 segment. It's a Football Friday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
is a Football Friday, the Friday morning good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. The crew is here, getting ready to hand out some plays. Double D. Here we go. Coming up on the show, we're each going to hand out our favorite 3 plays of the week in a segment we like to call Pick 6. Denton is back. He got his coffee from the break room. Made a la Roger, ready to go. I don't know if you saw this. I know we've already talked about college football, but I absolutely love this story. So the Idaho Vandals are having their home opener this week against St. Thomas, which I think is a school from Minnesota. But to celebrate this, college football uniforms can be great sometimes. The Idaho Vandals, and we know Idaho is known for their famous Idaho potatoes, right? On the side of their helmets, they're wearing special jerseys and helmets. And the side of the Idaho helmets will say, "Fightin' Taters." And, even better, Big Spud. Have you heard of Big Spud? I had not. It's the Big Idaho Potato Truck. Will also be there. It's like, imagine the Wienermobile, but for potatoes. It's 70 feet long. It's massive. And they have a huge potato on the back. The tater weight is 4 tons. Everyone always asks, I can't believe I researched this, is that potato real? It's not. It's not. In fact, on the website, it says it would take 7,000 years to grow a tater this big. It would serve 20,217 servings of mashed potatoes. But the Fightin' Taters, looking for a dub this weekend. This is one of the great things about college football.
Ah, yes. This and like the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Like the Pop-Tarts, I think, are like the number one food of college football right now. Potatoes, of course, with their history with Idaho. That's there in the power rankings. Trying to think of some more. Maybe like the Duke's Mayo Bowl. And mayo, if you count that as like a food, it's got a lot of nonsense in it. I'm not a huge mayo person. I feel like mayo is very divisive. You either love it or you hate it, and I'm team hate.
I love mayo. Now, I'll put mayonnaise on a lot of things. I will also say at the same time, like the worst celebration in college football might be having a big bucket of mayo poured all over you if you win. Like, I love mayonnaise, but I'm not going to be like, amazing. I'm like, don't pour a condiment on me, please. Don't pour any condiment at all.
It's never great when the celebration for winning a bowl game is the same thing as what you do to kids with lice. Like, don't you do that to kids with lice?
Oh, God,
you
I
put
forgot
mayo
about
in
that.
their hair?
Oh, that's old school. You know what? Do we have any pharmaceuticals available? We do, but if you'll just grab some Hellmann's or some Dukes and just wipe it on there, we'll be fine. By the way,
I'm pretty sure that's the premier treatment, is it not?
It is?
I've never heard of any like medication. It's always like, hey, just put mayonnaise in your hair.
They have
like
to be.
Maybe we've made advancements because I have not been
Surely.
delving into like lice lately.
I think there's specialized shampoo.
There has to be.
As my days as a camp counselor told me, because we constantly had lice outbreaks at summer camp. There were shampoos. There's also a very nice medical device, not so much for women, but for men, called clippers. Lice are gone. Cut all the hair off.
I was like, there's got to be some besides mayonnaise. It's like, hey, I'm not feeling well. I got the flu. Well, it's a bloodletting for you then, sir. It's like, you don't have anything a little more recent than that, please? Nah, we'll just bleed you out and get it all out of you. Like, okay. Doesn't sound good.
Well, it's probably just because a lot of people have mayo on hand. Like, a lot of people probably already have this at their house. So, like, if you have lice, you want to get rid of it ASAP. So, a lot of people probably just do it for that reason.
No, that's true. Also, I have to say, it's true. When I worked in Idaho and I drove there from Texas with my stepfather, and we were in Idaho, and we were hungry, and we were driving on some random road, and there was a random side of the road cafe, and I was like, Idaho potatoes, huh? So we went inside, saw a hole in the wall, and we ordered French fries and burger, whatever. And I will say, the best damn French fries I've ever had in my life. I was like, I don't believe it. These potatoes are the real deal. So, Fightin' Taters this weekend. Hopefully, no mayonnaise needed for anything. Well, we got that out of the way, so now it's time to fire up our favorite plays of the weekend.
Pick six.
Chelsea, you have the floor. What do you have?
Yeah. All right. So let's start in the NFL. Where I'll be taking the Steelers on the money line over the Jets. I think this is going to be a low-scoring affair, so I'm just going to play it safe with the money line here. But we have seen the Steelers be good in season openers. Mike Tomlin, 11-6-1 in season openers, I believe. And then you look at the Jets, who are breaking in a new head coach, and they just lost their best offensive lineman, and Elijah Vera Tucker. I don't think that bodes well going against this defensive line of the Steelers. If you can be, two-dimensional, maybe you have a chance against the Steelers defense, but when it's Justin Fields who's going to be running wild and maybe not being that effective at throwing the ball, I think I'm going to lean on the Steelers here. And plus, if it's a close game, I know this is very in the weeds, but I was looking at the kickers. And the best kicker in this matchup is first-team All-Pro Chris Boswell of the Steelers, who was angling for a new deal during training camp, and for good reason. He was really good last year. Meanwhile, for the Jets, they've got Greg the Leg Zuerlein, who has had some great seasons in the NFL, but last year was not one of them. Only a 1 of 4 from 40 to 49, and only 4 of 6 from 30 to 39 yards. So if it comes down to a field goal, I will be trusting the Steelers, and I'll be trusting the more veteran head coach. Let's go Steelers on the money line.
All right. I think I'm going to be on the opposite side here. I'm not going to bet it, but I kind of like the Jets if you can get a 3. If you look around, you can get the Jets in some places. I just kind of think that maybe the Steelers are a touch overvalued in this spot because of Aaron Rodgers, but the Jets' defense is really good. Regardless, Chelsea, good luck to you. 1 Eastern kickoff on Sunday at MetLife Stadium.
Pick six.
Let's start in the college ranks. How about this? Navy, -21. Hosting UAB. I'm going to give Double D some credit here because before the season he was saying, watch out for Navy. Watch out for Navy. They get everyone back. They have Blake Horvath at quarterback. Watch out for that new age, that newfangled triple option they've been running forever. They've added some wrinkles. Navy went 10-3 last season. They're coming off a 52-7 donkey stomping of VMI last week. I just don't believe in the Blazers. They might score a little bit because Navy does have some weakness on the offensive line, and maybe because of that, the Blazers can have a back-and-forth game. They do have some offense. But ultimately, this is a UAB team. By the way, coached by Trent Dilfer, former NFL quarterback. I don't know if that helps or hurts. But this is a Blazers team that played Alabama State last week, and they gave up 514 yards to the Hornets. What do you think Navy is going to do? Double D was right. This team, this midshipman team, has an outside chance, actually a pretty decent chance, of making the college football playoff. I think they make a statement tomorrow in Annapolis. It was sitting at 21 and a. We've seen a touch of money coming on UAB. Fine with me. Give me the midshipman -21.
-21. All right. The college slate, not as great this week, but still some games to bet on if you want to watch that one. 3:30 Eastern kick on Saturday in Annapolis.
Pick six.
All right, back to the NFL we go, and let's go to the NFC North. I'm going to be taking the Packers at home, laying 2 against the Lions. In this one, I think the loss of both their coordinators for Detroit is going to be a big difference maker in this one, at least early on in the season. And plus, the Packers have been outstanding at home in season openers. In fact, they have won 12 straight home openers. So they are very good at starting the season on a hot note. Also, this is less about Micah Parsons and more about the team in general. I just think the Packers at home here have the edge with Jordan Love. And again, the Lions having to work through some things now that they lost Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. So I think in this battle of 2 NFC North juggernauts, I'm going to go with the Packers here, laying 2. Maybe it's a close game down the stretch, but I'm going to trust the team that's been great in season home openers.
It's going to be a great game. Lions and Packers, 4:25 in the East at Lambeau Field.
Pick six.
Am I really betting on the Jacksonville Jaguars? Yes. Yes, I am. I don't think anyone on this show but me likes this pick. That's okay. I'm going with it. Jags, -3 at -125 hosting the Panthers. Do I expect the Panthers to be improved this season? Yeah, I'm rooting for Bryce Young. Now he's 3 feet tall, very short, but he's very good at the end of last season. Hope he comes along. Hope he becomes that franchise quarterback that Carolina wants him to be. At the same time, I think this is going to be a huge step up for Trevor Lawrence in that Jacksonville offense. I think Liam Cohen makes a huge difference. We saw what he did with Baker Mayfield down in Tampa. And the Jags also are poised to have another playmaker. When you talk about Travis Hunter, drafting him, he's going to play on both sides of the ball, but they have been working him into the offense. And let's not forget about Brian Thomas Jr., who had a remarkable season last year. Kind of got, for some reason, I don't know if it's Malik Neighbors or some of the other rookies that stood out, but don't forget that BTJ can absolutely play, and so Lawrence has more weapons than you might think on that Jacksonville offense. I think it's going to be enough with Jacksonville playing at home to get the dub here, or at least cover the 3. Worst case, maybe you get a push here, but I'm going to go Jacksonville -3, taking on Carolina.
Duval. Where's that hotkey? All right, so this one is not high on my watchability rankings, but if you do want to watch it, it's a 1 Eastern kick on Sunday in Jacksonville.
Pick six.
All right, how about a total to add to the card in the NFL? I'm going to go Texans-Rams under 43.5. And this is based on the fact that I think both these offensive lines are going to struggle to protect their quarterbacks. We saw this last year with the Texans. C.J. Stroud was sacked the second most of any quarterback in the NFL. Then you look at Matt Stafford, who feels like he is been taped together with Scotch tape and maybe a little Gorilla Glue. He is dealing with all sorts of back issues. He is getting epidurals. And when you see that, you're going to take advantage of that. And you're going to really, put the pressure on him knowing that he is not 100% healthy. And then for C.J. Stroud, who's already behind a makeshift offensive line, he has to go against Jared Verse, who is the reigning rookie defensive player of the year. This Rams pass rush, I feel like, is better than people expected last year. They are very young. They are very hungry. So I think that we get a steady diet of third downs that are not completed and a bunch of punts in this one. So under 43.5 is the play between the Texans and the Rams.
Chelsea, I like that quite a bit. I'm curious about Matthew Stafford as well. Like, is he going to be okay? Because it's one thing to be banged up, which he has been for the majority of his career. But I feel like even for him, he's received a lot more treatment than we normally see. And we haven't played a game yet.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Like, I think he's one of the toughest guys in the NFL. But again, like, it's just going to be tough, especially the first game of the season. And he's not getting any younger.
No, he's not. This could be, there's a lot of speculation too. This could be it for him in the NFL. I hope he's healthy. Want to see him go out on a right note. It is a 4:25 kickoff in the East at SoFi Stadium.
Pick six.
Oh, man. Am I betting on some garbage teams or what this weekend? Browns +5 and a hook at the Bengals. Look, this is a divisional showdown. So you get a divisional dog, and I think Cleveland is the play here. Look, you've got Joe Flacco at quarterback, right? And that doesn't inspire a lot of confidence, doesn't turn a lot of heads. You can talk about Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel all you want. But ultimately, you have the Browns who know the Bengals very well, and I'm not quite sure how much I believe in the Bengals defense. Joe Flacco is going to get his, but also he's going to be harassed. We saw that during the preseason when the Browns decided, okay, let's play our starters and let's try and get rid of these slow starts, which we've experienced in previous years. And, I mean, the Commanders treated him like a rag doll in their preseason game. I think Myles Garrett is going to get after Joe Flacco, put some pressure on him. And then conversely, like I was saying, the Bengals defense, how good is it? It wasn't good last year with Trey Hendrickson. And yeah, he's back, but I don't think it really makes a difference. And they've made some moves in the draft to try and address that, but I think it's going to take a few games at least to see any sort of improvement. So until I see it, I think in a divisional game, you go with a team getting this many points. It's kind of like how I felt about the Eagles and the Cowboys, and certainly the Cowboys are better than the Browns. But in this division, I will gladly take the Browns 5.5, taking on the Bengals.
Well, especially since Joe Burrow is famously bad against the Browns.
Yeah.
He's 3-5 straight up.
Point.
And that's not even talking about the points. And think about these Browns teams over the last few years where this record was compiled. These were not good teams. So you can look at the Bengals and say, oh, this is a better team. But 5.5 is a lot of points. And we will see if the Bengals can finally be good in a season opener, because we know it's not been the case.
No, it is not. Game in Cleveland on Sunday at 1 o'clock. Man, look at this. How good does it feel to have Pick 6 back in the rundown? We've done college, we've done the NFL, and yet we're not done because we still have our favorite plays on the card coming up for you. We'll talk to the Donkster. We'll find out what's coming up next on Bet Sweats. We're going to finish strong here in the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there. We're coming back after this.
Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. We are live on a Football Friday, getting you ready for the weekend, and we're ready to go. Great to have you on with us. The whole crew here. Week 1 in the NFL underway last night. Man, look at this card. Shaping up real nice. Before we get to it, did you see the kid? You're a parent, Chelsea. Did you see the kid in Jacksonville? I'm betting on Jacksonville. I'll talk about that in a second. The kid in Jacksonville who woke up early, 5-year-old kid, lives near a Chick-fil-A. His parents are asleep. He gets up. He's hungry for some Chick-fil-A. So he sneaks out of the house. He slips through a fence, walks into the local Chick-fil-A. He knows how to get there because his parents have driven there before or walked there before. He walks up to the counter, makes an order. And the people are like, okay, let's sit this guy down. Let's get him a breakfast sandwich, and we'll sit down with him. They call the police. The police sit down with him, trying to figure out where he came from. And he says, am I going to get arrested? I'm like, no, you're going to be fine. So they finally drove around the neighborhood until the kid picked out his house and said, oh, that's where I live. And so then they went up to the door, woke up the parents who were still asleep and said, hey, your kid was sitting at Chick-fil-A eating a sandwich. Might want to keep an eye on him. But people love their Chick-fil-A, even if you're 5.
I feel like there's a lot of red flags in this story. Like, if he's 5, how is he getting out of the house? Where is he getting money? And although I do respect the independence, because listen, my daughter won't even go upstairs by herself. Like, she's like, what if somebody's up there? So, Blake, nobody's upstairs. It's the middle of the day. The doors are locked. But if I'm a parent and you wake up and your kid's not there, that has to be the ultimate feeling of panic. So I know this is like a light, funny story to most people. But like, if you're a parent and your 5-year-old is not in your house, I don't know. Yeah. I feel like I'm doing some reevaluation of my parenting decisions.
I know. It's funny now because it's over and the kid's okay. But I'm like, also, you were sleeping. Your kid was walking down the street going to Chick-fil-A. I mean, I respect, the dedication to Chick-fil-A, but also might want to keep an eye on your kid. Here's something to keep an eye on. Oh, the lineup here at BetMGM. A winning football Sunday starts right here on the BetMGM Network. Wake up with BetMGM Game Day. Joe O, Kate Constable, and Jason Lockenfora will set the stage for you from 8 to 11 in the East. Then at You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, featuring Nick Costas and Sammy P, getting you ready for every game. Line movement, props, fantasy, we've got you covered right here on the BetMGM Network. And now, well, what do we got? Oh, we got our plays, but also I want to remind you, coming up on Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P, they're going to recap Spitgate last night. Eagles and Cowboys also going to hand out their favorite plays in college football and the NFL. Kelly in Vegas will be along at 11 o'clock. But before that, now we got to hand out our favorite plays of the weekend.
Time to place your bets.
Elsa, we will start with you. What's the play?
All right, play of the day is going to be a prop in the National Football League. I'm going to go with Colts quarterback Daniel Jones over his rushing attempt prop of 5.5 for -140. This is more what I expect from the play calling. And we know that the head coach of the Colts, Shane Steichen, was the offensive coordinator for the Eagles and had Jalen Hurts at his disposal. So I think the fact that Daniel Jones is an underrated running quarterback, he is going to use this to his advantage against the Dolphins this weekend, because Daniel Jones is low-key fast. He's been clocked at over 20 miles an hour in practice when he's running the football. So 5.5 feels like a very gettable number. I was looking at Anthony Richardson last year for the Colts because I understand they're different quarterbacks, but you can kind of tell where the play calling lies. Anthony Richardson went over this number in 9 of 11 games. In fact, in some of these games, he had double-digit rush attempts. And I understand he is a much worse passer than Daniel Jones, but I still think that this is too good of an aspect of Daniel Jones' game to leave on the table. So let's go over 5.5 rush attempts for Daniel Jones this weekend for the Colts against the Dolphins.
Okay. I decided to load up and take the advice of Double D's. Like, if you win, you'll be a hero. If you lose, who cares? Let's go. So I got a little bit of everything here. I'm going to start with some baseball plays. Baseball play of the day, Braves first 5 money line, -140. Braves hosting the Mariners. Logan Gilbert going up against Chris Sale. Chris Sale came back from injury and looked awesome. 1 run over 6 innings against the Phillies. That means he has not given up more than a single run in 7 consecutive starts. Mariners can hit. I don't think they hit Chris Sale. And Logan Gilbert, he's been really good at home, not good on the road this season. 1-4, a 5.80 ERA. Also, Seattle does struggle on the road, just 32-40 this season. I'm going to play the Braves early in this one. Braves first 5 behind Chris Sale on the money line at -140.
Ooh, I'm thinking that I should add things as we speak because I was thinking about adding Spencer Rattler under his passing yardage prop. I don't know where 193.5 came from. That feels very high to me. But I don't have it locked and loaded, so we won't do that. All right, next up, instead, we are going to do a little same game parlay that has some correlated action. So for me in the Titans game, going to go with Calvin Ridley, wide receiver number 1 for the Titans, 3+ catches and 25+ receiving yards. It feels like a very low number, and you can get it for -145. So I think that we have seen this early in the preseason that Cam Ward wants to throw to Calvin Ridley. The only reason I'm not taking his normal prop is because the Broncos secondary is very good, and I think Sean Payton is going to get some steady pressure on Cam Ward. But listen, even if we get this in garbage time, I think Calvin Ridley is still going to be heavily involved in the game plan. So 3+ catches, 25+ receiving yards, -145. I feel like that is a solid play as well.
All right, good luck on those plays. Let's go back to the diamond before we delve into football. Red Sox D-backs over 8. I'm playing it down from 8.5, going over 8, -155, whatever. Peyton Tolley going for the Red Sox. The Rook made his debut last week against the Pirates. Really good. 2 runs over 5 1/3 innings. He's facing Eduardo Rodriguez. Oh, we always fade Erod on this show. So Tolley has a lot of good stuff. At the same time, this D-backs lineup can still hit and rake, despite the fact that they were sellers at the trade deadline. And Erod at home has been sort of a disaster. An ERA of 5.69. When you look at over teams in baseball, Boston, the 9th best team to the over. Arizona is 11th. And again, this is a hitter's park. So let's go over 8, -155. College football, Navy. The midshipmen just up the road to one of my favorite places, Annapolis, laying 21 against UAB. This has come down from Navy -21 and a hook. So a little bit of Blazers money coming in. Well, that's just fine with me. I don't care. This triple option, a nuanced triple option, a new age triple option, has just been running roughshod over people. Navy went 10-3 last year, coming off a win over VMI in the season opener, 52-7. And the Blazers, are they going to be able to stop Navy? I don't think so. Coached by Trent Dilfer, NFL experience, but this Blazers team gave up 514 yards to Alabama State last week. Give me Navy -3 touchdowns in Annapolis. Jags -3 against the Panthers. I talked about it. I hope Bryce Young does well this year, but I am backing Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen and how much they have worked together in a really cohesive manner during the offseason. Liam Cohen is responsible for Baker Mayfield's career year in Tampa. That's the reason why he was brought into Jacksonville. This is a home game, 2 bad defenses, but Trevor Lawrence has the advantage offensively with his weapons. And I'm not just talking about Travis Hunter, who will play some offensively, but don't forget about Brian Thomas Jr. Trevor Lawrence will look good this weekend. The Jags cover the number, Jags -3 at home in Jacksonville. And finally, Titans team total, I'm going to play this up to 17.5. I look for a 17, not out there. -155 against the Broncos. I mean, this is Cam Ward's debut. Is he going to get more than 17 against this Denver defense? I don't think so. A Denver defense, top 10 in the NFL last year. Nick Bonito just signed. They added Talanoa Hufanga. Also, Dre Greenlaw, who may or may not play. I don't think it's going to matter because this Broncos defense is going to feast on a rookie who has to go into a really difficult place this weekend to play. Titans team total under 17.5. Woo! A lot of bets on the card, but that's what a Football Friday is for.
I like how you're fading both me and my husband's favorite teams. Like the entire Buchanan household is being faded, both the Panthers and the Titans.
It's not personal. Well, you know what? Listen, if I win, I'll be happy. If I lose, I'll be like, well, at least Chelsea and Jake are happy this weekend. So it's a win-win for the show. How about that? All right, we got to get the Donkster in here, and then we'll talk to Joe. Oh, Donkster, what's going on?
Guess what?
What?
I wrote a poem about week 1 in the NFL.
Okay. Let's hear it. I love how the Donkster isn't on the screen, by the way. It's just me talking. Okay, fair enough. Here's a poem from the Donkster. All right.
My body anticipates the snap of the ball. I see Scott Hinton, and I'm so turned on. Week 1 has arrived. I can't get enough. Oh, I just got flagged for an illegal touch.
Doctor, so gross. We were doing so well. All right, let's get a play here.
Niners, minus 2.5 at the Seahawks. Jim Zorn.
Okay, great. What's coming up next on Bet Sweats? I'm sure more fantastic football analysis and picks, college and pro game. That means we bring in our good friend Joe Ostrowski. Joe, good morning. He was there. We're like, It's like the second time this has happened this week. People just dip out at the last second. They're like, hey, what's going on? See ya. Gone.
Yeah. We're going to have trust issues after Bet Sweats. Thanks for nothing, guys. Let's see if he comes back. Probably not. It's fine. Like, what would we have asked him about anyway? Like last night's game? We have plenty of takes for that already. Like, why do you even need to watch Bet Sweats? Just rewatch our show.
Yeah, I'd like to know if Joe has ever spit on anyone. Probably not. Doesn't seem that way. I mean, I certainly hope not. I'd like to get his take, though, and hear about it. Once again, not the MVP of the weekend, VMix. You do anything exciting this weekend? I am entertaining the lovely Sheila, Catherine's mother, who got in town last night. We had some wine, had a good time, and then I was like, guys, I got to go to bed. But tonight's the night we get a little turn here. All of us. It's going to be a great night.
I was going to say, isn't that usually the game plan is that she parties harder than you guys do?
Yes, pretty much. We get her going. What have we done? Sheila, what are you guys doing down there in South Carolina? My God. But that'll be fun. They're going to go out and do some winning stuff today. I'm going to take a nap, and then we're all going to come together late this afternoon to figure out something to do. So this is my one night, you know. It's football season. We got to lock it in. Lock it in. But
you lock it in.
You lock it in. That's going to do it for us.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. For Chelsea, for Denton, for Double D, and the Donkster, I'm Michael Jenkins. Good luck in your bets. Have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
You've been listening to the
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Survivor rules. Never Jaguars. We know why. Why is it not KC's year?
I feel like there are a lot of distractions there. I know this is not a Vikings show, but I am a Vikings man.
Woo! This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
The first Football Friday of the 2025 NFL season. Welcome in to Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Of course, we will talk about everything that went down Thursday. It was a long Thursday night if you were to stay up for the entire game. We're going to go over every game on this Week 1 NFL card. Also take a look at Monday Night Football, of course, because Bears-Vikings, we've been talking about that one for months as well. We'll go over it all. We got a game tonight as well. Can't forget about Chiefs-Chargers. College football card, Kelly in Vegas every Friday, a 2-minute drill, and another new segment, new day, new segment. So we tried out yesterday, 10 Toes Down. I think it went well. Today's new segment in about 20 minutes, Friday Feels. People don't know what that's going to be like. You can kind of figure out what 10 Toes Down was all about, but Friday Feels, I don't think the people have any idea. Sam, how you feeling?
That's how I'm feeling.
What the heck?
What was that?
Is there anything worse that you can do to another human?
Not much.
There's not a long list. Yeah, that was brutal. I actually left the room and I came back. I'm like, oh, I don't need to see the kickoff or whatever. They're dragging everything out, of course, like they always do. I'm like, I'll be back in a few minutes for the first play. And then my son's like, Carter spit on Dak. It's like, what? What are you talking about? He didn't. Oh yeah, he's out of the game. Like it just doesn't sound real. I can't believe that happened. Do you think the line is different if we know that Carter is not playing a snap? We know that he's worth something, but what's the closing number? What number are we talking about on the show yesterday if we know that Jalen Carter's not playing in that game?
Probably 7 flat, 7
Yeah.
minus 110 each way. That would be my guess. He's worth at least a point. And we got to about 8. We did discuss this all day yesterday, that there would eventually be a buyback on the Dallas Cowboys at 8.5 and maybe even 8. Pretty good two-way action near the end because you started to see some bigger bets come in on Dallas. We saw Dave Mason report a big 5-figure bet on Dallas plus 8.5, but then you had huge bets at BetMGM. You had somebody come in and bet $200,000 on the Eagles minus 8. How do you think that person felt right out of the chute with the way that game started? One of the wilder starts that I can remember. We have to start, though, with the total. How many games get 41 points in the first half and don't go over the total? Crazy. Only 3 points in the second half. You had a field goal in the third quarter and then no points in the fourth. Game lands 44. You got 41 at half. If you went to bed at halftime or you went to bed during the 57-minute lightning delay and woke up, you probably thought you were having a nightmare.
That's a bad beat, right? Like we could say it. We
Yes.
always are like hesitant because people overuse the term. That is a bad beat. All right, this from Evan Abrams. Games with 40 or more points in the first half with a full game total below 50, okay? More than 40 first half, the total on the game is below 50. Last 20 years, before last night, the record on the over, 172-1.
Wow.
That's what we're talking about. Now the number is 172-2. That is absolutely brutal, man. If you are on that side, you got the over. I'm like, I was actually kind of kicking myself because that was my first reaction. Shea and Irving threw it out as well. It's a 14-14 game. I want to say middle of the second quarter. I was like, oh, you idiot. Why didn't you bet the over? You talked about it. You kept saying Dallas is going to be an over team this year. Well, last night they ended up somehow being an under team. If we don't have that delay, do you think that goes over the total?
Probably. Don't know for sure, but I think everybody was gassed up going into the lightning delay, and then the delay happens and you're just lethargic. It even hit Mike Tirico, who kept calling Jalen Hurts Dak Prescott. Everybody was tired. And then did you see the story that Trevon Diggs made a phone call during the delay and had people bring Uncrustables and cold cuts into the locker room? Everybody looked a little bit slow after that lightning delay, a little bit tired. That's an emotional day. It really is. It's the first game of the season. Everybody is jazzed up all day long. You're excited. Adrenaline's going. And then you're on the field ready to resume play. And the refs say, nah, we're going to call the league and make sure that this is safe to play in, which I respect. I respect player safety. But I can't imagine it was easy for those players to rack it back up after a near hour delay and turn it up to 11 again. Not easy to do. I think a lot of things go into that beat, though. Mostly the fact that the Eagles got really conservative with the lead, and Dallas kept dropping passes. How many balls did CeeDee Lamb drop last night? I mean, that was one of the most forgettable 7-catch over 100-yard games that I've ever seen. And, you know, we were talking yesterday because all of the touchdown markets were very juiced to the Eagles. Not only the anytime, but the first time. And we had a vivid conversation about picking a Cowboy to score the first touchdown. I threw out CeeDee Lamb, who went down at the 1 before Javonte Williams went in. You threw out Ferguson, who could have been very live when you got the ball at the 1. You faked the handoff, you hit the tight end. Right size, wrong shape. Had the right thought process with Dallas, first touchdown. I thought I had the right thought process with Dak over on passes. Just didn't get there. If Matt Eberflus doesn't go cover 3 and drop his linebackers on the final play on 3rd and 3, maybe Dallas gets the ball back. I did find that a very fitting end of the game. Eberflus does not spy Jalen Hurts on the final play of the game. Because, of course, why would you pay any attention to the quarterback on 3rd and 3? That guy's a moron, dude. We've been talking about that for years. An absolute moron. How are you not accountable? How are you not spying the quarterback who loves to run the ball on a 3rd and 3 to end the game? How does that happen?
He was a mediocre defensive coordinator when people were trying to pump him up in Indianapolis. Like, he was okay. He was nothing special, but of course the Bears decided to make him their head coach. A lot what you were saying about it being a long day, I felt like you were talking about me. And you were actually talking about the players and everybody involved in the game and on the broadcast. But I think it does apply to everyone. I started the show yesterday. Like, I couldn't sleep. I'm so amped up for the start of the NFL season. I passed out during the delay. I passed out on the couch. And then I happened to wake up right before play resumed. I'm like, what is happening? I was just totally out of it. And I'm sure that impacted a lot of fans and the players as well. That makes sense. They probably had those Uncrustables at halftime too. And then they're getting more during that nearly hour-long delay. You're right about Lamb, man. That was frustrating. That was the game. That Lamb drop on the Philly 22 with 2:40 left, that was brutal. Now the dive on 4th down, the elite guys are supposed to come down with that, corral that one. But I guess you give him a break because he had to dive on it. But the Sanders red zone fumble was it, right? Like, that's the game right there. If you took the points, though, you were happy. Took the money line, not so much. If you're playing Survivor, stayed off this game, you're hoping that the Cowboys were able to pull it off. They did not. It was sweaty if you decided to roll with the Eagles on the opening to open the season here. But you're right about Hurts, and it was time and time again yesterday where, whether we're talking about the first half or the second half, in a desperate situation, nothing doing, 3rd down, whatever it was, how many times it hurts? All right, it breaks down. I'm just going to scramble and I'm going to get this first down, or I'm going to get this touchdown, or how about that touchdown? Hurts came through so much. Like, I just kept thinking, what are they without Jalen Hurts last night? Because Saquon wasn't even the leading rusher on the team. It was Hurts. So, I mean, Hurts was phenomenal. The receivers weren't even involved that much.
I have 15 seconds to check in for my flight on Southwest, by the way, and I am not getting C-22, so I'm going to multitask here. Oh, don't worry. But I'm also a little upset at BetMGM. They sort of left us hanging yesterday. We didn't get the room. We didn't get the email about the room. Now, it did come out later in the day. Number one prop as I check in for my flight. What do I get? What do I get? What do I get? What do I get?
You're in B.
A50. Let's go.
Wow.
I checked in right
Pretty
at
good.
9:10. How do I get A50? It's better than C7, which I've gotten before. The number one most bet prop last night at BetMGM.
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley over on rushing yards.
Not
even close.
Got the touchdown. Did not get the yardage. So I was curious about that because we did see some Shipley touches early on. I was curious, okay, are they going to kind of take some of the workload away from Saquon, even in the first game? Not really. He got 22 touches in the game, 18 carries, only 60 yards. If you bet him to get into the end zone, which you had to lay some juice on, that ends up cashing. But yeah, I mean, it was the Jalen Hurts show, man. Jalen Hurts show. And then the kickers came through. What, a 53-yarder for Aubrey, a 58-yarder for Elliott. That was ridiculous by them. But in the end, it goes under the total. The Cowboys cover. The Eagles end up winning. And I wonder if this is going to be a theme this weekend with the big numbers, because that is right now, by the closing number, the second biggest number. And I did notice, Sam, that, I checked maybe an hour or so before the game, and that total was on the move. I saw 48.5. It was getting up there. I don't know if it crashed back down a little bit, if there was some buyback, but it was all over, and all those over bets lose.
Nice night for the books, no doubt. I think Dallas outright would have complicated the outcome of the game. I mean, you would have killed a bunch of money line parlays and teasers, but this landing where it did, I'm pretty sure the books were very happy, at least on the side of things, and they were happy on the total. For that game to stay under, because you probably had a lot of second half money come into the kitty too. Oh, well, they're not going to stop scoring. So the people that felt good at half probably added on more, lose the second half, and then somehow lose the full game. I saw Cassos going on a rant how he can't wait to get on the mic today to talk about his bad beat on the over. This is the NFL. The NFL has crazy outcomes, and you have bad beats in the NFL. It's wild. People coming out of the shoot, day number one, throwing too much money on a side or a total. That's what you get. That's what you get. It's week one in the NFL. It's the first game. Two more stats that I wanted to throw out. The Eagles now, I don't know if Paul has his Kelly Green hat on still. The Eagles in their last 18 games are 17-1. 17-1. That's remarkable. In a league driven by parity, 17-1 in the last 18 games is remarkable. And how about this stat? File this one away, boys and girls. Dak Prescott against the NFC East against the spread is now 30-12. 30-12 ATS inside the division.
All right, we're on the same page, because I wanted to bring up Dak in these last couple minutes before we get to the full card and everything. I thought he was just fine. I would not be concerned if I'm a Cowboys fan. Now, if you look at the box score, 188, no touchdowns, no picks, 21 for 34, maybe not that impressive. We were just talking about the Lamb drops late. How many times was there pass interference where he would have completed a long pass, especially in the first half of that game, but you end up having pass interference, whether it was on Lamb, whether it was on Pickens. Some of those could have been touchdowns. Instead, you get a 1-yard plunge from Javonte Williams. I thought he was fine, man. I don't know that he's going to be at the top of his game, but he's not going to, if the Cowboys have a rough season, it's not going to be because of Dak Prescott. They're going to put up their share of points. This is one of the more challenging defenses that they're probably going to have to face all season.
He should be just fine. It would also help, as we talked about, if his receivers caught the ball. CeeDee Lamb dropped so many big balls. I know that we're going to look at his touchdown number as a unit, as a people that watch football. I mean, they could have easily thrown inside the 5, but they decided to run. I mean, all the running backs, it felt like, had a touchdown. So, look, they decided to go on the ground, and maybe that's something to monitor going forward, because we've never seen Shoddy operate as a head coach and, call plays like this at this level. So maybe they are more run heavy inside the 5, inside the 3. That'll be something to monitor, but you can't put this on Dak. What did Dak do wrong last night? He even enticed the big spit of 2025. Dak was fine.
Our Saquon unders off to a nice start this season in 2025. We'll continue to monitor that for sure. Joe Sammy P, new segment next. Friday Feels. It leads us into the game tonight. You've got Bet Sweats on a Friday here. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. We've all got that Friday feeling.
Good morning, Vietnam!
It's all about the vibes on this Football Friday.
Hey, this is not a test. This is rock and roll.
It's our Friday feels on Bet Sweats.
Clear eyes, full hearts.
Let's go!
You would think that the vibes have to be high, right? Unless you're coming off a bad beat. The worst beat of the year, the entire year, and the first game of the year. Welcome back, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. We're going to do this every Friday. Talk about our feels. How you feeling? I did not ask the Donkster because we had technical issues. I wanted to ask the Donkster for his Friday feels, but I'm a little scared of where that conversation would have gone. How you feeling, Sam?
I'm going to go here because I can.
Okay.
My trip home yesterday on the train was very good to start. Remember, it's a 4-hour train back from New York to Boston. And I started with fledging Wi-Fi, unbelievable Wi-Fi connection. I'm in the zone. I'm able to work. I'm able to do a couple of things I have to do, put my newsletter out and all that stuff. And then halfway through the train ride, I lose Wi-Fi. So I can't watch the beginning of the NFL. So I'm relying on group threads like the Ramley thread, like a couple other threads I have to give me the play-by-play of Spitgate. So I missed all that. And then I finally get into Boston and get home by the second half, get home, lightning delay. So the football gods did not want me to watch football until, I don't know, 11:45 at night or whatever time it was. So I didn't see a single snap. I had to go back and either piece it together through social media or just rely on the highlights that the NFL was able to put out on social. But I saw a couple things right before the Wi-Fi went out that I wanted to kind of bring to your attention. Number one, I think Peter Schrager listens to Bet Sweats because he comes out yesterday and says, my Super Bowl pick, after picking the Chiefs every year, is the Buffalo Bills. I'm like, okay. All right, Peter Schrager, quiet Bet Sweats listener, giving out my Super Bowl pick, Buffalo Bills, pivoting when I pivoted weeks ago. All right, that's fine. All good. It's a free country, or so I'm told, so you can have your Super Bowl pick on Buffalo. Just remember that I was first. The second part of my commute, pre-Wi-Fi going in the gutter, was a clip that I saw of Ben Solak, 95 pounds, dripping wet, looking like he bets Kit Kats at recess, giving betting advice. How much do you think Ben Solak bets on the NFL, Joe? Not to unit shame on this program, but I got a kid in the second grade classroom wearing dad's jacket giving me betting advice. What is going on right now? Is everybody a betting expert?
Well, I've seen a lot worse. You've seen a lot worse. I actually think Solak bets. I don't know how much. Yeah, you mentioned the unit shaming. I have no idea. I know it's not his fault. He looks like he's 12. What is he supposed to do? He's been in the business a while. He has. And I do think that his content is actually legit. Like, he's a smarter dude. But yeah, I mean, if you're on ESPN now, everybody's got to have a pick. Everybody, every former player, Greeny, you, let's bring Aaron K. Dolan, like everybody's got picks and gambling advice, even though, yeah, I don't know that we should be listening to any of them. In fact, I don't know about you, but Sunday morning, you're on the air right before these games. I always love to see when they do those picks, whether it's NFL Network, ESPN, they're all aligned on one side. Like, it can't possibly go another way. I love it because so many times it comes back to haunt them. We always laugh about it with Sunday Night Football when they make the predictions right before the game. It's the same thing with the pre-games on all the shows, whether it be CBS, ESPN, wherever. I always find it to be hilarious.
We know that Aaron K. Dolan has not been betting long. That much is obvious. You think Aaron K. Dolan ever had to drop off $3,000 at the Western Union and send it to Guadalupe Martinez Hernandez Gonzalez? No, she didn't. That didn't happen. She didn't live that life. She didn't run in those streets like we did back in the day. And that's fine. We can handle that. But I saw a clip They cut to Solak. He looks like he's in the second grade classroom, and he's just like, yeah, here are my best bets for the game tonight. Like, come on, man. Come on.
Oh, I get it. Friday feeling good. I didn't give an update, but man, I got to tell you, things got a little hairy the other day when Tucker had to go to an emergency vet. I was joking about that corn cob that he ate, that he threw one up, found out there was another in his body that he couldn't get rid of, was stuck in his small intestine, had to have emergency surgery. The emergency place says, his heart rate's dropping. Then he had to go to another hospital. He's finally home. He's out of sorts. But for Friday Feels, I'm feeling good about my man Tucker. I will say, I don't know if it's like this for everybody. This is not a complaint at all. But this first week, my schedule is completely thrown off. With Labor Day, we didn't have a Monday. It's been like a sprint to the start of the season last night after it felt like it was dragging on for months and months and we couldn't wait. It's like, whoa, all of a sudden we got Thursday night football. We've got NFL action tonight on a Friday. We've got kind of a crap, we'll watch and bet it, but a crappy, maybe the worst college football slate of the year coming up tomorrow. And then we're going to jump into the NFL on Sunday morning. I'll be on the air very early, very, very early. Then you'll be on the air for the 2 hours before the games get going. It's like, man, it's going to become normal, but I don't know about you. Maybe you can agree with this after your long train ride over the last couple of days, but I am a bit out of sorts trying to get back into the swing of things with the NFL.
Oh, you'll be just fine. I have total faith that you're going to be just fine. I also, to kind of spin this back to betting, I have this feeling or inkling that the public's going to come in pretty heavy on Kansas City today. And we're going to find out that the number one liability at most sports books, including BetMGM, the legendary sports book, Kansas City -3. After the line sat at 1.5 and 2 all summer, then you had the Slater injury. You've had a couple other issues injury-wise for the Chargers, and now we're at 3. And now BetMGM is -3, -120, which is literally the worst point to jump in, but it's the day of the game, and maybe I have a little bit more money from yesterday, or maybe I lost last night. Let me get it back. Oh, the Chiefs are on national television? Oh, they're only laying 3. Oh. Maybe I'll money line them with the over. You know it's coming. You know it's coming tonight. Oh, the Chiefs on the money line and the over. Is that not going to be the number one parlay for every sports book and every bookie across the country tonight?
Oh, last night was a bad beat. That's not going to possibly happen again. We've got Mahomes. Yeah. No, I think, man, isn't that an underplay? Now, the Brazil situation, the surface might come into play a little bit, and I hate betting on that. But, yeah, you look at the Chiefs, and we saw their struggles offensively a season ago. We know what Jim Harbaugh wants, even though Herbert's the guy under center. He wants to run the ball. He drafted Omarion Hampton. He's your pick for the offensive rookie of the year. I think a lower scoring game makes a lot of sense. On the side, though, isn't this getting to 3.5? We're already at juice 3 everywhere. Everywhere. And it's like, who's going to go first? You're probably right on Chiefs money. I think we're getting to 3.5 today. And when we do, that's when I'm going to be taking the Chargers.
It's possible. I don't know that they want to get middled per se, but the money will dictate it. If you can't write a Chargers bet, you have to go to 3.5. And then, of course, the worst case scenario is the game lands 3 and all that Chief money that came in a couple of weeks ago and a month ago, those win. Those bets at -1.5 and 2 and 2.5 win. And then the Chargers cover the 3.5. And then anybody who laid 3 just pushes. I think that's a nightmare scenario, but that's life booking in the NFL. I don't think they want to get there because they know there are wise guys waiting to bet plus 3.5. If a guy like you comes on BetSweats and says, I want 3.5, that's going to be a common sentiment across the country for people that know what they're doing. Because to take the best of the number day of the game is ideal. If you like the Chargers, I don't know why you would rush. I would be stunned if this went the other way. we're not going to see -2.5 today. So, yeah, I think you can wait this out because you see a lot of these books now -115. BetMGM is -118. Other books are -120. So they are now juicing the ever popular Kansas City side. I think these two teams are much closer on a neutral, not to mention the field in Brazil is it's a joke. So you might see some slippage or some crazy things go on, and Harbaugh is going to probably try and be physical and run the ball. They're going to dare Kansas City to stop the run. So we shall see. One more Friday Feels thing. Paul, if you're here, I have a question. Because I don't know what's going on with Rob McElhenney right now. Longtime Eagles guy. He's changed his name. Now he goes by Rob Mack. He looks really different than he did when he came up in Always Sunny. Well, this is Friday Feels. This is how I feel.
Okay.
I feel like the Eagles jersey tucked into white jeans is not a good look. I don't know what's going on there.
I feel like that's very LA though, right? I mean, I know I can tell you this. What was the name of the bar? Max Tavern at like 3rd and Market closed down after like 14 years earlier this year. So that's kind of a bummer. So I can tell you that. But yeah, he looks different for sure. I don't know if the Wrexham thing, they're doing that. I think they just started a new one in Colombia. So he's got a lot going on. But he looks, I don't know if it's Botox-ish or Ozempic or he looks like he's done some things. The name change is weird. I don't know why you change your name at 50. I will not be changing my name at 50 if I get there. I don't know about any of you guys. I don't really have an answer for you, Sam. I'm sorry, but
life crisis.
If you shorten your name, if he went from Rob McElhenney to Rob Mack, you'd be Paul Ass. If you shortened your name, I mean that's what you would be.
We don't have to talk about my picks just yet. Yeah, Asp. Yeah.
Paul ASP, Paul Asp, if you cut off the back half. I don't know, Joe. I've never tucked a jersey into my jeans, let alone tucking my jersey into a pair of white jeans. I don't think that's a look.
I don't think I've worn white jeans ever.
Yeah, there's that too. That's
how I feel.
So, Paul, you mentioned at the end of the show yesterday that you split a Survivor entry with your brother, and I saw on the Football Contest Instagram they posted a picture of him.
Dude, look at that flow. Who's got better flow, Whale or Dan? I mean, it's close.
I was like, I don't know. Dan's there. Dan's right there, I would think. Yeah.
He's got the Joakim Noah Sideshow Bob thing going on where it's just... It just jolts out from under the hat.
So if you let it grow, what would it look like?
Yeah, I've never had that.
You got
flow.
straight hair.
Yeah, I've got kind of straight hair, and I did it in high school. I mean, it was a nice flow. Still have it. Happy about that. But I don't have that club in my bag. That dude.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got rock star hair.
Yep.
Youngest brothers. You know the youngest.
I was shocked.
Youngest get all the breaks.
Man. Yeah, that's Dan Aspen making Friday Feels, of course. After I saw that, man, I wish I could feel like that here, even though it's a football Friday. Here's what I'm also feeling.
We're going with whatever he wants in Survivor. I've decided after that picture, he gets to decide.
Can you text him about Miami? I need a quick thought on this Colts game. I'm a little.
He thinks they win. Look, he's a realist Dolphins fan, but he thinks they win.
Okay.
It is Daniel Jones.
I agree. That's where
are
I'm
the
at.
Dolphins that bad? Are the Dolphins that bad? I mean, maybe, but are they Colts bad? I don't know. That's tough for me to get there.
Colts always a slow start. We'll talk about that one coming up. Sam, I'm also feeling, and last night it starts, we get a big dog covering, close to winning. They threaten, but they don't pull it off. I am feeling it's week 1. A lot of dogs barking. I'm thinking we might have a better straight up record rest of the week with the dogs.
Well, my two favorite picks this weekend are the Giants and the Raiders. So let's go. Let's bark.
Yes. That's what I'm feeling. Is there anything else to add with Chiefs Chargers? Are you going to have a side? It sounded like you hinted at the playing the under on the total.
I don't love the game. I lean to the Chargers. Yeah. I also lean to the Cowboys last night. Did not pull the trigger. Analysis paralysis. Rather than take the Cowboys and take the 8.5, I'm like, oh, let's take the Dak over. It's my own fault. It's not. I have nobody to blame but myself. But I do lean to the Chargers catching 3. And to your point, you might get 3.5. It's possible.
Yeah, I lean that way as well. If you hear people talk about Harbaugh, how great he is in week 1, just remember Andy Reid's on the other side. And when he has a lot of time to prepare, he's really good too. So just something to keep in mind. You'll hear a lot of that coming up this week. All right, NFL card top of the hour. Next, tomorrow's college football card. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Second and goal from the 7. Mateer going to keep it. Trying to get to the outside. Mateer inside the 5. Mateer into the end zone for his first touchdown as a Sooner.
Week 2 of the college football season coming your way. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Go to BetMGMNetwork.com. That takes you right to the Odyssey app. Make sure you like the show over there, Bet Sweats and the network. And you can check out the show, the video platform, YouTube and Twitch at the BetMGM Network. Make sure you check us out over there. Every day we're on Stadium, first hour of the show as well. Last hour of the show, we are on Nesson. So a lot of moving parts. Very excited about the start of the NFL season, but we're not going to forget about college football. It's not the greatest of cards, but that's why we bet on it. You can find some different betting angles on this college football card. And Sam, I was a little surprised by this. There's no doubt, if you're looking for big games, intriguing matchups, that the headliner this weekend is going to be Michigan and Oklahoma. And you just heard the highlight there from over the weekend, John Mateer, a guy that over the summer we kept joking about that every time the word Heisman would come up, people will go out of their way to talk about Mateer and the situation he's in and, you know, same OC and all that. And then on the other side, you have a true freshman quarterback for Michigan. A cozy start at home, soft opponent, but now you flip that to week number 2. Now you're going to go on the road and visit an SEC team. You bet Oklahoma earlier on in the week, and I was surprised to see that number come down a hair because we were thinking that number was going to keep going north as people were backing Sooners.
Well, it's been two-way sharp, and what I mean by that is we opened this thing in Vegas at -3. So the initial move came right away on Oklahoma, and in the first 24 to 36 hours of that market being up, it hit Oklahoma -7, all the way to 7. But then you had respect for Michigan come in. So it's been hit back to the middle. I mean, your current price is like 5, 5.5, depending on where you look. But you had sharps that laid 3, 4, 6 out to 7. And then other guys came in and took 7 and 6.5 and 6 and 5.5. So BetMGM is 5.5. Other books are 5. There are a couple 4.5s. I don't want to say dead numbers because 4.5 and 5 aren't dead numbers, especially the 5 anymore. The 5 used to be dead, but the way these teams go for 2 now, the 5 is not a dead number anymore. It's just not. I mean, in the NFL, I was talking with Ed Sammons about this the other day. He said more NFL games landed 5 last year than 4. I said, wow, that doesn't sound right. And he said, no, it is. So, okay, fine. Understood. But you had the early support on Oklahoma to get it out, and then the later support in the week come back on Michigan. The truth, as I say, is usually in the middle, and this feels like a very good line. My big concern in the game is I don't know if Underwood is going to be able to do what he has to do against this defense. And understand the biggest move in this game is the total under. 47.5 on the open. Westgate Superbook in Vegas is down to 44. That's the low end of the market. They are shorting offense the same way they shorted offense in Texas and Ohio State. And they nailed that one, Joe.
What do you think about just this matchup with Mateer going against that Michigan defense? I know a lot of the energy is going to be sucked up talking about Underwood, and that makes perfect sense. In what ended up being a bit of a blowout, ended up being a lot of run game. 3 rushing touchdowns for the starter, Haynes. But what about this Michigan defense going up against Mateer? Mateer's just, the popularity started over the summer, and then you get week 1. He goes for over 400 yards. The Heisman hype is starting to get everywhere. I was just thinking about him. Let me double check on where he is with the prop because it seemed a little lower than what I was expecting.
Yeah, I don't have the ability to look at Heisman odds in Massachusetts, but I can pull up the Vegas Insider page real quick. So Mateer anywhere from 12 to 1 up to 17 to 1. Yeah, I see a 17. Yep. BetMGM has 13. So there's a range there. On the list, he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got shorter odds than Arch right now, and right around the same price as Cade Klubnik. Obviously, books have different prices based on what people have bet and the liability that's built up, but he's basically a numerical equal right now to Arch Manning in the Heisman market.
He goes for 392 last week, and you don't want to take much away from it. I did find it funny. If you're considering laying Oklahoma nearly a touchdown, that last week, game in hand, and they're still throwing touchdowns in the fourth quarter with Mateer. They did not let up off the gas at all. And if they're in a similar situation, I would expect they do the exact same thing with Michigan. Passing yards prop for Mateer, 241.5 after 392 last week. Obviously a very different situation going against a Big Ten defense here, a defense that lost a lot of guys to the NFL. That Mateer over is going to be very, very popular. So that would be another angle to keep an eye on to see what happens there. If they win, they cover, Mateer looks good. Does it go in half from where we are at 15, 16, 17?
I could see a 9 or a 10-1 if he balls out for sure. Yeah. If they win, I don't know. It depends on what he does. Look, I don't have him to win the Heisman. I have no John Mateer stock. He's going to earn it if he wins it. Look at that schedule. After they get through Kent State on October 4th, here's the Oklahoma schedule. Home against Texas, at South Carolina, home against Ole Miss, at Tennessee, at Alabama, and then you wrap up the season home against Missouri and LSU. Holy crap, dude. That is an unbelievable stretch of schedule. Now, if he puts numbers up against those teams, he's going to deserve it, and he'll earn every cent. But I have my concerns. I feel like that's a stock that you probably want to get before the next couple of games, if you want it. I am not in. I've got Carson Beck, and I want to pull the trigger on Dampier, but I haven't done it yet. Michigan, Temple, Auburn, Kent State. They could easily be 5-0. I wouldn't be buying the stock at 5-0, though. I would buy the stock at 1-0 or 2-0. Hell, I would buy it at 1-0. I would buy it today. If you want John Mateer Heisman, this is probably the time you want to get it ahead of the Michigan win if it happens.
Illinois Duke, the Illini, a 3-point road favorite, total 49.5. This number has not moved. It's been a rock solid 3 all week. Same thing with the total. Hard to say that we learned a ton last week. Western Illinois, what was that, Friday night when the Illini, that was a runaway early. No contest there. And then Duke, whitewash over Elon, 45-17. What I've noticed, and you've brought up this Illinois hype, we've been talking about it throughout the summer, and it continues. People that make rankings, or you look at the rankings this week, AP Top 25 Coaches Poll, Illini right on the cusp. And I would hear some people out there in the content business in college football that make their own rankings. They're like, I want to do it. I want to do it. Not quite yet, but I'm almost there. Illinois is a top 10 team. That is being discussed a lot of places. They're 11 right now in the AP. They're 12 in the coaches. That's right. Where we're at. 3-point road favorite.
So I have Illinois 24th in the country, and I have Duke 31st. I have a 2-point gap on a neutral. 2-point gap. Okay. But this game is in Chapel Hill. So what are we doing? Or not Chapel Hill. Sorry. Duke doesn't play in Chapel Hill. That's North Carolina. Duke plays in – where does Duke play? Durham. Excuse me. Just crossed my wires there on my North Carolina schools. Point being, if I have Illinois a 2-point favorite on a neutral and the game is at Duke, why is Illinois a 3-point favorite? That's where I'm at.
If that's a true number, what do you think it should be? Like, I don't know what do they have much of a home field?
I think it should be pick.
Yeah.
Pick them.
Yeah.
So you're going to give me 3. To me, the key to the game is Manny Diaz's defense against Luke Altmaier. And a lot of people don't realize this about Illinois. Illinois lost 2 receivers to the NFL, and their best running back transferred to the SEC. So while Illinois brought a lot back, everybody gargling over how many starters they bring back. To beat Duke, you have to outduel a very stingy defense. Manny Diaz is one of the best defensive coordinators in the game. And now he's the head coach at Miami. He's the de facto defensive coordinator still. If Altmaier beats me on the road, I'll tip my cap. I do think Duke wins, though.
Yesterday, you had a conversation with Matt Campbell, Iowa State head coach, on Bear Bets. What was your takeaway as he's getting set for this matchup against Iowa? We've got Iowa State 3.5-point favorite.
I asked him how important special teams is in the game, and he said it's everything. This is a game. I mean, you look at the last 10 meetings, look how close these games can be. Last year, it's Iowa State hitting a game-winning field goal. And you know Kirk Ferentz at some point in that game tomorrow, it's going to be 4th and 2 at the Iowa State 40, and Ferentz is going to bring out the punt team. He's going to try and pin Iowa State inside the 10. I liken Iowa to the Steelers. The under money starts, and it doesn't really stop over the course of the week. This total, you can bet some 42s right now. Other books have 40 and 41. Where does this number close? I don't think we're going to see this huge flash of money come in on the over. It might be sort of a public play, but I think this is an under game, especially at 42. Several 42s across the board. Probably an under game, as it usually tracks to be.
Yeah, it does usually track to be. Now, once in a great while, you have these outliers with these two teams where you get 80 points. It's crazy. That happens, but last year, 39. 2 years ago, 33. 3 years ago, 17-point game. I think many of us are used to playing Iowa and the under. And this series, the hatred there between these two teams, getting in the 40s, maybe you got a little bit of advantage of a couple points there. Joe O, Sammy P. All right, we're going to start to break down all of these NFL games. Week 1 coming up on Sunday. That is next. Joe O, Sammy P. Bet Sweats. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Why is everybody in here? What's going on around here? I'm always in a great mood, aren't I? What a rare opportunity to get a guy of his caliber. Like I said, it's just rare that you get an opportunity to get a guy like a Micah Parsons.
Joe Sammy P, that is Packers head coach LaFleur. He's talking about the addition, of course, of Micah Parsons to the Green Bay squad. All of a sudden, people have decided now they're going to go all the way to the Super Bowl. All right, thanks for hanging out here on this Football Friday, first one involving the NFL of the 2025 season. We're jacked. We're excited. Had the season opener last night. Certainly a bad beat for everybody that had the over sitting pretty at halftime, and then the delay happened, then a field goal happened, and that's all that occurred in the second half of that game. So we're going to take a look at this week number 1 card, but we do want to remind you that starting this Sunday, BetMGM Network, wake up with us. So we've got BetMGM Game Day once again. It begins this Sunday. Myself, Kate Constable, Jason LaConfora, we're here 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern. Then it's You Better You Bet countdown to kickoff. Nick Costos, Sammy P, 11 a.m. to 1 o'clock, getting you right to kickoff. Line movement, props, fantasy, got you covered every Sunday morning right here on the BetMGM Network. And any big changes, Sam? I know you had the meeting. I had the meeting a couple days ago with our show. Jason could not connect. He could hear us. And then I realized late in the meeting, I'm like, oh, he's been in the chat. He's been commenting on everything that mostly I've been saying. But we couldn't hear from him until the very end. Anything fun happen? No?
Not
Nothing?
really. Meeting was very short, sweet, to the point, which I love about the Andrew Williams meetings. Very short, very sweet. Costo said, I don't want to change anything. And we all went on with our lives. It was very short and very sweet.
Okay, King. Yes, those are the best ones. All right, let's break down these games. It's week number 1. The NFL, they don't have to put together these top-notch matchups, and I'm not saying we got that last night, but there are a number of killer games. And we're going to start with an NFC North one. Lions and the Packers. Heard from LaFleur there. All this excitement about Parsons. It's pick 'em throughout much of the summer. Now it's 2. Now it's the Packers favored at home by 2, total of 47. Okay? The Lions over the last number of years have had the Packers number. Last 7 matchups, Detroit is 6-1 straight up. The Packers haven't beaten the Lions at Lambeau since 2021. That was an amazing 4-touchdown, no interception Aaron Rodgers game, but now the Pack is favored by 2 points.
I was sitting yesterday at Fox talking to Willie Colon, Super Bowl champ, played on the offensive line for a long time, and I just picked his brain on Sunday. I said, what do you think? What do you like? And he's not a gambler, but he's a football guy. He played at the NFL level at a very high level for a long time. And he was explaining just how painful this Parsons injury is. And he's explaining that this is a nerve thing, right? This is a pain blocker to your nerves in Parsons' back. And I don't want to, speak for Willie, but he was basically saying, look, Jerry may not be as crazy as everybody thinks. Because if Micah Parsons at age, 26 or 27, is already having nerve damage in his back and needing epidurals to stop the pain, maybe this is worse than people realize. And Micah's not exactly this great run stopper. He's a pass rusher. I mean, he's a tremendous player. I'm not trying to take away from what Micah Parsons is as a player. But to lose Kenny Clark, one of your best run stoppers, and then swap in Micah Parsons, who's needing epidurals to stop the excruciating pain in his back, maybe we're not taking Detroit as serious as we should. The Lions are still, in my market, a better team. Higher power rating, higher ceiling. and they're a dog in Green Bay, mostly because the Packers traded for Micah Parsons, who again has an ailing back. Maybe a bad back isn't fair, but it's an ailing back. It's bad enough to where he needs epidural injections to block the pain in the nerves of his back. Willie said to me, Lions are winning. I said, that's interesting, because I'm not hearing a lot of that in NFL circles, especially in betting circles. It's, Packers to win the North, Packers to win the NFC. Packers are now 10-1 to win the Super Bowl. Are we sure that math is right?
I've been down on the Lions throughout the offseason, and we don't need to go into it again why. It's a lot of the same reasons. But what you'll pick up with a lot of betting content this week is whatever a person said about a team big picture, they're probably going to follow that with week one. If you're against the team, you're going to fade them week one. If you're on a team, you're going to back them in week one. So I think the Lions go under the win total of 10.5. I also don't think they should be an underdog in this game. Not by 2 points. And I see some 2.5s out there as well. I have a ton of questions. The changes at coordinator. Okay, how are you going to go with the new center? Even though Ragnow's missed plenty of time, you still have a lot of the same key cogs, whether it be on offense or defense. It's a healthier defense. They're not back all the way, but remember, just injury after injury a year ago. And a majority of those guys are back, and now they're a dog to a team they've had their number against. And both of these coaches are great ATS. So, like, people will point out, what about Dan Campbell? Oh, he's awesome. Well, what about LaFleur? You could say the exact same thing. I think those guys neutralize each other. And the Lions, how many teams should they really be a dog against? I would not put them there. You know, initially I wasn't thinking Lions, but after the Parsons move and the Packers hype, this number has been going in one direction in favor of Green Bay. And we said going into last night's game that was a Parsons overreaction. This feels like a Parsons overreaction. I'm really interested to even see how much he's going to end up playing in this first game with his new team.
So if you go back to the 2021 season, when Dan Campbell became the head coach of the Lions, we got to go back to 2021. It feels like it's been shorter than that, but it's been pretty long. He's been there a handful of years. Since 2021, the Detroit Lions are the best ATS team in football. 49-23. Yep. Better than Cincinnati, better than Dallas, better than Pittsburgh. The Lions, 68% against the spread. Now, is that the biggest sample size in the world? 72 games? No. But it's impressive. That guy covers. 49-23 since week 1, 2021. And if you want to look at their number as a dog over that stretch, how about 23-10? 23-10 ATS as a dog. The Dan Campbell Lions.
Jared Goff, season openers, 8-0 ATS. Add that to it.
What? How have we not bet the Lions yet?
Right. We needed to have this conversation. We really did. Because I've been kind of, I circled it. Yeah, it's happening.
I'm writing it.
Let's go. Are we good? What's the highest this number goes? 2.5?
2.5 going away. I see a lot of 2s in Vegas. I see a 1 at Dave Mason's book.
Dang. Why is Pinnacle 2.5? Okay. Yeah, there's the rec spots are at 2.5. Pinnacle as well. Maybe that ends up changing. We like the Lions in this game. Here's a team that you love this year. The 49ers. They are a road favorite, a divisional road favorite. Those have not been kind in week number 1 over the last number of years. It's 2.5. Not everywhere. There's some 1.5s out there. You can get into it why you like San Francisco. I do have one concern that I want to dive into. But as far as this week 1 matchup, will you be betting on San Francisco laying 2.5 at Seattle?
I don't love laying 2.5. You could have laid 1.5 in the summer. I have not made a bet on this game, ATS, but I can tell you this. I put the Niners in one of our survivors yesterday. We decided let's just put them in. Let's not wait. No waffling. Let's put them in. So I'm in 3. We went Broncos, and then the third one, Niners. So those are our 3. And tell me how 15 minutes after submitting and finalizing, Christian McCaffrey pops up on the injury report. Just lovely. Lovely.
It's not, it's circa, so you can't change it.
We cannot change it. Nor do we really want to. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm going to hold out hope that he plays. But to see him pop up on the injury report yesterday with a calf issue, not great. And then they interviewed Kittle. There was a video floating around the internet of asking Kittle, are you ready to play with McCaffrey on Sunday? And people were dissecting the verbal cues and saying that he's lying. It's like, all right, well, George Kittle thinks he's going to play. But the tweet came across last night late, after 7 o'clock on the East Coast. Adam Schefter, 49ers listing Christian McCaffrey limited at today's practice, Thursday's practice, due to a calf issue. Yikes. Not a great start for my McCaffrey Offensive Player of the Year pursuit.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe he gets out there. Maybe he dominates. They need him out there badly. Look, here's my concern. I'm worried about the wideouts. If McCaffrey's not out there, now you know everything's going through Kittle. Where else does it go through? Jennings. Now Pearsall. Hey, you're like our second receiver right now because Ayuk is still hurt. Maybe week 6, somewhere in that range, he makes a return. That would be an optimistic idea of when Ayuk makes his return for the Niners. MVS is a starter right now for this offense. That guy hasn't done anything in a handful of years. So I am concerned early in the season about the San Francisco offense, but I've got Shanahan on my side. I do have trust in Purdy. I like San Francisco in the game, but I have to know that CMC is good to go. I'm not going to sit here and bet on them. I'm not going to take them in any sort of contest if I don't know that CMC is good to go. Divisional home dogs do well traditionally, but we went over it yesterday. I'm not scared of Sam Darnold at all. They make a change in OC in Seattle. They have a good defense. I have a lot of concerns offensively. So this is not a team that I'm very high on going into the year. Would like to bet San Francisco. Not right now. Not until I get some confirmation that CMC is good to go in this game. Anything else to add on it?
Just a shortage of offense by the market. Total open 45.5. We're 43 at a lot of respected shops. So when McCaffrey news hit, whether he plays or not, there's a belief that defense will win the day. And that's been the biggest mover off the news.
Yep. Certainly makes sense. Joe Sammy P, the week 1 card going over these games, matchup by matchup. What about another divisional matchup? 3 in a row here. And now we're going to go to the NFC South. It's Tampa at Atlanta. The Falcons swept the Bucs last regular season. BetMGM has the Bucs as a 1.5-point road favorite, juiced a little bit. There are some 2s out there. The total 47.5. So you're past that key number of 47. 1.5, 47.5. Road favorite once again, Sam.
I love this in a teaser. Assuming you can do it at minus 110 or minus 15 or minus 20 somewhere, wink, wink, not minus 150, 60, 70. This is such a good leg in a teaser. Atlanta up through 3, 7, 8. There are some 2.5 still in the market, by the way. So if you don't have the right number, don't do it. Actually, as I say that, the 2.5s are gone. There's a lot of 2 in the market. So 2 to 8 is not as strong because I don't go through the 8 anymore. But we talked about this earlier in the week when Tampa was a 2.5-point favorite. I think Atlanta through 7 and up to 8 is a good leg, still a good leg with Detroit. That would be how I would play this game. I'm rooting for you. I know you like Atlanta.
Yeah, I do like Atlanta. When you look at the games last year, those were very high-scoring games. Now, Penix did not play. Those were Cousins games. You remember that Cousins 500-yard game in overtime? That was one of these matchups. 36-30, 31-26. So that's why we're past that key number of 47. Wouldn't surprise me in the least on that turf if this game's a bit of a shootout. Once again, I'm sure that's the direction a lot of people are going to bet it. So Bucks Falcons, a lot of time those divisional matchups, you don't see higher scoring games. We saw it both times last year. Divisional home dog, yes. I'm on Atlanta. I hope they're off to a nice start. Penix, impressive late last year, but not the best defenses. It'll be tougher this week, but that Bucks secondary, not strong either. All right, coming up next, Ravens, Bills, Sunday Night Football, the game of the week. We break it down next. This is Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Call it a hunch, call it a gut feeling. I think this is the best team yet for Josh Allen. He's clearly at his best level off the MVP for the first time in my life. Hand on heart, I have made a bet on the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl.
And they get to start with the Ravens coming up on Sunday Night Football. Joe O, Sammy P, welcome back. This is Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network. We're going over the Week 1 NFL card. We were a little short on time at the end there with Tampa, Atlanta. Are you hearing the same, like, Baker over-the-top love that I'm getting? I find it very interesting, and I'm talking about respected people that are putting their 10 toes down, and they're like, no, it wasn't all Liam Cohen. Like, the idea is it is just as much Baker, the success of the Bucs offense a year ago, as it was the offensive play caller who now is in Jacksonville, and they're not scared off. You know, everybody's on Tampa Bay for the division. I hear a lot of people, so they're in on Tampa Bay to win this game on the road and cover the point spread. It feels like, for me, I'm like, we are just going way too far. And maybe I'm on an anti-Baker mission. I don't hope to be, but it feels like I'm kind of there because I just feel the love is just like so over the top, man.
Stats are blinding. And when Baker Mayfield throws for 4,500 yards and 41 touchdowns last year, people remember that. We remember what we've seen last. And a lot of that is rolling over into this season. I'm not saying Baker's going to fall off a cliff without Liam Cohen, but there will be some adjustments, no doubt. And they're not healthy at receiver. So this would be the time, you would think, to clip their wings, Week 1.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, let's get to it. Sunday Night Football. Baltimore, a road favorite. -1 over at BetMGM. That's where the market is. There are a couple of 1.5s out there at some rec shops, but it is -1, BetMGM. It is 50 and the hook. So that total is down a little bit from where we opened early on in the summer. It is always funny to talk about how much these numbers move because they're up for months and months and months. And it's such a short period of time when we're going week to week in the NFL. Are you surprised that the Ravens are favored?
Not really. They have the highest power rating in the league. And full disclosure, on my walk to Penn Station, I popped on WGR, heard my guy Joe O on with Shope and the Bulldog, and you were kind of cooling the Jets a little bit because they were making a big deal about Baltimore moving 2 points. And I said exactly what you said on a different show yesterday. A move through 0 is not a big deal. And you painted it masterfully. You're going to have a lot of hype on the Ravens. And you also, I think you have some sharp people looking at the injuries in the Bills secondary. Well, the injury at corner to Trey White. Benford came back to practice. And then there is a hole, the Bills people telling me, at safety. So if people had been listening to guys like Mike and Bulldog, they're hearing about the issues in the secondary and they be reacting to that. Maybe it's you guys, Shope and the Bulldog. Maybe it's you guys talking about the secondary that's moving the market. But I look at the total and look how it's come down because all you hear about is Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. MVP against MVP. Mm-hmm. And the total has moved down 2 points. And nobody's talking about that. We're talking about the 2-point move from Buffalo -1 to Baltimore -1. But we're not talking about the total going from 52.5 to 50.5, blowing right through the 51. Do you think the public's going to bet the over in that one, Joe? What do you think?
Oh, I think so. Could be a chase game for some after all the favorites go down in flames on Sunday. That's what I'm feeling. Yeah.
These are 2 top 5 defenses. And we're going to hear more about the quarterbacks than we will about the defenses. Now, to piggyback on the point that I brought up about, Bills Nation and Buffalo radio guys talking about the concerns at secondary, I understand them. But the Bills should still be good against the run. And the Ravens set everything up on the ground. As good as Lamar has become as a passer, their bread and butter is setting up everything via the run. If they can run, they can do anything. You also have early season rust, offensive rust. We saw it in Philly. They couldn't get Barkley going last night against a Cowboys defense that is not really that good. So if you line up the Bills front seven and the Ravens front seven, there's a lot to like against those offenses. I think rather than pay attention to the move on the side, we should be looking at a game where people are going to come out of the woodwork to bet the over on Sunday night. Been waiting all day to bet the over, yet the market is coming down.
Do you think we'll head north by the time we get to kickoff when the song's done?
I'll say this. If you have a 51, I would bet under 51.
Yeah.
A lot of these books, including BetMGM, are down to 50.5. And look, could this be 31-30? 100%. Could we see fireworks between Allen and Jackson? Yes. But to see this come down as limits go up, it definitely raises my eyebrows.
Yeah, it's a good point about the Ravens being the number one power rated team. They are that, and we've heard a lot of that in the offseason. They improved a ton. The questions that we had a year ago on the rookie DC and Zach Orr, they're not there anymore. And you have the continuity with the offense, and then they add some pieces to the back end of that secondary. Jair Alexander, Starks comes in as a rookie. I think he's going to be just fine. It's not going to be this big learning curve. Similar to Kyle Hamilton when he ended up joining that defense a few years back. Man, the Ravens don't have a weakness. That's the thing. That's what's scary. I don't have a take on the side. I can't wait to watch it, but I think you're on the right track here as far as the total. That's going to be the more interesting part. And a lot of times we see these high-powered offenses not do exactly what you're expecting to start off the season. So a lower scoring game wouldn't be all that shocking, or at least lower than what is expected here. So I get that. You're just waiting? You're waiting for this to go up, and then you're going to come in on the under? That's what it sounds like.
I haven't done anything yet, but the 51 to me is very important. I want to be protected against 27-24. That's a very common landing score between teams like this, and I would never, ever, ever bet under 50.5.
Do you think any part of the Ravens' love in this matchup is because of the playoff game? Because it felt like, okay, the Bills got a little bit lucky, +3 in the turnover margin. The Baltimore led the way in yards per play and yardage in that game, that maybe you play that again and it's a different result?
Probably. As you've chronicled, the Ravens were better in basically every category except for the turnover category. So that could play into it. You also have this angle where the Ravens want revenge because the Bills ended their season. So there's a lot of that. But if we make Baltimore a 1-point favorite in Buffalo, if we do 1.6 and 1.6 or 1.8 and 1.8, are you saying that Baltimore's a 4.5-point favorite at home against Buffalo? That ain't right.
Definitely not. Speaking of the revenge angle, I've been hearing some Lamar quotes. He's pissed Allen got the MVP. He thinks it should have been his. There's an argument to be made there. We'll see. You'll have your opportunity on Sunday night. Houston at the LA Rams. This has been a rock-solid 3. The Rams are the favorite. Total is down from where we were over the summer. A couple of points. Going through that 44 down to 43.5. A lot of questions about the health of the signal caller for McVay. Matthew Stafford, how healthy is he with the back? He has the weapons. Of course, you still have Puka. No longer Cooper Kupp. Now they have Devontae Adams. And then on the Texans side of things, questions about the offense. No questions about that defense.
I don't have a bet on the game. I have done nothing with this. But if you missed 10 Toes Down yesterday, sparkling reviews, by the way. A lot of feedback on 10 Toes Down. People loved it. The Open, outstanding.
Yes.
I feel like I should probably be swimming toward a Texans bet, hearing Brian Gertch throw shade all over the Rambly. That's all I'm going to say. I should get there just in unison with Gertch.
He just said in the chat, Ramley, period, dead.
I love it. I love it.
I think he's right. I do like the Texans in the game, but we're looking at about a couple of really strong defenses. I understand the move. I agree with that move down, and I'm kind of pissed that I missed it. It makes perfect sense that this would be a lower scoring game, even though it's going to be Stroud, it's going to be Stafford, Nico Collins, Puka, Devontae. No, I would play under on this. I'm hoping it gets back to 44, but I'm expecting a lower scoring game. Houston's live. I will take the +3 in every contest. I'll be betting this game. I don't see it coming off this number of 3.
I've got nothing. I'm rooting for solidarity for Gertch. If he wants the Ramley in the box, I will support.
And I'm with Gertch as well. All right, here's another game that we have talked a whole bunch about this week. And the market has reacted. No threes. Nope. Can't find one. As John Murray told us, sharp money, Raiders. Now, what I always wonder when you talk about a Vegas book is how much is that because we're talking about the home team. I do wonder about that, but it seems like that's the case everywhere. The money that you want to be aligned with is backing the Vegas Raiders, the short dog. New England, -2.5. Same exact total as Texans Rams. This total, 43 and the hook. What do you think?
Well, I've told you the Patriots are losing on Sunday. I've already explained this and discussed.
Well,
why.
maybe the people are just jumping in on Friday. They're like, I want to hear the picks. Yeah.
I don't know if Drake May is good yet, and there's this conglomerate of people that are just rushing to anoint him the same way they did it with Mac. And, okay, Gerard Mayo is the issue for Drake May. I got it. So now we drop in Mike Vrabel and Josh McDaniels, and they're going to fix everything. Because McDaniels, you know, aside from Brady, he had a really good track record in the NFL, right? Give me a break, dude. I'm so sick of it. I'm tired of it. The Patriots fans and the Alabama fans don't know how to assess talent. They just don't. Like, when talent is bad, they keep pedestaling bad talent. For 3-4 years, it's not Mac's fault. It's the coordinator's fault. It's the O-line's fault. It's the receiver's fault. It was never Mac's fault. Got it. Okay. That's why Mac's going to be bagging groceries next year. So just miss me with all this hype. And also what Murray said yesterday, which is very telling. Not only sharp support for the Raiders, but you had sharp groups come in and bet the Patriots to miss the playoffs and bet the Patriots under the win total. Even though everybody's saying that they're a sleeper this year. Rookie at left tackle, rookie at left guard. I don't know if the quarterback's good. I saw that Travion Henderson is running back 3 on the depth chart. Why? He's their best running back. There's a lot of things going on in New England. And I like Vrabel. I'm a big Vrabel guy. But to fix a 4-win team in one offseason, that's a lot to ask.
Mm-hmm. So was that on the Patriots' unofficial depth chart? Is that what they did? They put him 3rd?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because I've seen some where he's set, like our lads decided to put him at 2nd. So yeah, okay. Just curious about that. We'll find out. Yeah, okay, you're right. It goes Stevenson, Gibson, Henderson. Their unofficial one. But I don't know if that's Vrabel sending a message or what that is. But a lot of times that's done with a purpose. There's something behind it. Yeah, this hype train. The win total was 4.5 last year. They go under the win total with 4 wins. Now it's 8.5, and it's the most popular win total to go over of all the teams. So much because of Vrabel. I get it. I think he's a good coach. He's treated me very well because his ATS record is off the charts. So he usually gets his team prepared. They're ready to go. They cover point spreads. It doesn't mean that the Patriots are going to be above 500 or they're going to be some great team this season. That's where you lose me. And a lot of this Patriots chatter is about the easy schedule. Well, maybe the Raiders are better than you thought. Something else to keep in mind is that, yes, New England had a big upgrade at coach. There's no denying that from Mayo to Vrabel. What about the upgrade that the Raiders made at coach from Pierce to Carroll? Like, that's pretty big too. I'm not saying Carroll is just as good as Vrabel, but that's a big upgrade. Pierce was a complete clown. Like, the guy had to go. It was ridiculous that they gave him the job full time. Now you have competent quarterback play with Geno. You have what most people project is a very good running back in Genti. Should they be getting 2.5? Not sure about that. I'm with you. You got there early, but there's a lot of people supporting you, a lot of smart people supporting you on Vegas. I certainly understand. We continue with the Week 1 breakdown. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
We mentioned the Giants as a possible dog, plus 225.
I heard from a guy yesterday who books bets in Vegas. Not only does he like the Giants over the win total, he thinks the Giants are live to win the game outright week number 1. Outright, he said, as a 6-point dog. Can you imagine if they knock off the Commanders in week 1?
Yep. Give me that. Give me all of that. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll get to Giants, Commandos, Steelers, Jets, a number of other games coming up in just a few minutes. 20 minutes from right now, we'll break down college football. Our friend Kelly in Vegas will be dropping by here on the show, and we'll have lightning bets later on in the show, our favorite NFL sides. We're going game by game right now, but we will wrap things up in a nice pretty bow in about an hour from right now. Sam, you noticed something during the break related to college football that is very impactful for one matchup. What you got?
So Texas Tech has just upgraded Baron Morton, their starting quarterback, to be the starter on Saturday against Kent State. And I know what you're thinking. Who cares? It's Kent State. Well, the market cares enough because Pinnacle just moved from 48 to 49. Other books are on the hike as well. Now, Texas Tech, if it keeps the pedal down, is going to win this game 70-7. Remember, Kent State almost lost to Merrimack last week. Kent State went 0-12 last year and was the lowest power-rated team in the history of Chris Andrews' power rankings. So, okay, now you probably get a half of Baron Morton, who's a very good quarterback, and then their 5-star backup will probably play the third and the fourth quarter. So there was a chance earlier in the week Tech was going to play the backup to start and then go to quarterback 3. Now it's going to be quarterback 1 and quarterback 2. And if you've heard anything about Texas Tech this year, doesn't appear to be a team that's going to lay off the gas. So maybe if you read the Chicken Dinner newsletter last night, we were saying to take the 48 and lay it. Baron Morton will start for Texas Tech.
Now we're at 49 at some respected books out there. How far does this go? Is it going to be 49 across the board?
I think so. You have to get through it, too. I know people are going to think we're degenerates for talking about a game like this, but think about multiples of 7. 21, 28, 35, 42, 49. This could easily be 49-0 or 56-7. And some people would say, well, what does it matter? It's 48.5, 49. What's the difference? It's a big difference if it's 56-7. So that's all I'm saying. And it doesn't sound like Joey McGuire is taking Kent State lightly. Now, they know they're going to win, but he wants to see what he's got from his team. And he wants to get them ready to go. He wants to see them dominate. Be careful with Kent State on Saturday. If you're looking at that game and you think that's a lot of points, it is. But it could be 42-0 at half.
Dude, the Merrimack running back went for 100 yards on them.
Texas Tech is going to destroy them. I just hope that I hope it's not 56-0 and then Texas Tech puts in the third stringers. That's what you have to deal with. But think about all the money that they've spent in the portal and NIL, all that oil money. I think this game is a blowout.
Okay. Like 70.
They could easily score 70. Easily.
Yeah. Okay. Now this is on my radar. This is fun.
It
doesn't look like a great card, but now you got to pay attention to this one. When is this game? Saturday?
12 noon.
Make sure
Eastern.
I can find. Oh, perfect.
I bet 48 last night. Talked about it in the newsletter. You can find it. It's pinned to the top of my Twitter. We were hoping for this, and it literally happened during the break, and my phone lit up like a Christmas tree. So I'm excited.
Can you parlay Texas Tech in the over in this or no?
I don't see why you couldn't. Maybe some books won't allow it, but you should be able to.
Some books won't. Yeah, okay. Because the number's 60 and a half. And Sam's like, yeah, Texas Tech might put up 70 themselves. So, yeah, just another possible angle if you're looking there. All right, let's go to another divisional matchup, another one of these. not a divisional home dog situation because it is Washington at home, but they've got the New York Giants. This number has been heading south. They are backing the Giants, which is really interesting. This was a touchdown in the offseason. You're not finding sevens anywhere right now. You're actually seeing some books decide to go down to 5.5. Those are your public books, but there's a handful of them going to 5.5. We'll call it 6. That's what we have over at BetMGM. It's a total of 45.5. It is one of Sam's favorite plays of the week.
Well, I heard it from Ed Salmons a couple weeks ago. Ed is great at refs, as he calls it. They don't call it NFL at the Westgate. They call it refs. And Ed said to me 2 weeks ago his favorite bet was the Giants at plus 6.5.
Mm-hmm.
And I did not bite the bait. I'm like, I don't know, man. The Giants stink. And then I talked to Ed a couple days ago, and he said at the end of our call, "You see that Giants line?" And Ed is not a guy who likes to, bring things up like that. But he's very high on the Giants. So if they lose and don't cover, I will blame Ed. But it's a side that is getting a lot of respected play, and the bookmakers are also seeing that play. Did you catch a couple books at 5.5 on this one?
Yep.
So even though we are already anointing the Commanders as a playoff team, Jaden Daniels has the 5th shortest odds to win the MVP. They got better in the offseason. Wise guys are betting the other side from 7 to 6.5 to 6.
I'm betting the other side. Give me the Giants. Wouldn't surprise me if we're sitting here Monday morning and one of the headlines is the Commanders lost week 1 to the Giants. Wouldn't surprise me at all. I'm not saying bet a money line, but I'm on the Giants plus 6. I like them a lot. I took the Giants over the win total 5.5. There's a lot of disrespect for them. And it starts with the star power for me. Now we've got another year of Malik Neighbors. And if you look at Neighbors last year and what he did against this Washington secondary, 19 catches, 29 targets in 2 games. Okay? 29 targets. They're going to go to him all day. Now, Russ certainly past his prime, but can he bring his some stability to the quarterback position? I'd say a little bit. Jackson Dart's the backup. If Russ ain't the dude, they're going to go to the rookie. I'm not saying it happens today, but it wouldn't surprise me if it were to happen in a month or so. This Giants team is not as bad as people talk about them. I like the receivers with Neighbors, Slayton, Wendell Robinson. The line isn't terrible as long as Andrew Thomas can stay healthy. The line could be just fine, which has been a big weakness over the years with them. And I look at the defense. You still have Brian Burns. You draft Abdul Carter, the runaway favorite for the defensive rookie of the year. Linebackers are strong. You got Dexter Lawrence on the line, one of the best nose tackles in the game. I don't know if it's just they get crushed by New York media or they get a few injuries and things go wrong for them or what it is. But I still respect Daboll as a coach. And his ass is on the line this year. If they exceed expectations, people are going to be talking about him possibly winning the coach of the year once again. I like the Giants plus 6. Unless the market adjusts, I'm guessing, Sam, that I'll be on the Giants as a dog a bunch this season.
I have them in every contest. I have them in my best bets. And I also think what is not being talked about, I know you brought up the defense. If you put Abdul Carter on one side, think about how much that opens up the other side on defense. So there's a lot of support. Doesn't mean it's right, but when guys that I respect are all on the same dog in the NFL, you pay attention.
Yep. All right, let's keep on rolling. Let's go Steelers-Jets. The Jets are the home team here, and you've got the Steelers as a road dog. It is 3.5. There are some 2.5s out there. By far the lowest total of the week. It should be the lowest total of the week. BetMGM has it at 38.5. There are books that have decided to go down to 37.5 for Steelers-Jets.
This total, as most Steeler totals do, has come down. It's the Iowa of the NFL. What's the total the week before? What is it at kickoff? Now, this total opened months ago, but we talked about this on Bet Sweats all last year. If the total opens at 41, odds are good. By the time we get to the following Sunday, it's going to be lower. And this total was 39.5, 40, and now we're 37.5, 38. How do the Jets score? You see Vera Tucker, by the way, is out. He's not going to play. Out for the season, right? I think.